Chapter 501. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were many precious extraordinary plants, which could be used to refine all kinds of rare elixirs. Many extraordinary plants were sold at sky-high prices outside. Once the most precious extraordinary plants were discovered, countless battle robots would fly out of the mobile fortified stronghold and collect them according to the method recorded in the database. Within a day, Yang Feng collected virtually all the precious extraordinary plants in the area, and the value of the precious extraordinary plants in his hands exceeded 3 billion magic crystals. This was the result of the mobile fortified stronghold and the 3,000 battle robots working day and night. Of course, this was also related to the precious extraordinary plants in the brilliant ancient capital. After sweeping the area, Yang Feng put away the mobile fortified stronghold and went to the next area. The mobile fortified stronghold was too big of a target. If it flew in the sky in an ostentatious manner, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Several days later, a crimson ray of light suddenly rose from a mountain and went straight into the clouds. A good treasure is about to emerge. Yang Feng threw the corpse of a level 5 extraordinary life form into a storage ring, then turned around and looked in the direction of the scarlet ray. His eyes shimmered with a scorching glint, and he blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew in the direction of the scarlet ray. As soon as Yang Feng approached the mountain, he clearly sensed powerful auras of life rushing towards him from all directions. Clearly, they came for the treasure that was about to emerge. Yang Feng dropped down from the sky and landed in front of a very clear pond. The water of the pond was very clear, yet it seemed bottomless. At a glance, it looked like the bottom of the pond was shrouded in endless darkness. In the center of the pond, there was a pitch-black lotus with wisps of black mist lingering around it. The faces of countless extraordinary life forms emerged from the black mist. 9 scarlet lotus seeds in the lotus pod bloomed with 9 scarlet rays that intertwined to form a scarlet pillar of light that soared into the sky. When Yang Feng saw the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, he immediately inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes flashed with a scorching glint. Scarlet immortal black mist lotus, that's a holy grade treasure. The brilliant ancient capital actually had such a treasure. It was utterly unbelievable. As expected of one of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord in the past. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus was a saint-tier treasure. The lotus seeds of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus could break through the heaven-man boundary and enable the soul aptitude of a warlock with superior level 7 soul aptitude to break through the limit and reach inferior level 8 soul aptitude. Furthermore, they could be taken continuously until their soul aptitude reached superior level 8 at most. On the Tsangji plane, warlocks with level 6 soul aptitude were already considered geniuses. Warlocks with a level 7 soul aptitude were super geniuses. As for the existence of rank 8 soul aptitude, only Yi Yuan Yang, Shi Shui, these monster-like existences. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the aptitude of the taboo lord was the worst. By taking a peerless treasure like the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, he improved his soul aptitude step by step, and finally promoted his soul aptitude to superior level 9. Only then did he become a warlock emperor and founded the second warlock dynasty. The higher the soul aptitude, the more difficult it was to improve it. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus was a treasure known to be able to break through the heaven-man boundary and enable the soul aptitude of a warlock with a superior level 7 soul aptitude to advance to superior level 8. Even infinity warlocks would be tempted by such a treasure. Suddenly, a black blade ray shot out from the rear like a bolt of lightning, and a petite starry sky warlock holding a black blade secret treasure slashed at Yang Feng with a resolute aura. Go to hell! As if there were eyes on the back of his head, Yang Feng threw a punch that instantly slammed into the head of the starry sky warlock. As if the void collapsed, the punch blasted the head of the starry sky warlock, and countless fragments sputtered in all directions. So strong. The starry sky warlock who attacked Yang Feng was a warlock genius from another place in the Tsangji plane. For such a genius to be killed by Yang Feng with a punch, the eyes of the starry sky warlocks flying over flashed with apprehension. A gust of wind blew past and set off ripples in the clear pond. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then unleashed the secret method transcendent pupils recorded in the transcendent text. His eyes surged with countless mysterious runes, turned pure gold in an instant, and looked at the pond like the eyes of a god. On the surface of the originally empty pond, there was a human warlock dressed in white without a trace of aura, which was reflected in Yang Feng's eyes. Obviously, the warlock wanted to take this opportunity to snatch the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. Yang Feng stared at the starry sky warlock, his eyes flickered, but he didn't take any action. When the warlock in white arrived 50 meters away from the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, the originally calm pond suddenly trembled, and countless splashes splashed out. A snake-like extraordinary life form with black fangs and no eyes ejected from the pond, opened its maw, and swallowed the human warlock. With a bite from its sharp teeth, the human warlock was crushed. This is the guardian beast of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. It's only SOSO. Yang Feng smiled coldly and cast the battle demon secret method, and a set of black armor immediately covered him. His figure fluttered, and he flew towards the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. The snake-like extraordinary life form with black fangs ejected from the bottom of the pond again and bit at Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't evade. The battle demon armor ejected 3-meter-long black blades. When the black ray slashed past, the snake-like extraordinary life form's head was cut in half. Yang Feng appeared in front of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, grabbed it, and pulled it out of the pond. A black hole appeared in his hand, and he sent the scarlet immortal black mist lotus into the semiplane in his sea of knowledge. Yang Feng pressed down with his hand, and the water domain enveloped the pond and sucked all the water into the semiplane. Before long, a clear and transparent pond appeared in the semiplane inside Yang Feng. There are countless low-grade magic crystals piled up around the pond, and there is a scarlet immortal black mist lotus growing in the pond. Zhongxian and the other 5 warlocks landed in front of Yang Feng. Zhongxian took a step forward and said in an aloof tone, as if it was a matter of course, "Yang Feng, I am Zhongxian, the eldest disciple of the Luofeng continent's master Luofeng. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus is very important to me. Give me the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, and I will give you 1 million high-grade magic crystals." On the Tsangji plain, magic crystals were divided into 6 grades: low grade, intermediate grade, high grade, superior grade, monarch grade, and holy grade. Among them, the majority were low-grade magic crystals, followed by intermediate-grade magic crystals. As for high-grade magic crystals, the number of them decreased sharply. 1 intermediate magic crystal could be exchanged for 100 low-grade magic crystals. 1 high-grade magic crystal could be exchanged for more than 1,000 intermediate magic crystals. Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses and above had to use high-grade magic crystals to assist in their cultivation in order to make rapid progress. Yang Feng scoured the Nishino state, yet he only got a little over 10 million high-grade magic crystals. The preciousness of high-grade magic crystals could be well imagined. However, no matter how precious high-grade magic crystals were, they couldn't compare to the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus was a treasure that even infinity warlocks would be moved by. Zhongxian clearly didn't take Yang Feng seriously, which was why he offered such a price. Yang Feng sneered, "Is there something wrong with your head? I will give you 1 million high-grade magic crystals, and you give me a scarlet immortal black mist lotus." Luo Mingyang stepped forward proudly and said, "I am Luo Mingyang, the daughter of the Luofeng continent's master Luofeng. My soul aptitude is superior level 7. I am only 1 step away from breaking through the Heavenman boundary and possessing inferior level 8 soul aptitude. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus is very important to me. Give it to me, and I will give you a chance to pursue me." The Bright World Warlock Luofeng dominated a subcontinent larger than the Fuso subcontinent, and called himself the master of the Luofeng continent. In the Luofeng continent, Luo Mingyang was a top genius. Not only did she have a powerful father, but she also had a superior level 7 soul aptitude. She was a genius among geniuses. This fostered her unruly temperament. In her opinion, giving Yang Feng a chance to pursue her was already very remarkable. When Yang Feng heard Luo Mingyang's words, he was taken aback slightly, and then revealed a smile of ridicule and said indifferently, "I'm not interested in you." Luo Mingyang was taken aback, and then anger welled up in her beautiful eyes. This was the first time someone dared to refuse her. Zhongxian said indifferently, Yang Feng, this is the brilliant ancient capital. Here, there is no mechanical legion, nor a quasi-glorious dawn warlock like Saijo Yoruwa to protect you. Yang Feng said, so what? Do you want to snatch my scarlet immortal black mist lotus? You have no strength and a precious treasure, that's the way to disaster. Since you don't want to hand over the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, then there's no need for us to protect you. Zhongxian took Luo Mingyang and the others back a few steps and said loudly, this person has nothing to do with us. If you want to make a move, then don't worry about us. Formidable spirit force full of killing intent locked on Yang Feng. Starry sky warlocks from different places of the Zhangji plain appeared and surrounded Yang Feng. There were 43 of them. Chapter 502. The Starry Sky warlocks from different places have been apprehensive about Zhongxian and his party, who have 3 quasi-moonlight warlocks. Now that Zhongxian and his party have made it clear that they have nothing to do with Yang Feng, they no longer have any scruples. They don't care about a mere junior Starry Sky warlock. A man dressed in black with advanced Starry Sky warlock rank cultivation base took a step forward along with 8 Starry Sky warlocks, stared covetously at Yang Feng, and barked, hand over the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, or this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Yang Feng suddenly said with a smile, there is only one scarlet immortal black mist lotus, but there are 43 of you here. How are you going to divide it? When he said that, the 43 Starry Sky warlocks looked at each other, and their eyes shimmered with vigilance. The hearts of 16 solitary Starry Sky warlocks stirred, and they cast stealth secret methods and disappeared. Although the 16 solitary Starry Sky warlocks hid themselves, but as if they were the embodiment of poisonous fangs hidden in the hearts of the people, they could give these warlocks a fatal blow at any time. The remaining Starry Sky warlocks split into 5 groups. Among them, the group led by the man in black and the group formed by Zhongxian's group of 5 were clearly much stronger than the other 3 groups. The other 3 groups of people also noticed this, and they approached each other, vaguely confronting the black-clothed man's group. The warlock in black sneered and shouted, there is only one scarlet immortal black mist lotus, but there are 9 lotus seeds. Let's go together and kill this person, and then we'll divide the 9 lotus seeds equally. Let's all attack together and kill him. Whoever puts in more effort will get more lotus seeds later. After that, we'll work together to leave this place and kill all the trash that's peeping from the side. When he said that, the eyes of the other warlocks flashed fiercely, and they stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in their eyes. With their strength, they are fully capable of doing what the warlock in black said. Yang Feng uttered, wait a minute. There was a flash of contempt in Zhongxian's eyes, and he sneered, what, are you going to hand over the scarlet immortal black mist lotus? Gazes of contempt and disdain converged on Yang Feng from all directions. Yang Feng said lightly, I'm a peace-loving person, I don't like killing for no reason. However, I am also a person who likes to nip danger in the bud. Before I finish, you can still escape, and I will spare your lives. If you don't run, I won't show any mercy when I kill you later. The warlock in black suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, who do you think you are? A trifling junior Starry Sky warlock dares to boast shamelessly about wanting to kill us? What an idiot who doesn't know his place. You must be a barbarian who rules over a subcontinent and is used to being arrogant and conceited. The phrase frog in the well refers to people like you. What an arrogant fool. We have more than 20 people here. Even a moonlight warlock may not be our match. He actually wants to kill us all. How arrogant. Idiot. The warlocks surrounding Yang Feng showed a smile of ridicule and ridiculed one after another. Luo Mingyang, however, suddenly frowned slightly, an ominous premonition welled up inside her, and she barked, let's retreat. With that, Luo Mingyang turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance without looking back. Mai Yi followed Luo Mingyang without hesitation and left the place. Zhongxian was taken aback. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and then he blurred into motion and followed Luo Mingyang. The other 2 personal disciples of Gui Wuheng with advanced Starry Sky warlock rank cultivation base hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the warlock in black, sighed in their hearts, and blurred into motion, turned into 2 streams of light, and chased after Luo Mingyang. Although the scarlet immortal black mist lotus was good, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Without the 3 quasi-moonlight warlock rank experts Luo Mingyang, Mai Yi, and Zhong Xian holding the line, the 2 advanced Starry Sky warlocks couldn't compete with the other warlocks. Yang Feng looked in the direction Luo Mingyang and company left in surprise. He scanned the area with his spirit force and found that apart from Luo Mingyang and company, the rest of the people didn't leave. Instead, 6 warlocks flew over from afar and hid. Sure enough, money moves people's heart. In that case, you can all go to hell. Yang Feng's words haven't fallen completely, when a spatial fluctuation surged, and he appeared behind the warlock in black and slammed a fist into the head of the warlock in black and blasted it apart. Luo Du was killed. Luo Du was insta-killed. Who is that person? How could he insta-kill Luo Du? Isn't he a junior Starry Sky warlock? Shocked gazes focused on Yang Feng from every corner. The warlock in black was called Luo Du, and he was a fierce powerhouse on a certain subcontinent. More than 10 Starry Sky warlocks have died at his hands. For such a powerhouse to be insta-killed by Yang Feng left the other warlocks dumbfounded. After insta-killing Luo Du, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand and operated the Skyfire 7 Colors secret method, and 7-color Skyfire flew out of his palm and turned into a violent storm of fire that swept towards the surroundings. When the 8 Starry Sky warlocks beside Luo Du were swept by the 7-color Skyfire, their life force fields became fuel for the 7-color Skyfire, making it burn more vigorously. 2 junior Starry Sky warlocks were directly burned to ashes. The other 6 Starry Sky warlocks screamed as they cast secret methods to resist the 7-color Skyfire. The face of an advanced Starry Sky warlock changed dramatically, and he barked, "Everyone, let's go together and kill this fiend. Otherwise, we'll all be killed by him." The Starry Sky warlocks began to silently recite incantations and prepare powerful spells. 5 bloodline warlocks stimulated the power of their bloodline and transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant, an ancient white dragon, a winged snake, a rock wolf, and an abyssal fiend. Spells barreled towards Yang Feng like raindrops. Yang Feng operated the law of space and pointed with a finger, and spatial cracks suddenly appeared and devoured the spells. In the next moment, spatial cracks suddenly appeared in front of the 6 Starry Sky warlocks who were struggling to resist 7-color Skyfire, and spells barreled and blasted the 6 Starry Sky warlocks apart. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared above the giant and stomped on the giant's head. With a loud bang, the giant's head exploded like a watermelon, and a Starry Sky core flew into his storage ring. Spells barreled towards Yang Feng again, and then were instantly devoured by the spatial cracks and bombarded the other warlocks, killing them directly. A warlock in cyan robe barked, "Everyone, bring out your trump cards. Otherwise, only death will await us." Before the warlock in cyan robe's words fell, Yang Feng appeared behind him. Under the horrified gaze of the warlock in cyan robe, Yang Feng blasted his head apart with a punch. Seeing Yang Feng slaughter the Starry Sky warlocks like chickens and dogs, a chill welled up in the hearts of the Starry Sky warlocks, and they cast secret methods and fled in different directions. "You want to escape? It's too late." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the spatial domain erupted in a flash and enveloped an area dozens of kilometers in radius. The Starry Sky warlocks shuttled through the spatial domain, but to their horror, they found out that they flew directly in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished his fists and blasted the Starry Sky warlocks into pieces. "Yang Feng, you're going too far. Everyone, let's fight him together." There was a flash of madness in the eyes of a Starry Sky warlock, and he silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and a large gold net radiating brilliant light fell from the sky and shot towards Yang Feng. The golden net is an extremely precious level 6 secret treasure containing the mysteries of laws. It passed through Yang Feng's spatial domain, swept towards him, and pulled him into the golden net. The large gold net cut off the vitality of heaven and earth between Yang Feng, making him unable to cast powerful spells that consume the vitality of heaven and earth. What an amazing secret treasure! A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon secret method, and a black blade ejected from the black armor formed by the Battle Demon secret method and slashed at the large gold net. The large gold net suddenly became extremely soft, drifted backward, and strangely evaded Yang Feng's blade. A resplendent blade ray and a dazzling spark passed through the spatial domain and slammed into Yang Feng while the large gold net restrained him. The battle demon armor flashed with black light and blocked the resplendent blade ray. After the dazzling spark came into contact with the battle demon armor, it was engulfed and annihilated. What secret method is that? How come its defense is so strong? Battle demon secret method. Is that the battle demon secret technique of the battle demon sect of the top 10 sects? Seeing this scene, the starry sky warlocks besieging Yang Feng felt a chill in their hearts, and their eyes shimmered with despair. Yang Feng extended his hand, and the starry sky warlock who released the large gold net strangely appeared in front of him. He punched the starry sky warlock in the head and blasted it apart. When the starry sky warlock died, the large gold net dimmed. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and it flew into his hand. When the starry sky warlock who released the large gold net died, the starry sky warlocks inside the spatial domain struggled for a while before they were all killed by Yang Feng. Chapter 503. Looking through a crystal ball, Mai Yi's pretty face turned pale, her heart filled with fear, and she whispered, "So strong. This Yang Feng is really strong." Zhong Xian's expression was very unsightly, but he rejoiced inside. If he hadn't followed Luo Mingyang and escaped, he might have been one of the dead. When Yang Feng killed his way to the back, many starry sky warlocks surrendered to him. But they were all killed one by one. There were countless treasures in the brilliant ancient capital, and the starry sky warlocks collected a lot of good treasures these days. They coveted Yang Feng's treasures, but Yang Feng wouldn't let them go. Zhong Xian turned to look at Luo Mingyang, who was staring at the crystal ball with a pale face, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Junior disciple sister Mingyan's innate ability to sense danger is really amazing. If she hadn't sensed the danger, we would all be dead by now. Luo Mingyang was not only Luo Feng's daughter, but also awakened the innate ability to sense danger like many powerful extraordinary life forms after she was born. As long as there was a life-threatening danger, Luo Mingyang would sense it in advance and make the right response. It was for this reason that Luo Feng let his precious daughter come to the brilliant ancient capital to look for opportunities. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she whispered, "To kill more than 40 starry sky warlocks, amazing. The true disciples of the 10 great sects aren't all idiots." The true disciples of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty have traveled to the Luo Feng mainland, but they were far weaker than Luo Mingyang, which made her look down on people. Mai Yi sighed faintly. The Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects really deserve their reputation. He's just a junior starry sky warlock, yet he was able to kill more than 40 starry sky warlocks with ease. How terrifying. It seems that the rumor that he has formed a virtual world isn't false. Virtual world. When Zhong Xian and the others heard this term, their hearts stirred and filled with scorching heat. The powerhouses who had condensed a virtual world were the strongest powerhouses who were invincible among their peers. The ruler of the Luofeng continent, Luofeng, had the support of the entire Luofeng continent's resources, but he still hadn't formed a spectral world. The difficulty of forming a spectral world was obvious. Zhong Xian looked at Luo Mingyang with a complicated look in his eyes. Among us, if anyone has a chance of forming a virtual world, it should be her. Luo Mingyan's superior level 7 soul aptitude made her a genius among geniuses even in the Battle Demon sect. One must know that a person with a rank 8 soul aptitude was a monstrous existence. In the entire Battle Demon sect, only Shi Shui had a level 8 soul aptitude. Zhong Xian suddenly said, "Let's go. If we go over now, it will be troublesome if his eyes turn red from killing." Luo Mingyang hesitated for a while before nodding slightly and agreeing to Zhong Xian's proposal. Although she was curious about Yang Feng, but she wasn't willing to risk her life to get in touch with him. Several starry sky warlocks hiding in the distance and spying on this side with various spells also cast spells and fled into the distance, not daring to launch a sneak attack on Yang Feng. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest and released the level 2 portable fortified stronghold. Scanning ripples spread in all directions, searching for treasures in the surroundings. There were no precious extraordinary plants within dozens of kilometers in radius. Clearly, the life magic energy in the vicinity was extracted by the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, which resulted in no precious extraordinary plants growing in the surroundings. The more precious the extraordinary plants were, the more powerful and rare they were. Wherever monarch grade and holy grade extraordinary plants were located, there wouldn't be a second precious extraordinary plant. They would absorb all the nutrients, and that was what made them so powerful. After scanning the surroundings, Yang Feng sat on a flying saucer and flew towards the depths of the brilliant ancient capital. This mountainous area was just the outer part of the brilliant ancient capital. He still had to pass through the wind, fire, water, and earth regions before he could enter the brilliant ancient capital. The Split Wind Canyon was the only way to enter the Desert of Wind. We're finally here. This is the Split Wind Canyon, the entrance to the Desert of Wind. When Zhongxian's group of 5 arrived in front of the Split Wind Canyon, they looked at the yellow wind blowing from the center of the canyon with excitement in their eyes. The Desert of Wind, the Mountain of Fire, the Sea of Ice, and the Land of Gravity, these 4 regions were the only way to the brilliant ancient capital. Of course, these 4 regions weren't so easy to pass through. Every time the brilliant ancient capital opened, more than 100,000 starry sky warlocks would enter, but less than 20 people would actually reach the brilliant ancient capital each time. After entering the brilliant ancient capital, starry sky warlocks would obtain great benefits, which attracted countless warlocks to enter the brilliant ancient capital. Stop. If you want to enter the Split Wind Canyon, hand over all your storage treasures. Zhongxian's group had just approached the Split Wind Canyon, when more than 30 starry sky warlock auras suddenly gushed out from the surroundings of the Split Wind Canyon and surrounded Zhongxian's group of 5. A petite, sallow, and emaciated quasi-moonlight warlock in black, looking like a refugee, walked out and barked. Luo Mingyan's pretty face flickered. She glanced around, and her heart shook. Among the more than 30 starry sky warlocks, there were 10 quasi-moonlight warlocks, and the rest were mostly advanced starry sky warlocks and pinnacle starry sky warlocks. The combined strength of the more than 30 starry sky warlocks was far stronger than that of Luo Mingyan's group. Even though she had always been arrogant and domineering, but she had no choice but to suppress her temper. After all, she was just a spoiled brat, not a fool. Zhongxian cupped his fists in salute and said, "I am Zhongxian, a personal disciple of the master of the Luofeng continent, the Bright World Warlock Luofeng. Please give us some face and let us pass. When you come to the Luofeng continent in the future, I will do my best to entertain you and let you have a good time." Bright World Warlock. When the more than 30 starry sky warlocks heard this name, their faces changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. Bright World Warlocks were powerful existences that could contend against intermediate divine force rank gods. If they went to another plane to ascend to godhood, then once they succeeded, they could even establish a pantheon like the Dark Elves Lolth. Any Bright World Warlock was a powerful existence that couldn't be underestimated. They were comparable to gods in terms of strength. They only needed one strike to kill the more than 30 starry sky warlocks. The face of the warlock in black flickered, and he revealed a flattering smile. "So you are Zhongxian, a personal disciple of the Bright World Warlock Luofeng. My name is Lu Dajiao, a rogue warlock from the Gale continent. It's my honor to meet a genius like you. How about this? Let's have a drink together and get to know each other. How about I make way for you guys to enter? Give me some face." There was a flash of contempt in Zhongxian's eyes. In the Luofeng continent, after hearing his name, warlocks who wanted to curry favor with him would show the same expression as Lu Dajiao. 4 rogue warlocks, currying favor with a personal disciple of a Bright World Warlock was equivalent to having a big backer. Naturally, countless rogue warlocks would come to curry favor with Zhongxian and his party. Zhongxian suppressed the impatience in his heart and reluctantly revealed a smile, saying, "Okay, I'll have a few drinks with you." A starry sky warlock waved his hand, and a map flew out. One set of tables and chairs after another flew out of the map. One after another, beautiful women flew out of the map and served as maids. Very quickly, an elegant pavilion suitable for banquets was built here. When Zhongxian saw this scene, his eyes lit up, and he took a seat and exclaimed in admiration, "This is the immortal banquet painting of beauties. I didn't expect you to have such a secret treasure. The immortal banquet painting of beauties was a secret treasure developed for banquets. The souls of 108 beautiful girls were sealed in the map, and their bodies were made from treasures similar to the fuso tree, which were then sealed in the map. Once there was a need for a banquet, the beautiful women could be released and served as maids. Because the immortal banquet painting of beauties required the souls of living people, it was too cruel. It has been banned in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and the number of immortal banquet paintings circulating in the world was very small. When Zhongxian saw the immortal banquet painting of beauties, he couldn't help but be tempted. With a forthright smile, Lu Dajiao raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. That's right. Senior disciple Brother Zhong, you're really experienced and knowledgeable. If you like this immortal banquet painting of beauties, then I'll give it to you after we finish drinking. Come, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Without batting an eyelid, Zhongxian cast several detection spells on the wine glass. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the wine in the glass, he felt a little relieved and drained it in one gulp. Luo Mingyang and the others cast several detection spells on the wine glasses and food. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with them, they began to eat. When Lu Dajiao saw this, he showed a strange smile, shook his left hand, and made a gesture. Black rays shot out from behind the chairs of Zhongxian's group of 5, turned into 5 after-images, and stabbed towards them. Zhongxian, Luo Mingyang, and Mai Yi shone brightly, and magic shields suddenly appeared one after another. The 5 black rays stabbed at the magic shields like shooting stars, pierced through them, and stabbed into their bodies. Black runes extended along the bodies of Zhongxian's group of 5 and locked their life force, making them unable to move. Chapter 504. Startled and angry, Zhongxian asked coldly, Lu Dajiao, what do you mean by this? Lu Dajiao showed a mocking smile. What do I mean? How could you ask that? Are you an idiot? Isn't it clear that we want to rob you of your treasures, and then kill you to silence you? Zhongxian threatened fiercely, if you dare touch us, my master won't let you off. A bright world warlock will kill you all. A cruel gleam in his eyes, Lu Dajiao sneered, are you an idiot? This is the brilliant ancient capital. Every time it opens, thousands of starry sky warlocks die. We won't kill you either. We'll only destroy your sea of knowledge, cut off your limbs, and throw you into the desert of wind to be buried. Even if your master is proficient in astrology, he'll only calculate that you died in the desert of wind. As for your companions, after we've had our fun, we'll send them down to accompany you. A quasi-moonlight warlock sneered and stared at Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi with a lascivious gleam in his eyes, and he sneered, these righteous fools are too proud. Don't you think about where this place is? Outside, we flatter you because you have a good master and a good background. Here, you are nothing. You are just our prey. A quasi-moonlight warlock smiled malevolently, his eyes flashed with lust, and he stared at Luo Mingyang. These 2 women are really beautiful. It's the first time I've played with such beautiful female warlocks. Compared to them, ordinary women don't have any taste. As if they have fallen into an ice cave, Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi suddenly felt ice cold, and their eyes shimmered with despair. When they thought of the miserable fate they were about to fall into the hands of these scum, they felt a chill run down their spine. Face pale, Luo Mingyang threatened loudly, I am Luo Mingyang, the daughter of the Luofeng mainland's master Luofeng. If you capture me and exchange me for a ransom from my father, he'll definitely give you enough compensation. He will definitely pay you enough, and even promote to a moonlight warlock isn't out of the question. If any of you dare to touch a single hair on my head, my father will definitely kill all of you. Not a single one will be spared. Lu Dajiao disdainfully smiled and said, you are too stupid. It is because your father is a bright world warlock that we must kill you. As for the ransom, asking a bright world warlock for a ransom, isn't that courting death? Do you think we're stupid enough to fall for it? Bright world warlocks are terrifying existences in the world comparable to transcendence. If it wasn't for the fact that the brilliant ancient capital is a treasure built by a holy spirit warlock rank powerhouse, which can isolate countless spells, Lu Dajiao and them wouldn't dare to attack Luo Mingyang and them lightly. As for asking a bright world warlock for a ransom, that is really stupid. That bright world warlock can trace them back to their roots with a few spells. From 1,000 kilometers away, he could kill these starry sky warlocks one by one with spells. Lu Dajiao glanced at Zhongxian and revealed an evil smile. Oh right, Zhongxian, I still lack a dog. If you learn to bark like a dog, then willingly let me set up a restriction and become my dog, I'll give you a way out and spare your life. The other starry sky warlocks showed excited smiles and stared at Zhongxian with a vicious gleam in their eyes. Warlock geniuses with extraordinary origins like Zhongxian are the most hated existences for rogue starry sky warlocks who have experienced countless hardships. In the past, they had also been bullied by many powerful forces during their cultivation. Now that they can torture such a proud son of the heavens, they are very excited. There was a flash of fear in Zhongxian's eyes, and he lowered his head without saying a word, no longer displaying his previous arrogance. You're very arrogant, kid. Since that's the case, then go to hell. Lu Dajiao showed an evil smile and extended his hand, and an invisible hand grabbed Zhongxian and threw him to the ground. Then, he took a step forward, stomped on Zhongxian's head, and exerted force bit by bit. Great pain spread all over Zhongxian's body, his face twisted, and his hands struggled. Lu Dajiao smiled excitedly. Seeing the proud son of the heavens cut such a sorry figure under his foot gave him great satisfaction and pleasure in his dark heart. If you don't want to be my dog, then go to hell. Woof. Zhongxian groaned in despair and pain as he gripped Lu Dajiao's leg tightly with both hands. Don't worry, Luo Dajiao. Lu Dajiao was taken aback, and then burst into laughter. Haha, did you hear that? A personal disciple of a dignified Bright World warlock barked like a dog. Haha. How interesting. So this is a Bright World warlock disciple, how disgusting. Haha. The other starry sky warlocks ridiculed and ridiculed. There was a flash of incredulity in Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes, and as if something collapsed, she barked, Zhongxian, how can you do this? Even if you die, you can't succumb to these scum. Zhongxian's face was covered in blood as he crawled up from the ground. When he saw Luo Mingyan's beautiful face, his eyes flashed with madness as he shouted, Luo Mingyang, shut up. I've been putting up with you for a long time. You shut up. Shut up. Lu Dajiao's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he uttered like a fiend, they became enemies, how interesting. Zhongxian, since you're willing to be my dog. After I'm done with this woman, I'll give her to you to play with. Zhongxian uttered with a fawning expression, okay. Thank you for the reward, master. This woman is unruly and headstrong, but I've been putting up with her. If her father wasn't a Bright World warlock, I would have already done something to her. Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi looked at Zhongxian with cold and disappointment in their beautiful eyes. Zhongxian is the most outstanding man of the younger generation that the two of them have ever come into contact with, and they both have a good impression of him. But today, Zhongxian's performance completely shattered their good impression. A fiendish smile in his eyes, Lu Dajiao glanced at Luo Mingyan's group of 4 and said, if you guys are willing to be my dogs, I can spare your life. There was a flash of fear in Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, kill me. My father will avenge me. Mai Yi closed her eyes, concealing all the fear and despair in her eyes. The other 2 starry sky warlocks fell into silence. Stubborn fool, go to hell. 2 starry sky warlocks took a step forward, smiled ferociously, and stepped on the heads of 2 starry sky warlocks from Luo Mingyan's party, crushed their heads, and dug out their starry sky cores. Seeing this scene, Zhongxian shuddered, fear written all over his face. Lu Dajiao pointed at Luo Mingyang, a lascivious gleam in his eyes, and said, I'll play with this woman first. As for the woman, you discuss among yourselves who will play with her first. When it's time to divide the treasures, I'll get a smaller share. Don't kill her. Old Lu, don't break her. It's not fun to play with a dead body. Lascivious laughter came from the side, making Luo Mingyan's hair stand on end, and her body trembled, filled with fear. Suddenly, a starry sky warlock in charge of reconnaissance said, someone is coming. Lu Dajiao said exasperatedly, what bad luck. Some of you go and kill him. Don't affect my mood. You want to kill me? Then go to hell. An overbearing voice echoed in the area, and a fist instantly slammed into the head of a starry sky warlock and blasted his head apart. A figure with an extraordinary temperament and a domineering aura appeared in the area. The 30-plus starry sky warlocks immediately threw Luo Mingyang and the others aside and quickly enchanted themselves with defensive spells. 4 rogue cultivators, saving their own lives was the top priority. As for the others, if they died, then so be it. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes widened, a glimmer of hope streaked past her eyes, and she stared at the figure. It's him, Yang Feng. There was a flash of excitement in Mai Yi's beautiful eyes. Yang Feng. Zhong Xian looked at the heroic and domineering Yang Feng, and his eyes flashed with jealousy. Curses. It's him. It's actually him. At the beginning, Zhong Xian looked down on the junior starry sky warlock Yang Feng. But now, he cut a sorry figure. In the fight over the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus, however, Yang Feng went on a killing spree, showing the demeanor of a powerhouse. In contrast, Zhong Xian cut a sorry figure. Lu Dajiao stared at Yang Feng, frowned slightly, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Zhong Xian hurriedly replied, "Master, he is Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, and the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state." Lu Dajiao's face fell, and he saluted Yang Feng, saying, "So you are the peerless genius Yang Feng who defeated the Taiyi sect's holy son Yi Yuan Yang. I am the rogue cultivator Lu Dajiao. Please forgive us for not recognizing you. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." Lu Dajiao smiled and said respectfully, "We brothers have always admired you, Yang Feng. How about you give us the honor of having a few drinks with us and getting to know each other?" The 30-plus starry sky warlocks surrounded Yang Feng and exuded a faint sense of oppression, as if they would attack at any moment. This force was enough to contend against a moonlight warlock. Luo Mingyang wanted to warn Yang Feng, but found that she couldn't speak, and her spirit fluctuations couldn't leave her body. She could only watch anxiously as Lu Dajiao and the others deceived Yang Feng like a puppet. "You ants aren't worthy of my acquaintance." Yang Feng smiled and operated the Battle Demon secret method, and a set of black armor fell from the sky and covered him. Chapter 505. As soon as he unleashed the Battle Demon secret method, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the law of space surged, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared behind the warlocks and pulled them into the spatial mirrors. Spatial mirrors appeared in front of Yang Feng, and 7 starry sky warlocks appeared in front of him, unable to resist at all. He punched out 7 times and blasted the heads of the 7 starry sky warlocks apart. The face of a starry sky warlock changed dramatically, and he cried out, "The law of space." He's a starry sky warlock who has mastered the law of space. The countenances of the other starry sky warlocks changed dramatically, and fear streaked past their eyes. The law of space was one of the most difficult laws to master. Among human warlocks, only the most talented warlocks could master a trace of the law of space. Those warlock geniuses were practically invincible freaks in the same rank. Lu Dajiao barked, "Use spatial disorder spells. Interfere with this space. The law of space is extremely profound. Even he has only grasped a superficial understanding of it at most. As long as the space is chaotic, the law of space will be useless." After countless years of development, the warlock's combat experience was also incomparably rich. In many planes, there are powerful extraordinary life forms innately proficient in the force of space. To deal with these extraordinary life forms innately capable of manipulating the force of space, as long as spatial disorder spells are used, the extraordinary life forms will be unable to use the force of space. Without mastering spatial disorder spells, apart from some infinity warlocks, human warlocks would not be able to compete with extraordinary life forms innately capable of manipulating the force of space. The 2 quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouses silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and spatial ripples spread in all directions, turning the space in the surroundings chaotic. Only a Glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouse proficient in the law of space can use spatial force in the chaotic space. Yang Feng glanced at the distorted space and realized that he can no longer freely manipulate the space and easily kill these warlocks. The 13 starry sky warlocks cast secret methods, stimulated the bloodline force inside them, and transformed into 16 grotesque extraordinary life forms with different innate abilities. With a faint smile, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a violent sea of fire that swept towards the warlocks. Burned by the 7-color skyfire, the magic shields of the 6 warlocks collapsed, and their life force fields turned into nutrients for the 7-color skyfire at the moment they came into contact with the 7-color skyfire. The face of a quasi-moonlight warlock changed dramatically, and he silently recited an incantation, took out a blue bead secret treasure, and threw it. A long river gushed out of the blue bead and swept towards 7-color skyfire. Mist rose, and the river and Yang Feng's 7-color skyfire cancelled each other out and extinguished each other. Interesting, with the help of a secret treasure, he can contend with my 7-color skyfire. Sure enough, no human warlock of the Tsangji plane can be underestimated. Yang Feng sighed slightly, then his figure fluttered, and he appeared behind the quasi-moonlight warlock wielding the blue bead secret treasure like a ghost and blasted the other party's head apart with a punch. Practically at the same time, a blue fork flew out from the side, continuously transforming between illusion and reality, and stabbed towards Yang Feng. The blue fork is called the Dragon Hunting Soul Fork. It is a secret treasure obtained by Lu Dajiao after he and his people killed a quasi-moonlight warlock. It can directly attack the soul of a warlock. Even if a moonlight warlock doesn't cast a special defensive spell, but when stabbed by the Dragon Hunting Soul Fork, their soul will be injured. Yang Feng sent out a palm and slammed it into the blue fork. The Dragon Hunting Soul Fork suddenly collapsed, turned into a strange blue ray, and entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng only felt his body tremble slightly, as if he was hit by a siege hammer. He felt a little uncomfortable, and a slight pain came from the depths of his soul. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly surged with dignity. This is a secret treasure that directly attacks the soul. For these scum to have such a secret treasure, it seems that I can't underestimate them. If it wasn't for the battle demon armor weakening the power of the Dragon Hunting Soul Fork by more than 90%, then even if Yang Feng implanted the semiplane seed in his sea of knowledge, he would still be severely injured by the Dragon Hunting Soul Fork. When he saw this, Lu Dajiao felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes shimmered with despair. He actually blocked my Dragon Hunting Soul Fork. Are the true disciples of the battle demon sect this powerful? Yang Feng turned around, his gaze fell on Lu Dajiao, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. Lu Dajiao's face fell. He cast a spell on himself, turned into a violent hurricane, and fled into the distance. Yang Feng moved, appeared in front of Lu Dajiao like a ghost, extended his hand, and the law of wind surged. The violent hurricane twisted, and Lu Dajiao's figure appeared midair. Lu Dajiao's face twisted, and he roared wildly, "Save me!" A 100-meter-tall bullrog covered in raging flames took a step forward and sent a fist covered in flames barreling towards Yang Feng. "Break!" Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind blades containing the law of wind suddenly appeared and swept towards the bullrog like a meat grinder. That 100-meter-tall flame demon was instantly torn apart, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground, its flesh and blood burning with raging flames. When Lu Dajiao saw the quasi-moonlight warlock rank bullrog disintegrate, his countenance changed dramatically, and he shouted frantically, "Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you, spare my life. Spare my worthless life. I know a big secret. A secret about an infinity warlock's residence." A blade formed from 9 revolutions divine wind easily cut off Lu Dajiao's head, and then Yang Feng put it into a storage ring. "Everyone, let's kill him and avenge Lu Dajiao." A quasi-moonlight warlock roared, blurred into motion, turned into a stream of black light, and fled into the distance. Except for 5 warlocks who couldn't see reality and rushed towards Yang Feng, the rest of the warlocks cast various secret methods and fled into the distance. "It's too late to escape now." Yang Feng showed a mocking smile, spread the fingers of a hand, and activated the spell 9 revolutions divine wind. Incomparably violent hurricanes surged out from the horizon like peerless natural disasters, violently slashing in all directions. Struck by the berserk 9 revolutions divine wind, one warlock after another was chopped into pieces and fell from the sky. Only 3 quasi-moonlight warlocks cast queer secret methods, forcibly escaped from the 9 revolutions divine wind, and then disappeared. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I didn't kill them all. Quasi-moonlight warlocks sure have some skill." Zhong Xian gritted his teeth, and his eyes filled with jealousy. "So strong. Is this Yang Feng's strength? He's so strong. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi flew to in front of him at once. He casually patted them, and a powerful force directly entered their bodies. 2 black magic sealing needles shot out of Luo Mingyang's body and fell to the ground. 2 quasi-moonlight warlock rank auras gradually diffused from the 2 girls. Luo Mingyang's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she said with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, thank you for saving us." Mai Yi responded gratefully, "That's right, senior disciple brother Yang Feng. If it weren't for your timely arrival, we would have been defiled by those bastards." Yang Feng smiled and pointed at Zhongxian. "How do you plan to deal with this guy?" Luo Mingyang frowned, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with disgust, but she hesitated. Zhongxian knelt on the ground and wept. He pitifully knelt in front of Luo Mingyang, kowtowed repeatedly, and pleaded, "Junior disciple sister Mingyang, it's all my fault. However, I was also forced to do so. I don't want to die. I'm really afraid of death. Please, spare my life. I will repent in the future. For the sake of our 100 years of friendship, please give me a chance." Luo Mingyang already despaired of Zhongxian. But when she heard his plea and thought of how he took care of her in the past 100 years, her heart softened, and she uttered with a frigid expression, "Zhongxian, I'm very disappointed with your performance. From today on, you are no longer a person of the Luo Feng mainland. For the sake of our 100 years of friendship, I won't kill you. Get lost, the further the better, and never appear in front of me again." Mai Yi frowned, but still remained silent. Zhongxian's heart relaxed slightly. He lowered his head, his eyes shimmered with resentment, and he said respectfully, Yes, I'll get lost." Yang Feng watched Zhongxian leave and raised his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. Zhongxian's power was sealed. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were many dangers. Now that he had lost his power, he was in a dangerous situation. Even if he had power, he was not Yang Feng's opponent. Luo Mingyang said, "Yang Feng, my father once entered the brilliant ancient capital and gained a lot, which was how he advanced to a bright world warlock. I have a map of the brilliant ancient capital here, which shows a hidden treasury of the brilliant sage. How about you explore the treasury with us?" Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Okay. But how do we divide the treasures in the treasury?" Luo Mingyang replied with a smile, 50 to 50. "The 2 of us take 50%, and you take 50%, how about it?" Yang Feng showed a satisfied smile. "Okay, let's go." Chapter 506. As soon as he stepped into the desert of wind, Yang Feng saw countless violent yellow wind whistling wildly in the endless desert, rolling up a large amount of sand and forming one violent tornado after another. Swept by the yellow demonic wind, the countless grains of sand inside possessed the might comparable to that of a high-grade bullet. Even if it was a level 3 warlock, once they entered the desert of wind, they would be swallowed by the countless yellow demonic wind and turned into a pile of fragments. The yellow wind swept the sand all over the desert of wind. Once you entered, it was equivalent to being attacked by a level 7 meteorological spell at all times. Once some weaker starry sky warlocks entered the desert of wind, they would be torn to pieces by the sand swept up by the yellow wind. It wasn't that Lu Dajiao and the other starry sky warlocks stuck in the split wind canyon didn't want to go to the brilliant ancient capital, but that they had no hope of crossing the desert of wind. The might of the level 7 meteorological spell was only equivalent to that of a level 4 single target offensive spell. However, the level 4 single target offensive spells hardly ever stopped, and there were no blind spots. No matter where you went, you would be attacked. Attacked by the endless level 4 single target offensive spells, even quasi-moonlight warlocks would exhaust their life force, and then be torn to pieces. Yang Feng swept the yellow wind with a glance, then operated the battle demon secret method, and a black armor suddenly appeared and covered him. When the sand swept up by the yellow wind hit the armor Yang Feng's battle demon secret method has manifested, they were ricocheted, unable to harm Yang Feng in the slightest. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Although the yellow wind couldn't penetrate the battle demon armor and cause him harm, but it was wearing down the power of the battle demon armor at all times. Yang Feng swept Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi with his gaze. He saw Luo Mingyang take out a yellow box secret treasure, and a tremendous devour force gushed out of the yellow box, devoured the wind and sand around Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi, and then ejected from the other side, forming a strange cycle. Luo Mingyang, under the protection of the yellow box artifact, seemed very relaxed, as if she could easily traverse the desert of wind. Luo Mingyang's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with a triumphant and proud smile, "Yang Feng, beg me. As long as you beg me, I will let you in and use this sandstorm treasure box to protect you." Secret treasures were the reason why human warlocks could contend against those innately powerful extraordinary life forms from other planes. In order to fight against those powerful extraordinary life forms as well as all kinds of extremely dangerous natural disasters, countless powerful secret treasures were developed by alchemists. Luo Mingyang might not be as strong as Lu Dajiao and the others, but the sandstorm treasure box that could restrain the desert of wind was enough to allow her to pass through the desert of wind easily. "The desert of wind is nothing to me." Yang Feng looked at the triumphant Luo Mingyang, smiled faintly, dispersed the battle demon armor, and turned into a huge whirlpool. The berserk yellow wind rolled up a large amount of sand and mercilessly slammed into Yang Feng, before being devoured and sent into the semiplane. A primal aura shook and turned the yellow baleful astral wind into pure wind elements that drifted in his demiplane. Luo Mingyang watched this scene dumbfounded and muttered in a low voice, "What a monster!" The sandstorm treasure box was a secret treasure that Luo Feng obtained by spending a lot of wealth and by chance. If it wasn't for this secret treasure, Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to pass through the desert of wind. But now Yang Feng didn't use any secret treasures or defensive secret methods, yet he devoured the yellow baleful astral wind. This was simply heaven-defying. Mai Yi's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar gleam, and she said softly, "They are the strongest geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty." Sure enough, powerhouses who formed a virtual world are monster-like existences. Luo Mingyang clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth, saying, "A virtual world? I must form a virtual world as well, so that I can give him a fright." Mai Yi gave Luo Mingyang an envious look, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with jealousy. Luo Mingyang was Luo Feng's daughter, and Luo Feng was not only a bright world warlock, but also the master of a subcontinent. With the support of the entire subcontinent's resources, coupled with her superior level 7 soul aptitude, she had hopes of forming a virtual world. Although Mai Yi was a personal disciple of a bright world warlock, but the resources of a rogue bright world warlock and the master of a subcontinent couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, Luo Mingyang was Luo Feng's daughter, so Luo Feng was naturally willing to take out countless resources to cultivate her. As Yang Feng devoured the endless yellow baleful astral wind, the balance of the semiplane's 4 elemental essences in his sea of knowledge began to break. After some deduction, Yang Feng understood that if he continued to absorb like this, his semiplane would collapse. No wonder powerhouses who formed a virtual world don't casually absorb elemental energy from the outside world. It turns out that once the limit is reached, the semiplane will collapse. However, as long as this problem is solved, then I can absorb all kinds of elemental energy without limit. For me, many dangerous places will be as easy as walking on flat ground. When the semiplane was about to reach its limit, the 13 void energy furnaces set up in Yang Feng's semiplane activated at once. The wind elemental energy was continuously extracted by the 13 void energy furnaces and forcibly refined into one wind crystal after another. With the 13 void energy furnaces extracting the wind elemental energy, the 4 elemental essences in Yang Feng's semiplane were once again balanced. Void energy furnaces were the crystallization of Shizu technology. When navigating the vast starry sky, energy was the most critical link. Void energy furnaces were machines that extracted various kinds of energy from the space and synthesized them into energy crystals. Void energy furnaces that could extract energy from the void contained extremely high technological content. Originally, the materials needed to be converted by a level 4 energy and matter converter. However, Yang Feng obtained many precious materials in the Fuso subcontinent, including materials for void energy furnaces. He refined 36 void energy furnaces, placed them in his semiplane, and extracted elemental energy from them. After the 13 void energy furnaces were activated, it didn't take long for 8 of them to extinguish. The remaining 5 void energy furnaces continuously extracted the wind elemental energy pouring into the semiplane, forming a state of balance. Strolling in the desert of wind, Yang Feng devoured the yellow baleful astral wind. What's that? After walking for hundreds of kilometers in the desert of wind, Yang Feng saw 9 berserk astral wind dragons intertwining in the desert of wind, and yellow light shot out from the place where the astral wind dragons were located. Luo Mingyang said loudly, "These are the rare treasures hidden in the desert of wind. Yang Feng, I advise you not to go there. Before you, many people went to the place where the astral wind dragons are in an attempt to get the treasures, but they were all torn to shreds by the astral wind dragons. Unless they have a special secret treasure, only glorious dawn warlocks can get the treasures guarded by the astral wind dragons." Rare treasures. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile and said, "You go first, I'll go take a look." With that, Yang Feng strode towards the place guarded by the 9 astral wind dragons amid the violent astral wind. Luo Mingyang muttered in a low voice, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with envy. This madman doesn't care about his life. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't strong enough, Luo Mingyang would also like to go and take a look at what treasure the astral wind dragons, which tore apart countless geniuses, were guarding. The brilliant ancient capital was a relic site that appeared since the time of the Second Warlock dynasty. Since then, countless experts have entered the brilliant ancient capital. The treasures in the brilliant ancient capital had yet to be taken away, so the difficulty of taking them away could be well imagined. When Yang Feng approached the 9 astral wind dragons, the berserk yellow baleful astral wind suddenly changed into sharp wind blades that slashed towards Yang Feng. The yellow baleful astral wind seemed to have transformed into the most elite royal guards of a state, and its fighting strength increased by more than tenfold. Each wind blade was equivalent to a level 5 single-target offensive spell. Even moonlight warlocks couldn't resist the hundreds of wind blades formed from the yellow baleful astral wind. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared and frantically sucked the wind blades into the semiplane. In Yang Feng's semiplane, a gust of wind swept along the yellow sand and wreaked havoc in the semiplane, looking like it wanted to tear the semiplane apart. Of the 36 void energy furnaces, 5 started up again, and 10 frantically extracted the wind elemental particles in the semiplane, maintaining the balance of the elemental particles in the semiplane once more. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon secret method, and the black Battle Demon armor suddenly appeared and covered him. The 9 astral wind dragons were no small matter. Even moonlight warlocks would be torn to pieces if they were careless. Yang Feng didn't dare to be careless. Along the way, Yang Feng devoured the yellow baleful astral wind at all times and arrived below the 9 astral wind dragons. Below the 9 astral wind dragons, there was a vast square. In the center of the square, there was a pond, and in the center of the pond, there was a yellow crystal suspended in the pond. Berserk wind elemental particles escaped from the yellow crystal and formed 9 astral wind dragons. As if some mechanism was triggered, the 9 wind dragons suddenly moved, turned around, and glared at Yang Feng with human-like ferocity in their eyes. Their figures blurred, and they pounced at Yang Feng. Chapter 507. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and cast the secret method 9 revolutions divine wind. A violent 9 revolutions divine wind that surpasses the yellow wind suddenly appeared beside Yang Feng and formed a fearsome wind pillar that surrounded him. The wind elemental particles in the surrounding yellow wind were continuously extracted by the 9 revolutions divine wind and formed a violent 9 revolutions divine wind that separated Yang Feng from the yellow wind. The fearsome wind dragon suddenly appeared and extended its claws, and the 9 revolutions divine wind wall that could resist moonlight warlock rank attacks was extracted. The wind elemental particles that formed the 9 revolutions divine wind were extracted by the wind dragon in an instant. Shit! The 9 revolutions divine wind dragon is even stronger than moonlight warlocks. Yang Feng's face fell, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. He took out the ruler's Rubik's Cube and crushed it. The Rubik's Cube quickly disintegrated into a set of ruler battle armor that covered his body. An astral wind dragon strangely teleported and appeared in front of Yang Feng, and then swallowed him in one gulp. As if a meat grinder, Countless large and small hurricanes, as if drills, frantically revolved inside the astral wind dragon made of pure astral winds and blasted into Yang Feng. Yang Feng seemed to have endured hundreds of level 5 single-target offensive spells at once, and the ruler armor issued ear-piercing sounds. Under tremendous pressure, it could shatter at any moment. Ruler. Maximum power, start. With a thought from Yang Feng, Glorious Sun Warlock rank power was extracted from the Glorious Sun core on the ruler's armor and poured into him. Yang Feng operated a secret method, turned into a huge black hole, and frantically devoured the wind elemental particles of the wind dragon. Since the wind dragon was not a life form, it could not be killed. Even if it was a Glorious Sun Warlock, it would be very troublesome to deal with them. The only way to eliminate them was to extract their power and let them die. When the wind dragon was sucked in by Yang Feng, it instinctively sucked in wind elemental particles from all directions to maintain its existence. One after another, fearsome wind elemental particles poured into the semiplane inside Yang Feng, forcing the void energy furnaces to open one after another and frantically extracting wind elemental particles from the semiplane. The figures of the other 8 wind dragons fluttered, and they pounced on the wind dragon that swallowed Yang Feng. The 9 wind dragons combined into one and formed a 3,000-meter-long wind dragon. Inside the astral wind dragon's body, countless wind blades, wind awls, and wind drills bombarded the sovereign battle armor, causing tiny cracks to appear on it. Even if it was a true Glorious Sun Warlock, but if they weren't a freakish powerhouse who formed a virtual world, then once they were swallowed by the astral wind dragon, they would be doomed. Eyes shot with blood, Yang Feng extracted world force from the semiplane and poured it into his body. He operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body, and runes suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Break. A Glorious Sun Warlock rank aura suddenly rose from the astral wind dragon. Yang Feng roared and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the abdomen of the astral wind dragon. The law of primal chaos erupted in an instant, turned the wind elemental particles in the abdomen of the astral wind dragon into primal chaos, and tore open a windless passage. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the square along the windless passage. There was a powerful barrier in the square, and not a trace of the astral wind could pass through the barrier and enter the square. Countless hurricanes rolled, and the wound on the abdomen of the astral wind dragon immediately healed. There was no sign of injury, and its fierce might didn't diminish. It extended its claw towards Yang Feng. When the claw of the astral wind dragon entered the wind, it strangely teleported in front of Yang Feng and extended its claw towards him. Yang Feng turned around, extracted the power of the semiplane inside him, and sent another primal chaos annihilation fist. The fist containing the law of primal chaos slammed into the claw of the astral wind dragon and shattered the claw, turning it into a state of primal chaos. At the same time, Yang Feng borrowed this force to slam into the square. The astral wind dragon, which even Glorious Sun Warlocks may not be its opponent, appeared outside the square and roared wildly, but it couldn't take half a step into the square. Riddled with scars, Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief and showed a smile. The ruler armor shrunk into a magic cube, and he threw it into the semiplane to recharge and repair itself. The top battle robots of the Shizu had the ability to repair themselves. Yang Feng used precious materials to forge the ruler armor, which also had the ability to repair itself. Of course, self-repair also consumed a lot of energy. But for Yang Feng, the energy issue wasn't a problem. Yang Feng turned around. His gaze didn't fall on the pond, but on a jade disc at the edge of the pond. I, the brilliant Great Holy, left a wind origin crystal here for a fated person of later generations. In the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity, there are fire origin crystals, water origin crystals, and earth origin crystals respectively. If there's a fated person, you can take them. I only hope that the person who takes these 4 origin crystals can fulfill my wish. My wish lies in the brilliant hall, where my treasure trove is hidden. If you are willing to fulfill my wish, you can take the treasure trove. The words left by the brilliant Great Holy on the jade disc shone brightly. Even though countless years have passed, they were still vivid, as if they had life and were about to come to life. The power of a Holy Spirit Warlock was incredible. If it wasn't for the fact that the jade disc was a miraculous object, it wouldn't be able to bear the words of a Holy Spirit warlock. Yang Feng's gaze just swept past the words left by the brilliant Great Holy, and then his gaze was deeply attracted by the few lines below. Azure. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to get this wind origin crystal. How could someone in the Starry Sky Warlock realm enter this place? That's a good joke. 1. Eye light. Beneath the resplendent Great Sage Jade Annulus, there were 7 lines of words. Each of the 7 lines of words exuded an incomparably domineering and terrifying aura. The words of the brilliant Great Sage were suppressed by the 7 lines of words below to the point that they lost all their spirituality, giving off a feeling of suffocation. In the 7 lines of words, it seems that the 7 Warlock Emperors are fighting through the words. Among them, the word light gives off a slightly inferior feeling. Even though the writer has tried his best, but still can't compete with the other 6 lines of words. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and shimmered with enigmatic light. These are words left by the 7 Warlock Emperors. Clearly, the 7 Warlock Emperors have been here before in order to make up for the regret of not being able to enter this place. The Wind Origin Crystal, Earth Origin Crystal, Water Origin Crystal, and Fire Origin Crystal are peerless treasures that can directly evolve a semi-plane into a small world. 4 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, the 4 Source Crystals are rare treasures. However, for Warlock Emperors who have established a complete world inside them, the 4 Source Crystals are of little use. They don't care about them at all. Yang Feng looked at the words left by the 7 Warlock Emperors with enigmatic light in his eyes. Each of the words left by the 7 Warlock Emperors contains terrifying power. Even though countless years have passed, the power contained in the words is still terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that the jade disc is a strange object, it would have been broken a long time ago. The power contained in each of the words on the jade disc is enough to kill a warlock like Yang Feng. If I write that Yang Feng was here, I wonder what expression the powerhouses who come here in the future will have. A strange idea suddenly emerged in Yang Feng's mind. Eager to give it a try, he arrived in front of the jade disc and touched it with a finger. With his fleshly body, he can easily leave a line of words on even super alloy steel with his finger. When Yang Feng's finger touched the jade disc, a frightening force erupted from the jade disc, slammed into his body, and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs were injured, his facial orifices bled, and his soul was shaken. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with astonishment. Amazing! After being blessed by the 7 Warlock Emperors, the jade disc has become a treasure. With my current strength, I can't leave a word on it. After drinking 2 vials of healing elixirs, Yang Feng took a deep look at the jade annulus and then looked around. In this square, apart from the jade disc, there is only the crystal clear pond. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a powerful attractive force enveloped the wind origin crystal and sucked it into his hand. After losing the wind origin crystal, the violent wind dragon outside issued a mournful cry, and then quickly disintegrated into 9 wind dragons. The 8 astral wind dragons flew directly into the square and condensed into a yellow light in the middle of the pond. The remaining astral wind dragon absorbed countless astral winds and split into 9, turning into 9 astral wind dragons that guarded the outside. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. So that's how it is. This is a wind origin crystal formed with the help of the force of heaven and earth. After hundreds of years, a new wind origin crystal will be born. What an amazing arrangement! The Desert of Wind is a strange natural environment formed by the brilliant Great Holy with a peerless spell. With the help of this strange natural environment, a treasure like the wind origin crystal can be formed. With the power of the Desert of Wind, dozens of the wind origin crystals in Yang Feng's hand can be formed. This is a means of Holy Spirit warlocks to simulate astronomical phenomena. Chapter 508. When Yang Feng arrived outside the square with the wind origin crystal in hand, the 9 wind dragons quickly fled in all directions, not daring to approach him. The wind dragons were non-corporeal existences constructed from wind elemental particles. They weren't living beings. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses couldn't kill them. They could only eliminate them. These non-corporeal existences constructed from wind elemental particles feared origin treasures like the wind origin crystal the most. Once they get close to the crystal of wind origin, they will be directly absorbed by the crystal of wind origin and become a part of it. With the wind origin crystal in hand, Yang Feng easily crossed the desert of wind and arrived at the junction of the desert of wind and the mountain of fire. At the junction of the desert of wind and the mountain of fire, there was a flatland with an area of about 1,000 meters in radius. The flatland was calm and tranquil, without any abnormalities. Sitting on the flatland, Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi drank elixirs and recovered the life force they consumed. When Luo Mingyang saw Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes lit up, and a look of joy streaked past her eyes. "Yang Feng, you came back alive." Yang Feng showed a smile. Although Luo Mingyang wasn't good with words and was somewhat unruly and headstrong, but her personality was naive and straightforward, making people unable to get angry with her. Mai Yi's beautiful eyes lit up, and she uttered with a smile, "Congratulations, senior disciple brother Yang Feng." Since Yang Feng came back alive and in good condition, he naturally obtained the treasures guarded by the 9 wind dragons. As if her heart was scratched by a cat, Luo Mingyang's bright and spirited eyes flickered, and she asked full of curiosity, "By the way, Yang Feng, what treasure did you get from the 9 wind dragons?" Yang Feng replied with a solemn expression, "The treasure I got from the wind dragons is a top secret. If I tell you, can you guarantee that you won't tell others about it?" Luo Mingyang hurriedly replied, "I can. I promise I won't tell others about it. Even if it's my father, I won't tell him." Yang Feng showed a meaningful smile and uttered, "I can as well." Mai Yi giggled, and her tender body trembled. "Bastard." Luo Mingyang was taken aback, but soon after, she understood the implication of Yang Feng's words. She grumbled coquettishly and no longer questioned. The wind origin crystal is a treasure that will move even infinity warlocks. This was one of the best treasures for evolving a demiplane into a small world. It was also a treasure needed to transform a virtual world into a small world. The wind origin crystal was definitely a peerless treasure that could only be found by chance for those experts who possessed a virtual world. Once exposed, infinity warlock rank powerhouses will likely attack him. Naturally, Yang Feng won't tell others this secret casually. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the Mountain of Flames and saw that there were active volcanoes in the area where the Mountain of Flames was located. Thick smoke billowed, the earth shook, and from time to time, volcanoes erupted and ejected pillars of magma on the earth. Within the range of the Mountain of Flames, the ground was covered in magma and flames were burning everywhere. The air was filled with all kinds of poisonous gases. From time to time, the volcanoes ejected a copious amount of magma mixed with rocks. Just by standing outside the Mountain of Flames, one could feel the terrifying temperature inside the Mountain of Flames. Once an ordinary level 1 warlock entered the Mountain of Flames, the life force field protecting them would collapse in less than 10 seconds, and then they would spontaneously combust and turn into a pile of ashes. Apart from that, there were strange flames burning in the air near every Mountain of Flames. Those flames seemed to have a life of their own as they wandered around wantonly. Wherever they moved, the place would be set ablaze with raging flames. Even if it was a starry sky warlock rank powerhouse, if they didn't possess the bloodline of a flame elven monarch, a balrog, or other special extraordinary life form, then if they were careless, they would be burned to ashes by the strange flames burning in midair. Staring nervously at the flame sprites, Luo Mingyang took out an umbrella-shaped secret treasure and said, "Those are flame sprites born from the Mountain of Flames. They are very dangerous. Once burned by them, even moonlight warlocks will be seriously injured or even burned to death. The best way to pass through the Mountain of Flames is to avoid the flame sprites." Before Luo Mingyang's words fell, Yang Feng stepped into the Mountain of Flames, came to in front of a flame sprite, and extended his hand. A huge whirlpool swept the flame sprite into the semiplane inside him. A primal chaos force shook the flame sprite and shattered it, and it turned into pure fire elemental particles that filled the semiplane. 8 void energy furnaces activated in a flash and frantically extracted fire elemental particles from the semiplane, maintaining the elemental balance in the semiplane. Without hesitation, Luo Mingyang took Mai Yi's little hand and came to Yang Feng's side. Yang Feng smiled, then opened the huge whirlpool and extracted the fire elemental particles around Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi. After walking for hundreds of kilometers in the Mountain of Flames, A 1,000-meter-tall volcano appeared in front of Yang Feng. There were 9 flame dragons coiled around the huge volcano, each of which exuded despairing fluctuations of power. Even if it was a flame lifeform like the Balrog or the flame elven monarch, they would be burned to ashes once they got close to the 9 flame dragons. "You go first, I'm going to take a look." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 9 flame dragons. "Let's go." Luo Mingyang glanced at Yang Feng, then took out the secret treasure flame umbrella and opened it, and a flame shield suddenly appeared and enveloped the two of them. Under the protection of the secret treasure flame umbrella, they strode outside. When Yang Feng approached the huge mountain of flames, he operated the battle demon secret method and activated the ruler, and then turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the center of the mountain of flames. The flame sprites surrounding the mountain of flames rushed towards Yang Feng with scorching aura, and were devoured by him one by one. The 9 flame dragons turned around and rushed towards Yang Feng with terrifying flames that could even burn moonlight warlocks to ashes. Yang Feng took the initiative to meet the 9 flame dragons head-on. His body turned into a huge whirlpool, and the 36 void energy furnaces in the semiplane frantically extracted the surrounding fire elemental particles. He forcibly rushed out of the 9 flame dragons and jumped into the magma lake in the center of the mountain of flames. In the magma lake in the center of the mountain of flames, there was a fire origin crystal suspended in the air. Yang Feng reached out and grabbed the fire origin crystal. As soon as the fire origin crystal entered Yang Feng's hand, like the 9 wind dragons, the 9 flame dragons underwent a change and began to nurture a new fire origin crystal in the center of the magma lake. 4 days later, Yang Feng walked out of the land of gravity. During these 4 days, Yang Feng used the same method to obtain the water origin crystals and earth origin crystals, hidden in the sea of ice and the land of gravity. The sea of ice was a sea full of frigid force that was difficult for birds to cross. It was guarded by 9 ice dragons. The land of gravity, on the other hand, was an area shrouded by a powerful magnetic force. The 9 magnetic dragons could freely manipulate gravity. However, the 9 ice dragons and the magnetic dragons could not resist Yang Feng. After expending some effort, Yang Feng took away 2 origin crystals. As soon as they walked out of the land of gravity, a magnificent building complex full of an ancient aura appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Among the buildings, every single one of them was extremely high-end and radiated resplendent light. Even though countless years had passed, they had not been obliterated by the passage of time. Luo Mingyang pointed at the buildings and said, "This is the brilliant ancient capital. Every single one of those buildings had treasures, an inheritance hidden within. However, once you enter the buildings and take away the treasures, you'll be teleported out of the brilliant ancient capital." At the time, my father was lucky enough to find a hidden treasury. Because the restrictions on the treasury have been broken, we can take the treasures inside without worrying about being teleported out. Yang Feng nodded and followed Luo Mingyang into the brilliant ancient capital. As soon as he entered the brilliant ancient capital, rich life magic energy diffused from the brilliant ancient capital. Yang Feng could clearly sense that under the nourishment of the rich life magic energy, his physique was evolving and transforming. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. As expected of a city once inhabited by a holy spirit warlock, it's really a holy land for cultivation. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were warlock towers full of ancient auras. Each warlock tower was as tall as a mountain and covered with countless runes. Yang Feng stared at the warlock towers with a scorching shade in his eyes. Without the protection of spells, many secret treasures and potions would decay and lose their power after hundreds of thousands of years. However, with the protection of spells, even after hundreds of thousands of years, the secret treasures and potions could still be used and wouldn't be eroded by time. When the brilliant Great Holy created the brilliant ancient capital, it was when he was in his heyday. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, the warlock towers were still intact and possessed great power. At the same time, there were countless good things inside the warlock towers. Luo Mingyang looked at the runes engraved on the warlock towers and sighed regretfully. These runes are left behind from the first warlock dynasty era, and have been cracked countless times. Unfortunately, the powerhouses who engraved these runes were infinity warlocks. Even though these runes have been cracked, But we Starry Sky Warlocks can't break the power of Infinity Warlock. What a pity. The development of Warlocks has gone through one Warlock dynasty after another. Their combat experience and research on runes have far surpassed that of the first Warlock dynasty. Chapter 509. In the first Warlock dynasty era, the runes engraved in the Warlock towers of the brilliant ancient capital were profound and almost impossible to crack. Even few Infinity Warlocks could crack them. But in the modern era, these runes have been thoroughly studied. An Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse could easily crack the runes in the brilliant ancient capital. However, even though they knew the method to crack the runes, Yang Feng and the other Starry Sky Warlocks couldn't do anything about them. Because the runes carried the power of an Infinity Warlock, trifling Starry Sky Warlocks couldn't destroy them. The times were constantly advancing. If a Moonlight Warlock from the first Warlock dynasty encountered a modern Moonlight Warlock, they would basically be beaten to a pulp. Only a heaven-defying powerhouse like the Time Lord could suppress a Moonlight Warlock of the same rank. In the first Warlock dynasty, existences like the Wind Dragon were virtually invincible enemies for Moonlight Warlocks. But in the modern era, Warlocks would use various sealing secret treasures to seal the wind elemental particles that make up the Wind Dragon, and eventually destroy it. Yang Feng's group of 3 crossed a street, when a handsome Warlock dressed in black, with an indifferent expression and an extraordinary appearance walked out from the side. The Warlock in black glanced coldly at Yang Feng's group of 3, and his eyes shimmered with vigilance. Then, he stepped back into the street and disappeared. To be able to pass through the desert of wind, the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity, one must be a genius among Starry Sky Warlocks. After coming to the brilliant ancient capital, they must have a lot of good treasures on them. The Warlock in black was very vigilant against Yang Feng and the others, fearing that they might have evil intentions. Shuttling through the brilliant ancient capital, Yang Feng's group crossed one street after another and arrived in front of a Warlock tower exuding an ancient and desolate aura. "It's here." Luo Mingyang gave an excited smile, took out a black page, silently recited an incantation, and pressed the black page against the wall next to the Warlock pagoda's gate. A black radiance flashed, and a black gate suddenly opened. Without hesitation, Luo Mingyang plunged into the black gate, and Mai Yi quickly followed. Yang Feng stepped into the black gate. His eyes blurred, and a huge palace appeared in front of him. Inside the huge palace, there was a spiral passageway that led to the upper floors. At the entrance of the passageway were 2 statues that were 20 meters tall. They were incredibly muscular and had countless natural runes engraved on them. They gave off a domineering aura and were 80% similar to humans. One of them had a blood-red mark on its head, while the other had a tooth mark on its head. When Yang Feng saw the 2 stone statues, his heart shook slightly. These are statues of arch-gods. Before the Time Lord founded the first Warlock dynasty, the Zhangji Plain was an age of arch-gods. Powerful ancient gods had the terrifying power to turn the world upside down and move mountains and seas. In the era of the ancient gods, humans were merely slaves, playthings, or even food for the ancient gods. Those ancient gods possessed incomparably powerful physiques. Once they reached adulthood, they would possess powers comparable to gods and demons. Furthermore, their lifespans were incomparably long. Every lower-rank ancient god had a lifespan of more than 10 million years. The most ancient gods even had a lifespan of more than 100 million years. The Zhangji Plain's archgod race was extremely powerful. No existences from other planes dared to provoke the archgod race of the Zhangji Plain. The only weakness of the archgods was their difficulty in reproducing. It was extremely difficult for pure-blooded archgods to be born. In the entire Zhangji Plain, there might not be a new archgod born in a year. Moreover, archgods were extremely proud. Apart from marrying within their race, they would never marry other races. Hybrids born from the union of humans and other races were treated as hybrids and slaves. The Time Lord rose to prominence in the archgod era. He led the humans, who had already gained a bit of influence at that time, to forge alliances and cut through thistles and thorns. He suppressed and killed the archgods of the Zhangji Plain step by step. After fighting for more than 1,000 years, he finally exterminated the archgods, established the first Warlock dynasty, and allowed humans to dominate the Zhangji Plain. The brilliant Great Holy was one of the 12 Great Holy followers of the Time Lord, so it wasn't unusual for him to seal 2 archgod statues here. As if they sensed the aura of a living person, the 2 petrified stone statues radiated light. Their stone-like bodies gradually regained their luster, and moonlight warlock rank auras gradually recovered. Great petrification. When Luo Mingyang saw this scene, her pretty face flickered. She silently recited an incantation and pointed at the 2 archgod statues, and a grey ray shot out from her finger and enveloped one of the archgod statues. Mai Yi immediately cast Great Petrification, and a grey ray enveloped the other archgod statue. Under the effect of Great Petrification, the 2 archgod statues that were recovering their fleshly bodies began to petrify inch by inch, and their aura of life began to gradually disappear. Great Petrification was a level 5 single-target spell that specialized in restraining powerful existences that recovered their fleshly bodies from petrification. It was of great use in many relic sites. In the First Warlock Dynasty era, many relic sites' mighty experts liked to use petrification to seal powerful archgods of that era as guardians of the relic sites. After many relic site explorations, modern human warlocks have mastered a way to deal with these relic site guardians, which was to prevent them from resurrecting, and instead petrify them. Just before the 2 relic guardians were about to be completely petrified, the tooth imprint on the forehead of an archgod suddenly erupted, and a strange bloody maw appeared on the archgod's head. The maw opened and inhaled, and the 2 beams of great petrification were instantly swallowed by the strange bloody maw. 2 moonlight warlock rank auras slowly spread from the 2 statues. Luo Mingyan's face fell, and she barked, "Shit! We failed. Run." Archgods were the most powerful existences in the Zhangji Plain, and they were virtually invincible in the same rank. In the era of the Time Lord, only peerless human powerhouses who established a world could contend against archgod powerhouses of the same rank. Even the Time Lord was defeated many times at the hands of these archgods. It wasn't until he established a complete world that he was able to suppress archgod powerhouses of the same rank and finally reach the summit. The 2 Moonlight Warlock archgods weren't existences that a trifling quasi-Moonlight Warlock could contend against. Luo Mingyan's words have just fallen, when Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared behind the archgod with a fang imprint on the forehead and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards the archgod. The huge bloody maw on the archgod's body quickly shifted to its back and bit at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's fist covered in the battle demon armor slammed into the archgod's maw with the power of annihilation, and a vast force erupted in an instant and shattered the archgod's maw along with its body, turning it into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi quickly chanted incantations and pointed at the ancient god's statue engraved with a blood imprint on its forehead. Grey magic radiance fell on the ancient god's statue and forcibly sealed it. Yang Feng stepped forward and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist slamming into the other archgod statue, and a violent force erupted in an instant and blasted the archgod statue to pieces, and countless bloody fragments scattered on the ground. What an amazing archgod! He still hasn't recovered to his peak. He can actually injure me. After destroying the 2 archgod statues, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he looked at his right hand. He saw that there were several bloody holes on his right hand that were bitten by teeth, and drops of blood were flowing out of his right hand. Under the effect of a strange force, the wounds were difficult to heal. After Yang Feng practiced the primal chaos imperishable body, although he only had an intermediate starry sky warlock rank cultivation base, but his physique was comparable to that of a quasi-glorious dawn warlock, and his recovery ability was comparable to that of many extraordinary life forms. Ordinary injuries could be healed in a few breaths of time, but the wounds inflicted by archgods were slow to heal. Because the archgod's bite contained the power of law, it destroyed Yang Feng's recovery ability, making it difficult for him to fully recover. Reportedly, the reason why the 8 warlock emperors died early was because they fought with powerhouses of the same rank and suffered serious law injuries. As strong as warlock emperors were, it was difficult for them to recover, and they could only die early. Yang Feng took out a vial of elixir and poured it on his right hand. Immediately, sizzling sounds rang out and clouds of black mist rose. The vial of elixir burned his right hand black, and bursts of sharp pain transmitted from his right hand. Yang Feng looked at his scorched right hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Archgod's law force wasn't strong. It seems that I have to refine a weapon-grade secret treasure. In this way, even if the weapon is destroyed by the law force, it won't be able to harm me. Although Yang Feng's right hand was scorched black by the potion, but the Archgod law force was dispelled. His right hand radiated formidable life force and quickly healed. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the Archgod corpse with a fang imprint swept into his storage ring. Archgods were virtually extinct. This Archgod corpse had great research value, and could even be sold for the price of a glorious Dawn Warlock rank extraordinary life form. As for Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi, they divided the corpse of the other ancient god and they revealed a satisfied look. Chapter 510. Archgods could be seen everywhere in the Archgod era. The master of any powerful force was an Archgod. However, after being hunted down by the 8 Warlock dynasties human warlocks for hundreds of thousands of years, the number of Archgods was very small, and they didn't dare to appear in front of people. Most of the surviving Archgods had already become strong divine force rank and mighty divine force rank gods of other planes. As long as they didn't enter the Tsangji plane, no one would provoke such powerful existences. It was precisely because of this that Archgods were very rare in the modern era. Their flesh and blood had become very precious. Archgods were different from other races. Once an Archgod reached adulthood, a space similar to a virtual world would be born inside them. The most powerful Archgods would even form a complete world inside them. The various secret methods that humans cultivated originated from Archgods. Starting from the era of the Second Warlock dynasty, human warlocks began to unceasingly explore other planes. Only then did they obtain all kinds of cultivation methods from the formidable beings of other planes. Henceforth, the world of human warlocks began to have all kinds of secret methods. Spell models were cultivation methods that human warlocks created by imitating various powerful Archgods. Powerful Archgods were born with all kinds of formidable innate abilities. After dissecting their bodies, it could be found that there were various innate runes similar to spell models in their brains. The spell model was the materialization of various natural curses in the bodies of the ancient gods. It was also equivalent to the existence that humans could construct with their own mental strength after modification. With all kinds of spell models, humans could cast all kinds of spells. As the source of all human secret methods, Archgod's flesh and blood had great research value. Moreover, once Archgod corpses were auctioned, Archgod warlocks with Archgod bloodline would fight over them. Archgod warlocks were human warlocks with Archgod bloodline flowing inside them. In the First Warlock dynasty and the Second Warlock dynasty, Archgod warlocks were a powerful force that played a decisive role in human warlocks. But with the passage of time, Archgod warlocks' Archgod bloodline gradually thinned, and even though they had various secret methods, they gradually declined. Bloodline warlocks were much more powerful than warlocks of the same rank, and their cultivation speed was much faster. However, the dependence on the power of the bloodline was also great. If the bloodline was thin, then the speed of cultivation would be shackled by the bloodline. In the lower realms, cultivation would be extremely fast, but in the higher realms, it would be as slow as a snail. In the Fuso subcontinent, there were a lot of moonlight warlocks, but there were no glorious sun warlocks. This was because they had evil god bloodline inside them. Due to the bloodline shackles, it was difficult for them to break through. If the 2 ancient god corpses were to be auctioned, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. After dividing up the 2 Archgod corpses, Yang Feng's group of 3 followed the spiral staircase to the 2nd floor of the Warlock Tower. When she reached the 2nd floor of the Warlock Tower, Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, her tender body trembled, and her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. So many high-grade magic crystal. On the 2nd floor of the Warlock Pagoda, the high-quality magic crystals were piled up into a small hill, exuding extremely rich life magic energy. In the era of the ancient gods were born with all kinds of secret cultivation methods, and they could directly absorb the creature demon energy in the world. Their cultivation did not require magic crystals at all. Therefore, in the era of the ancient gods, all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth emerged one after another, and high-grade magic crystals could be seen everywhere. Modern human warlocks could already produce low-grade magic crystals through some extraordinary plants, such as ancient energy absorption trees. However, high-grade magic crystals and above still could not be produced. There were more than 1 billion high-grade magic crystals in this small hill. If converted to low-grade magic crystals, there were even more than 30 trillion low-grade magic crystals. This was definitely an astronomical amount of wealth. High-grade magic crystals were a necessary resource for Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses and above to practice cultivation. Transactions between Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses used high-grade magic crystals as the unit of currency. Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses and above wouldn't use low-grade magic crystals to conduct transactions. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he revealed a smile. So many high-grade magic crystals. I struck it big this time. Not bad, with so many high-grade magic crystals, my lord will surely be pleased. Following a calm voice, a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a white priest robe, holding a white scepter in hand, with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a mysterious divine imprint engraved on his forehead, slowly stepped into the second floor. Halos of holy light radiated with the light of dawn continuously appeared behind the handsome man, making him look extraordinary and sacred, like a god walking in the mortal world. The person behind the handsome man was Zhong Xian, who was released by Luo Mingyan's group of 2. When Luo Mingyang saw Zhong Xian, her pretty face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, "Zhong Xian, how do you know the location of this treasury?" Zhong Xian sneered, "That old bastard Luo Feng still doesn't trust me. He only told you the location of the treasury, not me. However, Mingyang, you're still too inexperienced. How can you hide what I want to know from me?" There was a flash of regret in Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, "I really regret not killing you at that time." Zhong Xian showed a mocking smile and said, "Who told you to be stupid?" Zhong Xian said respectfully to the handsome young man, "Master, this person is Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. He has a scarlet immortal black mist lotus. He got the treasure in the periphery of the brilliant ancient capital. I saw it with my own eyes." Scarlet immortal black mist lotus? The eyes of the handsome young man lit up, and he glanced at Yang Feng and said arrogantly, "I am a divine son of the supreme Dawn Lord, Esran. Lowly human warlock, offer everything you have to me, then convert to my lord, become a believer of my lord, and recite my lord's name at all times. Otherwise, I will purify you in my lord's place." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Dawn Lord? Which plane's divine son of the Dawn Lord are you? How dare you? How can a petty human warlock like you inquire about the name of my lord? Kneel." Esran raised his eyebrows and barked. Holy halos formed from the light of dawn bloomed behind him, and frightening divine might, not losing to feeble divine force rank gods, spread in all directions with him as the center. Some weak-willed starry sky warlocks even knelt on the ground, unable to resist. "You don't have the qualifications to make me kneel." Yang Feng smiled coldly and operated the Battle Demon secret method. A black Battle Demon armor appeared on him in a flash, and powerful life force spread in all directions with him as the center. There was a flash of killing intent in Esran's eyes, and he said coldly, "Stubborn heretic. Receive the divine judgment of the great Dawn Lord. God says that as long as there is light, the world is full of light." Esran raised the god armament brilliant light godstaff in his hand, and the divine mark on his forehead radiated gold light. His eyes turned pure gold and exuded the indifference and majesty of a god. He enunciated each syllable, seemingly slow, but actually fast. In an instant, pure, nearly endless light of dawn suddenly appeared and swept towards Yang Feng, Luo Mingyang, and Mai Yi. Luo Mingyang waved her lily-white hand, and a blue brocade level 6 secret treasure blue sea glass handkerchief suddenly flew out and turned into a blue light curtain that firmly protected her and Mai Yi. Eroded by the endless light of dawn, the blue light curtain was eroded inch by inch. No matter how Luo Mingyang urged her life force, she still couldn't resist the erosion of the light of dawn. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Mingyang was a quasi-moonlight warlock rank expert, then even if she operated a level 6 secret treasure, she would still be eroded and purified by the light of dawn in an instant. When the endless light of dawn hit Yang Feng's battle demon armor, The battle demon armor covering Yang Feng issued sizzling sounds, and a copious amount of black smoke rose from the battle demon armor. The battle demon's secret method can't resist for long. This swindler is really strong. Yang Feng's face flickered. His figure fluttered, and he shuttled through the endless light. In a breath of time, he appeared in front of Esren, extracted a wisp of world force from the semiplane inside him, and then sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards Esren. Wall of Dawn. Esren silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a copious amount of light of dawn suddenly shrank and formed a huge wall of light blocking in front of Yang Feng. When Yang Feng's primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the huge wall of light, the huge wall of light shattered, and all the light returned to primal chaos. So that's how it is. To be able to destroy my wall of dawn, your strength is indeed enough to dominate the lowly human warlocks. But in front of the Supreme Dawn Lord, you're still just an ant, a slightly more powerful ant. Surprise streaked past Esren's eyes, and a thin golden scripture appeared in his left hand at some point in time. Dawn 12 movements him. The golden scripture opened on its own, and 12 golden pages flew out of the golden scripture, opened, and floated in the air. From the 12 golden pages, 6 men and 6 women flew out, forming a total of 12 beautiful and holy angels. They closed their eyes, clenched their fists, and crossed their arms in front of their chests. They recited hymns of praise to their gods. The figures of countless believers suddenly appeared behind the 12 angels, and endless voices formed a powerful torrent of hymns that swept towards Yang Feng like a sea. Chapter 5:11. One after another, divine force crystals appeared beside Esren, and then turned into ashes, and tremendous divine force poured into the golden scripture. The hymn chanted by the countless believers across countless planes turned into countless tiny golden runes, which formed a golden torrent that engulfed Yang Feng. Praise the Lord, you are the supreme existence. Praise the Lord, you are the only true God in the world. Except for you, all gods are false gods. Praise the Lord, you are the light, you are the dawn, you are everything. The countless golden runes seemed to be able to scour the soul, and countless voices reverberated in Yang Feng's ears, body, and sea of knowledge. The prayers of the countless believers were full of piety, respect, concentration, and holiness. Their voices seemed to scour Yang Feng's soul in an attempt to transform him on the soul level. The prayers of the countless believers reverberated in Yang Feng's soul and body, yet Yang Feng didn't feel any pain. Instead, endless warmth and the joy of the believers gushed out of the golden runes, giving him a feeling of euphoria and power to immerse himself in it. If it was the power of pain, Yang Feng could resist it. However, the endless joy was more frightening than the pain. If Yang Feng wasn't paying attention, he would be swallowed by the endless joy. Only a trace of sobriety remained in the depths of his mind, and then he sank into oblivion. I am Yang Feng, I am the god of war, I am the ruler of shadows. Except for me, all gods are false gods. On the Feisuor plain, Yang Feng's god clone opened his eyes, and a magnificent, mighty, and sacred voice reverberated in his divine country. I am Yang Feng. I only believe in myself, I only believe in my own strength. I will never believe in anyone. If there is a God, then I am the only true God in the world. An overbearing, unruly, and utterly exclusive will rose inside Yang Feng, causing him to open his eyes. He struggled out of the great joy step by step, and his eyes burned with the flames of anger. With just one step, Yang Feng would have been completely assimilated by the Dawn 12 movements hymn, and eventually become a fanatic who believed in the Dawn Lord. By then, he would have dedicated everything to the Dawn Lord. By then, his self-consciousness would have been completely deprived, and he would have been reduced to a puppet. It was the first time that Yang Feng had encountered a corrosive attack that directly touched the soul like the 12 movements of Dawn hymn. He was hit and almost defeated. The universe is so big that nothing is too strange. I've underestimated the people of the world. Eyes shot with blood, Yang Feng erupted with life force, extracted the power of the semiplane inside him, and resisted the erosion of the 12 movements of dawn. At the same time, he mused. In the vast universe, there were countless planes, and in those planes, there were countless strange extraordinary creatures and all kinds of strange secret techniques. Some secret arts were so bizarre that even if one was far stronger than the other party, one could still lose to the other party if one was not careful. To be able to struggle out of the 12 movements of Dawnhymn, this lowly human warlock is very strong. There was a dignified look in Esran's eyes, and a large number of divine force crystals appeared on him. The countless divine force crystals collapsed, and tremendous divine force poured out. The golden runes formed from the hymn recited by countless believers shone brightly and suppressed Yang Feng's soul, making him drowsy and unable to budge. The soul dominated the body. Yang Feng's body was not harmed, but his soul was firmly suppressed by the countless golden runes. Almost unable to budge, he could only bitterly resist the erosion of the golden runes. Esran's eyes shimmered coldly, and he barked, "Zhongxian, go and kill this heretic." The 12 movements of Dawnhymn was a powerful god armament. It was thanks to this god armament that Esran was able to firmly suppress Yang Feng. However, this god armament consumed a lot of energy, and Esran was unable to budge while operating it. "Yes, Master." Zhongxian's eyes shimmered with resentment. With a flick of his wrist, a level 5 secret treasure gale spear appeared in his hand. A violent wind enveloped the gale spear, and man and spear unite turned into a green spear ray stabbing towards Yang Feng. "You're really lucky to be my ruler's sacrifices." Yang Feng's eyes were indifferent. The black ruler magic cube appeared in his hand, quickly disintegrated, and turned into a black armor that covered his whole body. A vast glorious dawn warlock rank force gushed into Yang Feng's body from the ruler armor, nearly bursting it. Zhongxian stabbed at Yang Feng's ruler armor with his spear. With a clear sound, the level 5 secret treasure gale spear was bounced away. How is this possible? There was a flash of incredulity in Zhongxian's eyes. With his quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base and the full strength of the level 5 secret treasure gale spear, even a glorious dawn warlock wouldn't be able to receive such an attack so easily. Yang Feng extended his hand, and as if his right hand turned into a black hole-like whirlpool, a fearsome attractive force pulled Zhongxian over. A look of despair on his face, Zhongxian begged bitterly, "Sir Yang Feng, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. I swear, from now on, I will never go against you. My teacher is Luo Feng, and I am his personal disciple. If you kill me, he won't let you off." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng slammed a fist into Zhongxian's head and smashed it into pieces. As if a watermelon, the pieces splashed about. "Now it's your turn." After tossing Zhongxian's remains aside, killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes, and he ignored the dense golden runes and locked his gaze on Esran. What a scary guy. When Esran saw this scene, regret welled up inside him, and he regretted provoking Yang Feng. But now that he was riding a tiger, he couldn't back down. With Yang Feng's monstrous killing intent, he could only fight to the death. A solemn expression on his face, Esran's eyes radiated golden light. As if a living god, he silently recited an incantation, and countless divine force crystals suddenly appeared, burned wildly, and turned into a torrent of divine force that entered his body. His aura rose steadily until it reached the moonlight warlock rank. Once used by a demigod with a godhead, divine force crystals could elevate the power of a demigod to the feeble divine force rank god rank for a short period of time. Some powerful demigods relied on god armaments and divine force crystals to slay a true god. Dawn God Mountain. Appear. With a wave of Esran's hand, a palm-sized mountain absorbed a copious amount of divine force and turned into a 3-meter-tall hill. Countless rays of dawn radiated from the hill and shot towards Yang Feng. The Dawnlight God Mountain was created after the Dawnlight God King killed a god and extracted the laws of the god's broken divine kingdom. With the god's remains as the main body and the entire divine kingdom as the auxiliary, it was a divine artifact with boundless power. As long as he had enough divine force crystals, Esran could use this god armament to suppress moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. When the Dawn God Mountain flew above Yang Feng, endless divine light of dawn descended from the sky, sealed the space, and crushed down towards Yang Feng with the force of a mountain. Under the endless divine light of dawn, the space was sealed, and the law of space had no effect. Yang Feng had nowhere to hide. Break. With a roar, Yang Feng extracted the power of the ruler armor, combined it with a trace of world force extracted from the semiplane, and blasted a primal chaos annihilation fist into the Dawn God Mountain under the buff of the Battle Demon secret method. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the Dawn God Mountain, which was refined from the remains of a divine country and weighed tens of millions of tons, was blasted away by Yang Feng's fist. Yang Feng's right arm was shattered by the strong backlash force. Relying on the ruler armor to maintain its shape, the bones inside were completely shattered. There was a flash of panic and despair in Esrin's eyes, and he cried out, "How is this possible? The Dawn God Mountain is the remains of a divine country. How can a trifling starry sky warlock blast it away? Go to hell!" Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Esrin. With a cold look in his eyes, he punched Esrin in the head with his remaining left hand and blasted his head into pieces. With Esrin's various god armaments, Yang Feng didn't dare to be careless when dealing with such an enemy. After smashing Esrin's head with a punch, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared, turned into a fire dragon, shot towards Esrin, and burned his body to ashes. Only a storage ring and a few powerful god armaments remained. Luo Mingyang looked at Yang Feng with bright light in her beautiful eyes. His dead. So strong. How fearsome. Esrin was much stronger than many Moonlight Warlocks in terms of battle prowess, and he had several powerful god armaments. Such a powerhouse was killed by Yang Feng. Luo Mingyang was naturally very excited. Mai Yi's gaze fell on the ruler armor on Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. Amazing. That secret treasure is so strong. If Yang Feng hadn't equipped the ruler armor, he might not be Esrin's opponent. After all, Esrin was not only a quasi-Moonlight Warlock, but also had countless divine force crystals and several powerful god armaments. His battle prowess was much stronger than that of many Moonlight Warlocks. Chapter 512. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the brilliant light god staff, the golden scripture, and the Dawn God Mountain as well as Esrin's storage ring immediately appeared and fell into his hand. Yang Feng's tremendous spirit force swept the 3 god armaments, and his eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, these 3 god armaments require divine force of dawn, radiance, and radiance to operate. In my hands, I can only exert part of the power of these 3 god armaments at most. As for the Dawn God Mountain, I can use other methods to refine it. The brilliant light god staff, the golden scripture, and the Dawn God Mountain all contained the law of light. Only powerhouses who used divine force of light could use them freely. They were not general-purpose god armaments. With the extraordinary wisdom brought about by the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng has comprehended a trace of the law of light and can manipulate the light domain at will. However, compared to a powerhouse like Esrin, his light domain looked very crude. Yang Feng could also use the 3 god armaments of light, but their power was far less than that of Esrin's, even if he burned photon divine force crystals. Yang Feng scanned Esrin's storage ring with his spirit force, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. So many divine force crystals. This Esrin actually has 1 million divine force crystals. Although Yang Feng's true body could not use the 1 million divine force crystals, but his god clone could transform the divine force crystals into various divine force crystals through other methods. Moreover, the divine force crystals could be traded with the radiant primary god on the Feisuor plane to purchase various precious treasures. Although Yang Feng took over all the believers of the Shadow Prince Mecha's grade 9 plane, but he could only obtain less than 3,000 divine force crystals in a year. This was because when the priests of the gods used various divine spells, they would also consume the power of faith. Therefore, in many churches, if you wanted a priest to act, you had to pay a price. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and his spirit locked on a bronze all in Esrin's storage ring, and his eyes flashed with excitement. This is a level 7 secret treasure. Level 7 secret treasures could only be used by glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses. A Moonlight Warlock with a level 7 secret treasure may even defeat a glorious Sun Warlock without a level 6 secret treasure. The reason why Esrin didn't use this level 7 secret treasure was obviously because he had just obtained it, and he couldn't use it freely. As the divine son of the Dawn Lord, Esrin was proficient in the law of light and could freely manipulate god armaments of light, but it wasn't so easy to manipulate secret treasures of warlocks. Moreover, the power of a rank 7 secret treasure was peerless, and the amount of life energy it consumed was also extremely terrifying. The crystallized divine force of light in his hand couldn't provide the power to manipulate this level 7 secret treasure. Otherwise, as long as he used this level 7 secret treasure with all his strength, he would be able to seriously injure or even kill Yang Feng. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng took out the awl and carefully looked at it for a while. His eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. Lightning awl. Judging from the runes inscribed on it, it should be a product of the First Warlock Dynasty era. This is really rare. In the First Warlock Dynasty era, the Plentiful Treasures Holy, one of the 12 Holy Spirit Warlocks genius human warlocks, was famous for his alchemy. The Plentiful Treasures Holy and the Time Lord were both teachers and friends. The Time Lord learned his alchemy from the Plentiful Treasures Holy. In the era when human warlocks and archgods fought fiercely, the secret treasures used by the top human warlocks came from the Plentiful Treasures Holy and his disciples. According to legend, the Plentiful Treasures Holy has refined several Empyrean-grade secret treasures. In terms of refining technology, the alchemy of the First Warlock Dynasty era naturally couldn't compare to that of the modern era, which has gone through the 8 Warlock dynasties. However, in terms of materials, the modern era was far behind that of the First Warlock Dynasty era. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. What a good material. This lightning awl should be a secret treasure forged from the vertebra of a warlock monarch rank archgod that can manipulate lightning. It's a pity that the technique is too crude and wasted such a top material. Otherwise, with modern alchemy, coupled with some other precious materials, this lightning awl can be refined into a top level 9 secret treasure. Just as Yang Feng was lost in thought, Mai Yi suddenly said, "Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, the two of us only want 10% of the magic crystals here." Yang Feng came back to his senses, turned around, and found that Mai Yi has pulled Luo Mingyang to the entrance between the first and second floors, and a look of vigilance streaked past her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng suddenly realized that his silence just now has been misunderstood as him trying to silence them. 1 billion high-grade magic crystals can even tempt Bright World warlocks to kill for 1 billion high-grade magic crystals. Even the Bright World warlock Luo Feng, the master of the Luo Feng continent, may not have 1 billion high-grade magic crystals. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Since we agreed on a 50-50 split, then I only want 50%. However, all the treasures on this fellow belong to me. Zhongxian's treasures belong to you." Mai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and then went to collect the 1 billion high-grade magic crystals with Luo Mingyang. After Yang Feng's group of 3 collected all the high-grade magic crystals on this floor, they continued to climb the Warlock Tower and entered the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor of the Warlock Tower, there are bookshelves. On the bookshelves, there are 3 precious ancient books refined from the skin of special extraordinary life forms. Each of the 3 ancient books exudes a powerful aura. Clearly, the owner of the skin was extremely powerful during his lifetime. Yang Feng took a step forward, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with his hand. Ripples spread out from the 3 ancient books, and the spell protecting the 3 ancient books disappeared. Lightning God Secret Method. Fire God Secret Method. Ice God Secret Method. Yang Feng took a look at the 3 ancient books, and disappointment streaked past his eyes. The 3 ancient books talk about how to cultivate step by step as a human to become the Thunder God, Flame God, and Ice God of the 3 archgods. In the Zhangji Plains ancient times, the Thunder God, the Flame God, and the Ice God were powerful existences comparable to Holy Spirit warlocks. If these 3 ancient texts were in the First Warlock Dynasty era, they would be treasures that countless powerhouses would fight over. But in modern times, their value isn't high, and they only have some research and reference value. That's because in modern times, human warlocks with the bloodline of the Thunder God, the Flame God, and the Ice God are very rare. Even human warlocks with the bloodline of the 3 archgods, if the bloodline concentration doesn't reach a certain level, they won't achieve much in cultivating these 3 secret methods. What secret method? Let me take a look. Very curious, Luo Mingyang took the 3 ancient books and glanced at them. Her eyes shimmered with contempt, and she handed them to Mai Yi. "They're useless." Mai Yi glanced at them, and regret streaked past her beautiful eyes. She returned the 3 ancient books to Yang Feng. In ancient times, These things were peerless treasures. But in modern times, they're of little value. In those ancient ruins, these things often appear. After experiencing the 8 warlock dynasties, the Tsangji Plains human warlock cultivation system has matured. The secret methods created by the 10 great sects are extremely powerful and far more powerful than ancient secret methods. If the Battle Demon sect's Battle Demon secret method, the Taiyi sect's 9 Brilliant Suns secret method, and other secret methods were placed in the first warlock dynasty, they would tempt even Holy Spirit warlocks. This table is a first-rate treasure. Yang Feng's gaze inadvertently swept past a wooden table, and then his eyes lit up. He grabbed the wooden table, looked at it carefully, and revealed a smile. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she leaned over, a fragrance wafting from her. She said with an excited smile, "This is 9 jade immortal incense wood. The first Warlock Dynasty era is really rich in resources. To think that someone would use such a treasure to make a table. 9 jade immortal incense wood was wood cut from extraordinary trees like the 9 jade immortal incense tree. Once this wood was ignited, it would emit a vision. Smelling this fragrance could greatly increase a person's wisdom in a short period of time. When deducing secret methods, igniting a piece of this wood would have a miraculous effect." Yang Feng extended a finger and drew with it, and the 9 jade immortal incense would split into 2, and then he put it away. Yang Feng and his party continued to loot the treasures inside the Warlock Pagoda floor by floor. There were no secret treasures inside the Warlock Pagoda, only a variety of precious materials. Those precious materials also allowed Yang Feng and his party to return with a bountiful harvest. After completely looting the Warlock Pagoda, Yang Feng and his party then left the Warlock Pagoda. As soon as they left the Warlock Tower, Yang Feng looked towards the center of the brilliant ancient capital. In the center of the brilliant ancient capital, there was a towering Warlock Tower that looked like a pillar supporting the sky. The Warlock Tower was engraved with countless mysterious runes and exuded an overbearing aura, as if the Warlock Tower was the center of the world. The Warlock Tower was the center of the brilliant ancient capital, the former residence of the brilliant sage, the brilliant holy tower. Luo Mingyang took a deep look at the brilliant holy tower and said, "Yang Feng, the brilliant holy tower has a formidable defense. We're not strong enough, so we won't go there." Everyone knew that there were formidable treasures left by the brilliant sage in the brilliant holy tower, and they might even be holy grade secret treasures. However, few people would go to the brilliant holy tower, because the brilliant holy tower had a formidable defense mechanism. Once an expert went to the brilliant holy tower and couldn't pass the defense mechanism, they would be killed or teleported away. Only freakish starry sky warlock rank experts could get the treasures in the brilliant holy tower. Chapter 513. Yang Feng and Luo Mingyang parted ways and walked towards the brilliant holy tower alone. "It's so big." When he arrived at the foot of the brilliant holy tower, Yang Feng saw a 100-meter tall bronze gate in front of the gate of the brilliant holy tower. The bronze gate is engraved with countless mysterious runes. In front of the bronze gate stood 4 people, each of whom had an extraordinary temperament. Starry sky warlocks who could break through the desert of wind, the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity weren't weaklings. Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi were quasi-moonlight warlock rank geniuses. Although they couldn't compare to freakish geniuses like Yang Feng, Esren, and Yi Yuanyang, but they were still very powerful. Some weaker junior moonlight warlock rogue cultivators might not be their match. A young man with long red hair and an unruly temperament glanced at Yang Feng and revealed a smile. "Here comes another one." A handsome young man dressed in white with a refined temperament came to in front of Yang Feng with a gentle smile on his face. "I am Lei Sheng, a true disciple of the Tianhua sect. Hello, brother. This unwieldy gate is the first checkpoint set up by the brilliant Great Holy. Enchanted with countless gravity runes, although the unwieldy gate is only 100 meters tall, but it weighs tens of millions of tons. Enchanted with spells to disperse the vigor of heaven and earth near the unwieldy gate, you can only push open the unwieldy gate with the power of your fleshly body. If the 5 of us join forces, we can definitely push open the unwieldy gate and go inside." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I am Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. I want to try the unwieldy gate by myself." Lei Sheng uttered with a moved expression, "The battle demon sect's Yang Feng, you're the Yang Feng who defeated the Taiyi sect's holy son Yi Yuan Yang. How disrespectful." The Taiyi sect's holy son Yi Yuan Yang wasn't famous in other subcontinents, but he was famous in the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, he is the holy son of the head of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Taiyi sect. Since his debut, he has never been defeated in a fight of the same rank. He is regarded as a future infinity warlock of the Taiyi sect. The fact that a freakish genius like Yi Yuan Yang was defeated by Yang Feng caused a huge sensation among the major forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The battle demon sect's Yang Feng, it's him. He defeated Yi Yuan Yang, so it's him. The other 3 warlocks near the unwieldy gate restrained their indifferent attitudes and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension and graveness in their eyes. As soon as Yang Feng set foot on the jade steps, he felt the surrounding vigor of heaven and earth change slightly, and the various elements of heaven and earth were rejected and stripped away. If it was an elemental warlock in such an environment, they wouldn't even be able to display half of their strength. Only Blood Meridian warlocks can use the power of Blood Meridians, while body-tempering warlocks can use the power of their fleshly body to display their usefulness. This should be the prototype of the anti-magic field. Anti-magic field was developed by human warlocks to deal with elemental life forms and human warlocks. It was a magic array that could change the distribution of elemental elements of heaven and earth. Elemental warlocks once dominated the world by relying on their formidable elemental control. However, as soon as the anti-magic field appeared, elemental warlocks were no longer as tyrannical as before. Pure elemental warlocks couldn't withstand a single blow from the anti-magic field. An advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank body-tempering warlock can kill an advanced Bright World Warlock rank elemental warlock inside the magic band domain. Of course, anti-magic field could be set up in a specific terrain with the help of the force of heaven and earth, or with the help of warlock towers to change the power of the elemental elements of heaven and earth, or with the use of precious secret treasures and countless resources. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, some of the Holy Spirit warlocks at the apex of the world comprehended the anti-magic field, and the brilliant Great Holy was one of them. Of course, anti-magic field had its limitations, that is, it didn't have much effect on powerhouses who have already implanted semiplane seeds or have a virtual world. Most of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Warlock Emperors were freakish powerhouses who formed a world inside them. Anti-magic field didn't have much effect on them. Naturally, no one studied it. When Yang Feng came to the unwieldy gate, he pushed hard, but the unwieldy gate didn't budge. He couldn't help but frown. Lei Sheng said, "Brother Yang Feng, don't force yourself. The unwieldy gate isn't that easy to push open. If we gather our strength, we should be able to push it open." The other 3 Starry Sky warlocks were also human dragons and phoenixes. They were all geniuses in their places. They have tried to open the unwieldy gate, but they all returned without success. They naturally knew how difficult it was to push open the unwieldy gate. Although the 3 Starry Sky warlocks didn't want to offend Yang Feng, but their eyes showed contemptuous smiles, as if they were looking at a fool who overestimated his capabilities. Yang Feng took a deep breath, a cold ray surged in his eyes, and he extracted the tremendous power contained in the semiplane inside him. Runes containing the mysteries of the primal chaos imperishable body appeared on his body, and he pushed hard. Amidst the deafening rumbles, the profound gate was slowly pushed open. It's open. He actually pushed open the unwieldy gate by himself. What a scary guy. When the 4 Starry Sky warlocks saw this scene, their countenance changed, and a look of dejection welled up in their eyes. They were all warlock geniuses from different places. They thought that even if they weren't as good as freaks like Yi Yuan Yang and Yang Feng, they wouldn't be too far off. Yang Feng's performance dealt a great blow to the confidence of the 4 of them. After all, the 4 of them together, and 2 of them were Blood Meridian warlocks who unleashed the power of their Blood Meridians, yet they were still unable to shake the unwieldy gate. Resplendent holy light shot out from the unwieldy gate, shone on Yang Feng, and swept him away from the unwieldy gate. The heavy profound gate also closed once again amid a series of cracking sounds. It's close. What's going on? Damn it, so this is what happens after a person pushes open the gate. When the 4 Starry Sky Warlocks saw the unwieldy gate close again, they were dumbfounded and filled with shock. This was the first time they saw someone push open the unwieldy gate, yet they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Swept by the irresistible holy light, Yang Feng came to the center of a very wide square. In the center of the wide square, there was a jade stele. The square was very empty, with nothing around it. The person who pushed open the unwieldy gate, "As long as you promise me one thing, you can get my gift." Yang Feng looked at the jade stele, and saw a line of words written by the brilliant Great Holy appear on the jade stele. When Yang Feng finished reading the ancient characters on the jade stele, resplendent light shot out of the jade stele and entered the void. The void twisted, and the projection of a pond-sized jade basin loomed in the void. There was a huge stone in the jade basin. Yang Feng looked at the huge stone as black as ink, and his eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. This is a top material for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures, mysterious gold god iron. There's actually such a treasure here. If I use this mysterious gold god iron to refine that machine, my strength will soar by a large margin. Mysterious gold god iron was a top material for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures. After going through the 8 Warlock dynasties, this kind of treasure had become a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. If a gram of it fell into an auction house, it would fetch a sky-high price. In the jade basin, there was a pond-sized piece of mysterious gold god iron. If this piece of mysterious gold god iron was put up for sale, no one would be able to come up with enough magic crystals to buy it. Even Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses would go crazy for this piece of mysterious gold god iron. The jade stele flashed, and a line of golden text flew out of the jade stele and suspended in the air. "This is mysterious gold god iron I obtained during my travels. This amount of mysterious gold god iron is enough to forge 10 powerful Empyrean-grade secret treasures. As long as you promise to help me resurrect to the best of your ability, then this piece of mysterious gold godly metal will belong to you." Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. Resurrect? Can such a thing really be done? After an ordinary person dies, if they don't believe in any god, their soul will fall into the netherworld, fall into the STYX, and be washed away by the STYX, and all their memories will be erased. After a person who believes in a god dies, if their soul isn't taken away, their soul will be led into the divine country of the god, where they will get a second life. Then, with the passage of time, the soul will weaken and eventually die. Only by using a soul stone can they live longer. However, it will take about 10,000 years for the soul to finally die after entering the divine country of the god. Compared to the lifespan of an ordinary person, this is equivalent to eternal life. As for powerful existences like Holy Spirit Warlocks and Warlock Emperors, their soul will decay and eventually die under the erosion of time. This is the first time that Yang Feng has heard of a Holy Spirit Warlock who wants to resurrect. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then his eyes shimmered with determination. "Okay. If it's within my power and doesn't violate my path, I can promise to help you resurrect." The main material of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure like mysterious gold god iron is a treasure that can only be encountered by chance. Yang Feng has vaguely guessed that the resurrection of the brilliant Great Holy won't be that simple. But for the sake of mysterious gold god iron, he is still willing to take the risk. Chapter 514. Rays of dazzling golden light entered the void, as if they were dragging the jade basin inch by inch into this world from an endless distance. The image of the jade basin became clearer bit by bit, and the unique aura of mysterious gold god iron gradually diffused in this space. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the hall, and a young man of medium stature, with rings on his hands, strange runes engraved on his face, and a dangerous aura appeared on the teleportation array with a crystal radiating bright light in his hand. When the young man who exuded a dangerous aura saw the divine dark gold metal, his eyes instantly bloomed with an extremely excited light. Divine dark gold metal. One of the materials of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Go to hell. The young man swept Yang Feng with his gaze, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. He pointed at Yang Feng and uttered coldly, With a flash of black light, a 10-meter-tall ghost-type abyssal fiend Viscount with a black mark on the forehead and a pair of horns on the head suddenly flew out from behind the young man and stared at Yang Feng with eyes full of killing intent. His figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye and sent a claw stabbing towards Yang Feng's heart. Mysterious gold god iron is one of the materials of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Even Infinity Warlocks will be tempted by mysterious gold god iron, and may even fight over this treasure in person. Silencing the witness became the young man's only choice. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon secret method, and the black Battle Demon armor covered his whole body in an instant. He pointed with a finger, and layers of strange space appeared between him and the ghost-type abyssal fiend. The ghost-type abyssal fiend's claw slammed into the layers of strange space. After spending more than a second, the claw still couldn't reach Yang Feng. Die. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly appeared and turned into 4 sharp wind blades that slashed at the ghost-type abyssal fiend and cut it open. A puppet. Yang Feng took a look inside the ghost-type abyssal fiend and saw that there is no fiend blood flowing inside it. Instead, there are countless runes formed from white viscous liquid. Countless runes have been runes inside the ghost-type abyssal fiend, firmly controlling it. To be able to defeat my 3rd puppet, you do have some ability. I've decided, you're my 13th puppet. There was a cruel and excited smile in the young man's eyes. He pointed with a finger, and light shone, and a backed abyssal fiend Viscount, an astral void dragon exuding moonlight warlock rank aura, and a pale human elemental warlock dressed in an elemental wizard uniform suddenly appeared. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took out the ruler magic cube and pressed it, and the ruler magic cube quickly changed into a set of black armor that covered him. The young man smiled malevolently and said, "Kill him. Let's see whether your law of space or the astral void dragon's law of space is more powerful." Astral void dragons were astral extraordinary life forms born in the astral boundary. Adult astral void dragons possessed moonlight warlock rank strength and were born with the ability to freely manipulate spatial force. Among human warlocks, only the most monstrous powerhouses who specialized in the study of the law of space could contend against them in terms of the law of space. The eyes of the 10-meter-long astral void dragon flashed fiercely, and it opened its maw, and strange spatial ripples suddenly reverberated in the area, and twisted spatial rifts suddenly appeared around Yang Feng. Even if it was a moonlight warlock, they would be torn apart and suffer heavy injuries when hit by the twisted spatial rifts. Spatial disorder. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and strange spatial ripples suddenly spread in the void, distorting the law of space in this area. In the distorted and chaotic space, it was difficult for the strong astral void dragon to freely manipulate space. The young man said with a cold smile, "Spatial disorder? Even if you can deal with the astral void dragon, but against one of the most powerful extraordinary life forms in close combat, the backed abyssal fiend Viscount, you still have no chance of winning." Following a flash of after-images, the backed abyssal fiend Viscount appeared in front of Yang Feng like a ghost and stabbed a claw at Yang Feng's heart. As if a poisonous dragon, its tail made a turn and stabbed towards Yang Feng's brain from behind. The backed abyssal fiend was an extraordinary life form most adept at close combat. Once it got close, it could even kill a god-rank powerhouse. Break. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, strangely appeared in front of the backed abyssal fiend, and slammed a fist into the backed abyssal fiend. In a flash, a frightening power erupted, and the backed abyssal fiend was blasted into countless pieces. There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the young man, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The fleshly body of a backed abyssal fiend is comparable to that of a god or a dragon. How could it be smashed by a single blow?" The human elemental warlock standing next to the young man pointed at Yang Feng with a level 6 secret treasure rank flame scepter, and white lava scarlet flames that could even seriously injure moonlight warlocks suddenly gushed out and turned into a violent fire dragon sweeping towards Yang Feng. Faced with the white scarlet lava flames, Yang Feng didn't evade. He silently recited an incantation, and 4 whirlpools appeared around him. The whirlpools engulfed the white scarlet lava flames and sent them into his semiplane, where they were shattered by primal chaos force and turned into pure fire elemental particles. "Go to hell! Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes, and a primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the young man with the power to shatter the vacuum. Boom! Following a loud blare, the magic shields of the young man shattered one after another, and Yang Feng's fist pierced through the young man. Violent annihilation force spread in all directions and tore the young man to pieces in an instant. The young man's remaining head opened its mouth and asked strangely, "I am Ngui of the True God Hall. What's your name?" Yang Feng frowned and said, "You're not dead. This is just a golem clone of yours." Yang Feng keenly felt that when he killed the young man, he didn't feel his soul extinguish. "That's right. Damn ant, what you cultivate is the Battle Demon sect's Battle Demon secret method. I, Ngui, will remember you. There will be no rest until one of us is dead. The next time we meet, it will be the time of your death." A strange black passageway suddenly appeared, and the young man's head exploded, and a scarlet light flew towards the black passageway. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he extended his hand towards the scarlet ray. "You want to escape? It's not that simple. Explode." The remaining human elemental warlock rank golem shone with red light and exploded in an instant, and endless flames enveloped the area and engulfed Yang Feng. The power of the explosion of a moonlight warlock rank elemental warlock rank golem could easily injure a quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank expert. When the smoke and dust of the explosion dispersed, Yang Feng's intact figure was revealed. There were a few cracks on the ruler armor. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "He escaped? With Starry Sky warlock rank strength, he can manipulate 3 moonlight warlock rank golems. Maybe he's the true inheritor of the Golem Lord's inheritance. This guy is so strong." Yang Feng implanted a semi-plane seed inside him, cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body secret method created by the Taboo Lord, and used the Battle Demon secret method and the Ruler Magic Cube, yet he was only able to destroy part of Nqui's golem avatar. From this, it can be imagined how powerful Nqui is. With Ngui controlling 3 Moonlight Warlock rank golems at the same time, even an ordinary advanced Moonlight Warlock rank expert may not be his opponent. Yang Feng mused, "True God Hall, I've never heard of this organization. I didn't expect that a force other than the 10 great sects could cultivate such a powerful genius. It seems that the situation in the Great Cloud Dynasty is far more complicated than I imagined. The Tsangji Plain has experienced 8 warlock dynasties, and the human warlock civilization has flourished 8 times and reached its zenith. Countless powerful warlock geniuses emerged and established one powerful force after another. At present, the Great Cloud Dynasty dominated the Eastern world. On the surface, the 10 great sects and the 7 great families were the most powerful forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, there were undercurrents surging. Who knows how many reclusive families and powerful forces hidden in the darkness of history were stirring. Yang Feng has already sensed the strength of the Magic Note and True God Hall through the genius powerhouses they cultivated. Without enough resources and powerful secret methods, it was impossible to cultivate such heaven-defying powerhouses. If Yang Feng stayed in a place like the Turandot subcontinent, he would at most be an ordinary Starry Sky warlock, and any Moonlight warlock could crush him. After a period of time, the mysterious gold god iron finally showed its true form. Yang Feng grabbed the mysterious gold god iron and stored it in the semiplane inside him. He carefully stored it away. Yang Feng carefully examined the surroundings. After finding no abnormalities, he finally arrived at the teleportation array. A radiance shrouded him and he disappeared in a flash. Chapter 5:15. In a secret chamber, an ordinary-looking young man wearing a mask suddenly trembled slightly. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. He let out a beast-like roar, "Damn bastard, how dare you steal my mysterious gold godly metal? I won't let you get away with this." With Nqui as the core, quasi-moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power spread in all directions and set off violent waves of air in the secret room. After venting, Nqui spread the fingers of a hand, and a black magic mirror appeared in front of him. With a flick of his finger, a black ray of light shot into the magic mirror. The magic mirror set off ripples. After a while, an androgynous voice came from the magic mirror. "Nqui, what's the matter?" Nqui said flatly, "Windseeker, what geniuses have appeared in the Battle Demon sect recently? They must be geniuses below the Moonlight Warlock rank who have cultivated the Battle Demon secret method to the pure black Battle Demon realm and formed a virtual world. There is only one person who meets all the requirements, Yang Feng, the personal disciple of the Battle Demon sect's great elder Huang Yihe. With his pinnacle Great Warlock rank cultivation base, he once defeated the Taiyi sect's Holy Sun Yi Yuanyang, who has formed a virtual world in the Battle Demon sect. If there are no other hidden geniuses in the Battle Demon sect, then it should be him. And Kui, you should have suffered a big loss in the brilliant ancient capital this time. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been defeated by Yang Feng. That's really surprising. You should have 12 Moonlight Warlock rank golems, yet you still lost to Yang Feng. He's really strong. What secret treasure does he have to be able to defeat you? The androgynous voice asked. And Kui quickly analyzed, he should be a powerhouse who formed a virtual world, proficient in the law of space, and has a body-tempering warlock style of fighting. He should have a magic armor secret treasure. The magic armor secret treasure is extremely powerful, and should be between level 7 and level 8 secret treasures. It has a strong defense and can provide the user with formidable power. The battle between An Kui and Yang Feng only lasted for a very short time, but he has already deduced a lot of information. This was the strength of a top battle warlock genius. Many warlocks wouldn't easily expose their trump cards, that's because of the variety of fighting styles between warlocks. By using specific spells, they could suppress specific treasures. Using targeted secret treasures, human warlocks could defeat those stronger than them. Windcatcher's voice rang out, then is it possible for him to join our true God Hall and become one of us? Killing intent flashed through An Kui's eyes as he said coldly, he is my enemy, my mortal enemy. I will definitely kill him. None of you are allowed to make a move against him, nor are you allowed to recruit him. Windseeker's voice changed into a gentle and moving woman's voice. It seems that Yang Feng obtained a rare treasure left by the brilliant sage in the brilliant ancient capital. Even you, An Kui, are tempted by that treasure. I'm very curious about what rare treasure he obtained in the brilliant ancient capital. And, can you tell me? An Kui's eyes flickered, and he uttered faintly, it's a top material for refining golems. If I can get my hands on that top material, I won't have any suspense in promoting to a Bright World Warlock in the future, and even promoting to an Infinity Warlock won't be impossible. Mysterious gold god iron was one of the primary materials for crafting Empyrean grade secret treasures. If this matter was learned by an Infinity Warlock, An Kui would have nothing to do with it. No matter how heaven-defying his aptitude was, a Starry Sky Warlock couldn't compete with an Infinity Warlock. Windcatcher uttered with a smile, a trifling top material won't make you lose your composure like this, An Kui, goodbye. An Kui waved his hand, and the image on the magic mirror disappeared. Killing intent streaked past An Kui's eyes, and his voice full of killing intent reverberated in the area. Yang Feng of the Battle Demon sect, the next time we meet, it will be the time of your death. In a hall of the brilliant holy tower, light shone, and Yang Feng appeared in the hall. In the corner of the hall, there was a golden bookshelf. On the golden bookshelf, there were neatly arranged golden beast skin scrolls. Atop a high platform in the hall, there were 10 halos suspended in the air. 4 of these halos were empty. Obviously the artifacts inside them had been taken away. As for the remaining 6 halos, each one contained an artifact exuding a terrifying aura. As soon as Yang Feng entered the hall, a line of information flashed in his mind, letting him understand that he can take away all the secret methods on the golden bookshelf, but only 3 of the secret treasures inside the 6 halos. When he takes the 3rd secret treasure, he will be teleported out of the brilliant ancient capital. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the golden bookshelf, he took down the gold animal skin scrolls. Each of the gold animal skin scrolls is extremely precious and can be used to practice cultivation until the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Unfortunately, the secret methods recorded in the gold animal skin scrolls require Archgod bloodline to be practiced. Most of the human warlocks who followed the Time Lord in the past were mixed-blood humans with Archgod bloodline. Less than 5% of the human warlocks had pure human bloodline. The King of Time was also a hybrid of a human and an ancient god. He was not a pure human. In the First Warlock Dynasty era, the Time Lord created orthodox warlock secret methods with his supreme wisdom, allowing pure human warlocks to practice cultivation. However, in the first Warlock dynasty, the strongest powerhouses who occupied the entire Warlock dynasty were those mixed-blood humans with Archgod bloodline. The top secret methods were those that purified Archgod bloodline and evolved toward the Archgod bloodline. Thunder Emperor 9 transformations. This is a secret method that leads to the Warlock Emperor rank. Yang Feng took down one of the 3 most precious gray animal skin secret method scrolls placed on the golden bookshelf and looked at it. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with shock. The Thunder Emperor was a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse of the Archgod era. According to legend, after the Time Lord advanced to a Warlock Emperor, he didn't challenge the Thunder Emperor for a long time, because the Time Lord wasn't certain of his victory at the time. For some reason, the 2 Archgod Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, the Thunder Emperor and the Flame Emperor, fought each other and injured their origin. In the end, they were besieged by the Time Lord along with 12 holy warlocks and 108 monarchs. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally killed the Thunder Emperor. Once the Thunder Emperor died and the Flame Emperor disappeared, no one in the Zhangji Plain was the Time Lord's opponent. It was only after the Thunder Emperor was killed that the Time Lord became truly invincible. He grew stronger and stronger, never losing again. It was said that the Time Master had injured his origin in the battle with the Thunder Emperor, triggering his old injuries, which was why he had fallen so early. This led to the collapse of the first Warlock dynasty. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Thunder Emperor 9 transformations. This is an Empyrean grade secret method. In other words, secret methods of the same grade are also Empyrean grade secret method. Empyrean grade secret methods were very rare. There were only 7 recognized Empyrean grade secret methods in the human race. The Dawn text created by the Dawn Lord was considered to be the strongest holy grade secret method. In addition to the 7 recognized Empyrean grade secret methods of the human race, there were also many Empyrean grade secret methods created by archgods, dragons of primordial, and other races. In the Second Warlock dynasty era, the Taboo Lord plundered other races' Empyrean grade secret methods for research, and finally created the Taboo text, which was a human warlock's Empyrean grade secret method. Every complete Empyrean grade secret method contained the painstaking effort of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse as well as the research path they took. No Empyrean grade secret method is outdated. The various secret methods developed by modern human warlocks are based on the 7 human Empyrean grade secret methods as the core and combined with the secret methods created by countless powerhouses from other planes to develop them. Although the Empyrean grade secret method Thunder Emperor 9 transformations could only be practiced by Archgod warlocks with the Thunder Emperor bloodline. However, other people could comprehend many principles from this Empyrean grade secret method and create new secret methods. Flame Emperor secret method. When Yang Feng got the second animal skin scroll, his eyes flashed with excitement. The Flame Emperor was a powerhouse of the same rank as the Thunder Emperor. At the time, before the Time Lord promoted to a Warlock Emperor, he was hunted down and seriously injured by the Flame Emperor many times. After the Time Lord promoted to a Warlock Emperor, the two were apprehensive of each other, and didn't fight directly. After the Thunder Emperor died, the Flame Emperor disappeared. According to legend, the Flame Emperor died because he was too seriously injured in a fierce battle with the Thunder Emperor. The first 9 volumes of the Time text. As soon as Yang Feng opened the third animal skin scroll, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he uttered, "Time text, it's the Time text, how lucky. The harvest on this trip to the brilliant ancient capital is really great." The Time text is an Empyrean grade secret method created by the Time Lord. It contains the law of time and is extremely powerful. At the time, the Time Lord controlled time with the Empyrean grade secret treasure wheel of time. Illuminated by the light of the Wheel of Time, even Holy Spirit warlocks would have time reversed at will. They would either instantly age and decay, or instantly rejuvenate into an infant, and their power would dissipate completely. Countless other race powerhouses have joined forces to besiege the injured Time Lord, including many Holy Spirit warlocks. But in the end, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the Wheel of Time, and all of them died. The Time text is an Empyrean grade secret method that contains the crystallization of the Time Lord's law of time. Since the first Warlock dynasty, there have been less than 100 people who have cultivated the original version of the time text. And every person who has cultivated the time text is a peerless genius of that era, virtually invincible in the same rank. Chapter 516. There were a total of 12 original volumes of the time text. After going through the 8 Warlock dynasties and countless battles and contests, the time text has fallen into the hands of different major forces. The Battle Demon sect has a quarter of the time text remnant volumes. The value of the 9 complete volumes of the time text is tremendous. Even if you can't directly cultivate the secret methods recorded in the time text, but you can obtain great inspiration from the time text and research all kinds of other secret methods. Although there were only 12 volumes of the time text, but it was all-encompassing. In addition to the secret methods created by the Time Lord, it also recorded many orthodox Warlock cultivation methods and tricks. Although there were only 9 volumes of the time text, but they were much more valuable than the Thunder Emperor 9 transformations and the Flame Emperor secret method. After all, the time text was a secret method for human Warlocks to cultivate, while the other 2 secret methods required Archgod bloodline Warlocks with Thunder Emperor and Flame Emperor bloodline to cultivate. After collecting all the animal skin volumes on the golden bookshelf, Yang Feng went to the 6 halos and examined them carefully. In each of the 6 halos, there was a bronze halberd, a green ancient bow, a large golden seal, a ring, a long black box, and an ancient bronze shield. World ring. Shoot the heavens bow. Mountain shield. Come here. Yang Feng recited the names of the 3 secret treasures, and the 3 halos shattered, and the 3 treasures turned into 3 golden rays that fell into his hand. As soon as the 3 treasures fell into his hand, light shone, and he disappeared. He was teleported out of the brilliant ancient capital. A strange spatial force enveloped Yang Feng, and in the next moment, he appeared in a strange valley. Caught it. Haha, this drawing god tower is really amazing. Yang Feng looked around and saw 26 Warlocks standing around him, each with a Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base or above. The 2 people in the lead were a junior Moonlight Warlock and an intermediate Moonlight Warlock. At the center of the valley was a small tower that was 10 meters tall and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Rays of strange green light radiated from the small tower and rose into the sky, forming strange paths in the sky. The 26 Warlocks in the surroundings had dark yellow skin, short statuses, and exuded a ruthless and bloody aura from their foreheads. Shrouded in fiendish chi, they were clearly vicious people who had taken countless lives. The junior Moonlight Warlock dressed in a yellow robe stared at Yang Feng with gloomy killing intent in his eyes and said frigidly, "Boy, hand over all your storage treasure. We can let you live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground." Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" The eyes of a one-eyed quasi-Moonlight Warlock shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "We are from the Budagania blood group. Brat, hand over all the treasures you got from the brilliant ancient capital, otherwise, we'll peel off your skin inch by inch, seal your cultivation base, and roast you over a fire." Budagania blood group? Never heard of it. A force with Moonlight Warlocks. If this was the Fuso subcontinent, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of it. In other words, this isn't the Fuso subcontinent. You people should be scum who specialize in robbing Warlocks who leave the brilliant ancient capital. However, since you provoked me, you're out of luck. Go to hell, all of you. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a black ray shone, and an arc-shaped battlestar suddenly appeared and fired a rain of light barreling towards the 26 Starry Sky Warlocks. Swept by the dense rain of light, the magic shields and life force fields of the 6 Starry Sky Warlocks were shattered, and they disappeared in the rain of light. Countless Starry Sky Rippers descended from the sky at Mach 10 speed and attacked the remaining 20 Warlocks. "You're courting death. I'm going to catch you, skin you alive, and break your bones inch by inch. I'll dig out your eyes and liver to go with my wine." Eyes shot with blood, the junior Moonlight Warlock bellowed and belched a stream of scarlet fire barreling towards Yang Feng. Wherever the scarlet flames passed, the surrounding space was burned to the point of being slightly distorted. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and a whirlpool suddenly appeared and swallowed the scarlet fire, and then sent it into his semiplane. He operated the Battle Demon secret method, and the black Battle Demon armor covered his whole body. Die. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly appeared and turned into a violent storm sweeping towards the junior Moonlight Warlock. The junior Moonlight Warlock's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation. Suddenly, green runes appeared and formed a hexagram, and a wind hexagram barrier constructed from wind elemental particles opened. The junior Moonlight Warlock was a powerful elemental warlock. Without being restrained, elemental warlocks were among the most powerful warlocks, comparable to bloodline warlocks in terms of battle prowess. Elemental warlock. Unfortunately, you don't have the corresponding elemental secret treasure. Otherwise, you might barely be able to fight me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the 9 revolutions divine wind instantly shrouded the wind hexagram barrier. The sharp and violent 9 revolutions divine wind slashed the barrier apart, and countless wisps of divine wind slashed the junior Moonlight Warlock into countless pieces. You dared to kill Barbatag. I'm going to eat you. After Yang Feng instackled the junior Moonlight Warlock, the eyes of the intermediate Moonlight Warlock flickered fiercely, and he stimulated the power of bloodline inside him. His body fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall lava giant covered in flames and issued a heaven-shaking roar. Lava giants were powerhouses among giants. Living in magma and volcanoes, they could innately manipulate the force of fire. They were fearsome existences that could fight dragon and ogre rank powerhouses. What a pity. I just want to kill you, not exchange pointers with you. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the Arc Battlestar's main artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam of light slammed into the intermediate Moonlight Warlock lava giant and vaporized the upper half of the lava giant's body, leaving only a moonlight core behind. So strong. This guy is so strong. He's a monster. When the Starry Sky Warlocks saw this scene, shock streaked past their eyes, and they blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and fled in different directions. The 2 Moonlight Warlocks have already died. Even though the remaining Starry Sky Warlocks could contend against a Moonlight Warlock, but they still weren't willing to fight to the death. Want to escape? Come back, all of you. With a cold smile on his face, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, the law of space surged, and spatial mirrors appeared in front of the fleeing Starry Sky Warlocks and engulfed them. Spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and opened. The Starry Sky Warlocks have just left the spatial mirrors when they were met with a rain of light from the Arc Battlestar. Swept by the dense rain of light, the remaining Starry Sky Warlocks were only able to resist for less than a second before they were all killed. Engineering robots flew out of the Arc Battlestar, searched for the corpses of the Starry Sky Warlocks, and brought them into the Battlestar. These guys are really savage. So many people died tragically at their hands. All the storage treasures were gathered in Yang Feng's hand. He scanned the storage secret treasures with his spirit force, and then frowned at once. In the storage secret treasures of the Warlocks, there were many Warlock corpses. Many of the Warlock corpses had traces of extreme abuse. Ordinary people would feel nauseous at the sight of these corpses. They just wanted to kill these beasts. This is the Indivisi subcontinent. The guys in this subcontinent cultivate very strange secret methods. Similar to pleasing evil gods, they draw power from human pain. There is a dangerous force hidden in this subcontinent, and the experts of this dangerous force are at least glorious Dawn Warlocks. They aren't existences that I can provoke at present. A lot of information was quickly fed back from the heads of the Warlocks killed by Yang Feng. After reading the information, Yang Feng frowned slightly. In the Indivisi subcontinent, human Warlocks cultivate an extremely evil secret method. Similar to ancient devils and fiends, they abuse life forms and draw power from the pain and despair of intelligent life forms. Gods draw power from the faith of intelligent life forms, while evil gods, ancient devils, fiends, and darkness gods draw power from the pain, fear, despair, grief, and other negative emotions of intelligent life forms. Yang Feng mused, the Zhangji Plains human Warlocks have declined after all. If it was in the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, unless the Central Warlock dynasty acquiesced, it would be impossible for anyone to cultivate such a secret method. An Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can flatten the Fuso subcontinent and the Indivisi subcontinent. It's impossible for them to cultivate such an evil secret method. The Warlock emperors of the 8 Warlock dynasties were all people of great talent and bold vision. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to create such a brilliant Warlock civilization and suppress countless planes. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, no one in the Tsangji Plain dared to openly cultivate evil secret methods, and particularly evil secret methods. Chapter 517. In the eras of the 8 Warlock dynasties, subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent that openly cultivated evil secret methods were suppressed and purged by Warlock armies led by Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Evil gods that seduced humans into depravity were captured, suppressed, and turned into research materials of the Warlock dynasties. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty, Brest Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Kadrid Dynasty also had the power to crush low-level subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent, but due to mutual restraint and apprehension, they wouldn't rashly take action against the subcontinents. After all, the Fuso subcontinent was backed by an Infinity Warlock rank evil god. Undercurrents were surging in the Indivisi subcontinent as well. The Great Cloud Dynasty and the other 3 dynasties couldn't send too many experts to guard these subcontinents. Their main strength was to protect their dynasties. Yang Feng glanced at the Summoning God Pagoda, showed a smile, and beckoned with his hand, and the Summoning God Pagoda entered his hand. This Summoning God Pagoda is really a unique treasure. It can even attract the spatial disorder teleportation of the brilliant ancient capital. Human Warlock alchemists are really amazing. The Summoning God Pagoda was a level 7 secret treasure. Although it couldn't be used to fight, but it could be used to interfere with space. It could interfere with spatial disorder teleportation and lead people to the side of this secret treasure. It was a very unique and mystical secret treasure. Since I'm here, then I'll set up a stronghold first. With a secret stronghold, I can freely travel to and from this subcontinent. With a thought, Yang Feng put away all the treasures, converged his aura, and used the Earth Essence Escape method to travel freely with the help of the Earth Force and disappeared 100 kilometers away. Yang Feng had a top-notch warp gate, a peerless treasure that could travel between planes. As long as he set up a secret stronghold in the Indivisi subcontinent, he could easily travel to and from many continents. Each continent would be like his back garden. This was the benefit of a top-notch warp gate. Warp gate technology was at the core of the Shizu's technological system. In every area ruled by the Shizu, there would be countless warp gates. The warp gates could ensure that Shizu fleets could quickly go to any corner of the universe to suppress opponents. In the Tsangji Plain, there were teleportation arrays similar to warp gates, which could allow human warlocks to quickly cross tens of thousands of kilometers. However, it was extremely difficult to make a teleportation array. It required the most top-notch alchemists and countless rare materials to refine. On the other hand, the Shi clan's warp gates could be mass-produced. This was the difference between the 2 civilizations. Relying on the spell energy observation, Yang Feng examined the flow of life magic energy between heaven and earth, and then walked towards the place where the life magic energy was the thinnest. The denser the creature mana was, the more powerhouses there would be. Warlocks would only establish warlock pagodas in places rich in life magic energy. No formidable warlocks would be willing to stay in places without life magic energy. After passing through a forest, a heavily armed caravan appeared in front of Yang Feng, its caravan stretching for several li. As soon as they saw Yang Feng arrive, the caravan became nervous. 2 guards stepped forward, pointed their bows at Yang Feng, and barked, "Who are you?" Yang Feng swept the caravan with a glance, and immediately understood the entire caravan's situation. The guards of the caravan were ordinary people, their strength at most was at the advanced warrior rank. There were a total of 55 warriors in the caravan. In addition, there was also an apprentice warlock in the caravan. The apprentice warlock was sitting in a luxurious carriage in the caravan. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "My name is Ian, I'm an ordinary traveler currently traveling the world." After listening to Yang Feng, the 2 guards unconsciously put down their weapons. One of the guards revealed a gentle smile and said, "So that's how it is. This is the Taran caravan, we don't welcome outsiders. Please leave this place. I'll tell you where you'd like to go." The guard commander's complexion suddenly changed greatly, his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he quickly moved towards the two luxurious carriages in the caravan. The guard commander said with a solemn expression, "Miss, there's a freak coming out of the red leaf forest, and arrived near our caravan. I suspect that he's a formidable official warlock, or a formidable apprentice warlock." A soft voice came from the caravan. "What's the reason?" The guard commander said in a low voice, "Todgery, duo ge, they're both irascible and unruly fellows. Even I'm not that convinced." When the two of them met that person, they became docile. Only extraordinary power can make them behave like that. Yang Feng was slightly surprised when he heard that, and carefully looked at the guard commander. Yang Feng's current strength was comparable to that of a transcendent. He didn't need to cast any spells. As long as he willed it, his tremendous spirit force would be able to freely manipulate the feelings of mortals. As long as he was willing, with a single thought, he could make that guard commander see him as his savior. With a single thought, he could make a young girl fall in love with him. Yang Feng had only used a small trick on the two guards, slightly distorting their feelings, making them feel that Yang Feng was very cordial, and thus became very friendly towards him. He hadn't used any spells, nor had there been the slightest fluctuation of magic. Even a moonlight warlock wouldn't be able to see through his tricks. Although the guard commander's strength wasn't high, but his observation skills were astonishingly strong. He saw through the abnormality at a glance, and then came to report it. Yang Feng smiled faintly, feeling somewhat rueful inside. Many ordinary people also have their redeeming qualities. Unfortunately, they're too weak. Although the guard commander was extremely clever, and had responded appropriately, but their fate was still completely at Yang Feng's whim. Their life and death were completely out of their control. No matter what tricks they used, they couldn't harm Yang Feng in the slightest. This was the domain of gods and demons. A soft voice came from the luxurious carriage, saying, "To be able to affect the thinking and character of humans, if it was done by that person, then he must be a formidable existence above the official warlock rank. We must take the initiative to visit him. Otherwise, once he gets angry, then everyone in our caravan will die." The strength of warlocks was far superior to that of ordinary people. Therefore, in many places, warlocks simply didn't regard ordinary people as their own kind. Only the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kadrid Dynasty, these four dynasties strictly restricted the behavior of warlocks, and didn't allow warlocks to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Of course, even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were still a lot of crimes hidden in many corners where the forces of dynasties couldn't extend. A short-haired beauty with wheat-colored skin, a height of about 1.7 meters, slightly thick lips, a sexy and well-developed figure, dressed in extraordinary life-form hide clothes, and brimming with youthful vigor, alighted from the luxurious carriage. As soon as the short-haired beauty alighted from the carriage, the gazes of countless young men in the caravan were deeply attracted by her. The short-haired beauty with the cultivation base of a level 3 apprentice warlock alighted from the carriage, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with astonishment. Why doesn't he have any life force? Could it be that he's just an ordinary person? Or is his strength far beyond the standard of an official warlock? The short-haired beauty was also a level 3 apprentice warlock. She had seen several level 1 warlocks, and even a level 2 warlock. Each of those warlocks exuded a powerful life force, which made an apprentice warlock like her feel intimidated at first sight. She couldn't see that Yang Feng had a life force, and was immediately astonished. As her thoughts revolved lightning fast, the short-haired beauty came to Yang Feng's side, exuding a fragrance, and said gracefully, "Level 3 apprentice warlock Adriana has seen you, sir. May I ask if you are a warlock, sir?" When the guards saw Adriana salute Yang Feng, surprise flashed in their eyes at once. They knew very well how proud a woman Adriana was, to the extent that even many aristocrats didn't treat her with respect. After hearing her question, the guards showed a look of understanding. A warlock, an official warlock, was a great bigwig in this 100-kilometer radius area. Even arrogant aristocrats had to lower their arrogant heads and show humility when they met an official warlock. Yang Feng said lightly, "Yes, I am a warlock." Adriana spoke more respectfully, Our caravan is about to go to the Stupa city. May I ask if you would like to go with us, sir? Ordinary warlocks below the Starry Sky warlock rank exuded a powerful life force at all times. Only after warlocks evolved to the Starry Sky warlock rank could they absorb all their power into the Starry Sky core and return to their original state, making it difficult for others to see their strength. Although Adriana didn't know this, but she also understood that a warlock who could restrain their life force was far stronger than she imagined. She didn't dare to be disrespectful. Official warlocks were powerful beings with inhuman strength. Many official warlocks didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. If they encountered a wicked warlock who liked to hunt humans and conduct evil experiments, then everyone in the caravan would die. Young Feng responded, "Okay. I also want to go to the Stupa city. Please get on the carriage." Adriana very respectfully gave up the only luxurious carriage in the caravan, and young Feng entered the luxurious carriage and sat down without a trace of politeness. After young Feng entered the luxurious carriage, he said flatly, 1,000 meters ahead, there is a group of soldiers. They have 321 people, 136 horses, and 3 knights. They set up an ambush around a small hillside. When she heard that, Adriana's pretty face flickered, and she said more respectfully, "Thank you, sir." Chapter 518. On a small hillside, more than 300 warriors were crawling on the ground, attentively watching the passage leading to the Stupa city. A fat knight rank expert said in a low voice, "Boss, the Taran caravan has a level 3 apprentice warlock. Her strength surpasses ours by far." The gazes of the more than 300 warriors also focused on a black-armored knight, their eyes flashing with a touch of worry. A level 3 apprentice warlock was extremely powerful. The various level 0 spells she grasped, extraordinary life forms and other knowledge she possessed were beyond the imagination of mortals. For mortals, a level 3 apprentice warlock was extremely frightening. The knight dressed in a black armor said in a deep voice, "Danny, level 3 apprentice warlocks don't have a life force field to protect them, they basically can't resist arrows. As long as we sneak attack her, she'll definitely die. As long as we finish this job, we won't be able to spend the rest of our lives. We won't have to live such a bloody life anymore." When the rest of the sub-leaders thought of the extremely generous reward, their hearts heated up and they revealed looks of greed. A sub-leader's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm, "Boss, your face, only to see a black ant the size of a baby's finger crawl up to the black-armored knight's face and bite him. The black-armored knight's face suddenly swelled up, a black line extended from his face towards his heart, yet he ignored it. Instead, he creased his eyebrows slightly and said, "Tassie, what's wrong with you? Don't make a fuss." "That's right, why is there a big ant on your face?" The sub-leader was suddenly alarmed. He carelessly touched his face with his hand, touched the black ant the size of a baby's finger, and uttered extremely miserable cries. "I was wrong. I don't want to die. I beg you, spare my life. I beg you, spare my life." When the sub-leaders saw the strange black ants on the faces of the other soldiers, they also touched their faces with their hands, and the strange black ants came off their faces. Their eyes shimmered with fear and despair. "Spare my life. I don't want to die. I beg you, spare my life. I'm willing to do anything." The more than 300 warriors fell into a state of panic, confusion, fear, and despair, all of them screaming miserably. In the end, as they screamed in despair, they fell to the ground one by one, turning into more than 300 corpses. Not long after, the Talon caravan arrived. 20 guards came over to clean up the battlefield. One of the guards looked at the 300 blackened corpses and his eyes flashed with shock. He said in a low voice, "How powerful. Over 300 people died just like that. Lady Adriana's strength is truly unfathomable." The other guard sighed slightly, his eyes flashing with a touch of complexity. "Of course, this is the gap between us mortals and warlock." Adriana was the most beautiful woman these guards had ever seen. Many of them adored her, but they were well aware that ordinary people like them and apprentice warlocks like Adriana were of 2 different worlds. Another guard said, "Lady Adriana is just an apprentice warlock, while that sir is a true warlock. That lord's strength is truly unfathomable." The other guard said with a smile, "A true warlock? For us, there's no difference. Whether it was an apprentice warlock or a true warlock, for ordinary people, they were terrifying existences that they couldn't afford to provoke. In front of such existences, ordinary people like them could only remain humble. Light knocking sounds came from in front of the luxurious carriage, and then Adriana's voice sounded, "Sir, I am Adriana. May I come in?" Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and put the lightning all into a storage ring. Each of the 3 secret treasures Yang Feng obtained from the brilliant Great Holy was a monarch-grade secret treasure, and the World Ring was even a holy-grade secret treasure. Each of the 3 secret treasures was extremely powerful. With Yang Feng's current strength, if he used any one of them, his power would be drained in an instant. The level 7 secret treasure Lightning All, on the other hand, could barely be used by Yang Feng as a powerful trump card. Yang Feng said, "Come in." Adriana boarded the luxurious carriage respectfully and bowed to Yang Feng, saying, "Sir Ian, you're really remarkable. As you said, there are enemies lying in ambush ahead. Thank you very much for your help. Otherwise, the Taran caravan would be in danger." As a level 3 apprentice warlock, Adriana could use all kinds of extraordinary life forms to kill more than 300 ordinary soldiers silently. But once she was ambushed by the more than 300 ordinary soldiers, she would be in danger of dying. Yang Feng said flatly, "It's nothing. If there's nothing else, you can leave." For this small caravan, the ambush of the more than 300 ordinary soldiers was a matter of life and death as well as the rise and fall of a force. But in front of a powerhouse like Yang Feng, it was nothing more than a matter of lifting a finger. Adriana's pretty face changed several times, and then her beautiful eyes finally shimmered with determination. "Sir, I have a big secret to tell you." Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged, showing no curiosity. A trifling level 3 apprentice warlock couldn't take out any treasure that could move a transcendent rank powerhouse like Yang Feng. In this caravan, Adriana was admired by countless guards like a goddess. But her appearance and temperament weren't on the same level as a stunning beauty like Eunice. She couldn't move Yang Feng at all. 3 years ago, City Master Malado of the Stupa City suddenly went against the grain and slaughtered ordinary people and warlocks everywhere. The surroundings of the Stupa City have now become hell on earth. On the surface, we're going to the Stupa City to conduct business transactions. But in fact, our real purpose is to go to the Stupa City to collect evidence of Malado's evil deeds. After collecting evidence of City Lord Malado's perverse actions, the Radiant Sword will send experts to kill Malado. City Master Malado of the Stupa City was already a level 2 warlock 3 years ago. After he switched to cultivating an evil secret method, his strength will likely increase very quickly. He may already be a level 3 warlock. "Sir, if you go to the Stupa City, it will be very dangerous. You may be captured at any time and become a sacrifice for his evil method," Adriana said with a solemn expression. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a queer shade. Level 3 warlock? In the Fuso subcontinent, the Imperial Guards in Yang Feng's royal palace were great warlock rank experts. Level 3 warlocks didn't even have the qualifications to join the Imperial Guards. Yang Feng closed his eyes and said lightly, "I see." After hearing about level 3 warlock, he showed no fear. Is he also a powerful level 3 warlock? In other words, he's a great warlock above level 3. Adriana's thoughts churned, and she retreated respectfully. 2 days later, the Stupa City exuding an ancient, desolate, and declining aura appeared in front of the group. On the road leading to ancient Pagoda City, there were crosses inserted one after another, and on those crosses, there were corpses nailed one after another. Many of the corpses were already covered with insects, and their bodies were filled with the miserable state of being tortured. It was unbearable to look at. Yang Feng swept the road nailed with countless crosses and frowned slightly. What crimes did these people commit? Do they deserve to be killed? When it came to enemies, Yang Feng would mercilessly kill them without any hesitation. As for ordinary people, he would judge them according to the law. He would kill some people who had committed heinous crimes without mercy, but he wouldn't kill the innocent. When he was on the Feisuor plain, Yang Feng had made several corpse forests in the Red Earth wasteland and hung the corpses of bandits, killers, and slave hunters he killed in the corpse forests to intimidate the other scum. Adriana looked at the crosses on both sides of the road with anger in her eyes, Most of these people were innocent, which was why they were killed by the Stupa City's city master Moledo. As for the scum and scum, they have become the subordinates and confidants of the Stupa City's city master. The Stupa City has become a hell on earth, and order has collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact that the prices in the Stupa City are high and the profits of merchants are high, no one would be willing to go to the Stupa City to do business. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Killing the innocent." Yang Feng was still somewhat skeptical about Adriana's words. Unless he used a detection spell, he couldn't immediately believe the words of a person he had been with for less than 10 days. In the world of warlocks, people who easily believed the words of a person could easily die. After the Taran caravan paid the entrance fee, it entered the city under the strange gazes of the guards guarding the gate. As soon as he entered the Stupa City, Yang Feng saw from his carriage that there were very few pedestrians in the city. The doors of the houses were closed, and almost no one came out to do business. Even the few people he saw on the street had numb expressions on their faces, looking like walking corpses. A group of knights galloped towards them, accompanied by waves of laughter and laughter. Yang Feng glanced at the knights, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. The group of knights, who were about 18 or 19 years old, had unruly and ruthless looks on their faces. Each of them was dragging a naked woman behind their horses. Many of the women were already covered in injuries from being dragged, and were screaming in pain. The knights, on the other hand, were laughing excitedly. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng mused, "Devil in human skin, such scum. It seems that the Stupa City has really decayed to the extreme." Chapter 519. Caravan. "Which caravan are you? Tell the leader of your caravan to come out and see me." It was the guy in the luxurious carriage. "If he doesn't come out, I'll peel off your skin and dig out your hearts to go with my wine." A fat, fair-skinned young man with slightly swollen eyes hugged a naked, big-breasted beauty. He spurred his horse and stopped in front of the Talon caravan, shouting loudly. 30 cavalrymen with numb expressions and a sinister mark between their eyebrows immediately stepped forward and pointed their 3-meter-long dragon spears at the guards of the Taran caravan. A terrifying Sky Knight-level pressure emanated from the cavalrymen, making it hard for everyone in the caravan to breathe. Any Sky Knight rank expert could fight against a level 1 warlock and had the possibility of killing a level 1 warlock. It was entirely possible for 30 Sky Knight rank experts to besiege and kill an official warlock. They weren't existences that the Talon caravan's guards could contend against. Yang Feng and Adriana slowly alighted from the luxurious carriage. As soon as the fat young man with puffy eyes saw Adriana, his eyes lit up. He revealed a lewd smile and laughed unscrupulously. "Beauty. This beauty's quality is not bad. Moreover, she is an apprentice warlock, interesting." This time, he could have some fun. An apprentice warlock, compared to those mortal women, was much more fun. Their vitality was much stronger than that of mortal women, so they wouldn't die so easily after being tortured. "I'm really lucky to be able to get a female apprentice warlock." Adriana suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She originally planned to sneak into the ancient pagoda city before taking her time to act, but she didn't expect to be targeted by that young man as soon as she entered and faced the danger of death. Adriana forced herself to remain calm. "I'm Adriana, the person in charge of the Taran caravan. May I know who you are?" The young man with puffy eyes laughed arrogantly and stared at Adriana like a cat toying with a mouse. "Ha ha. This young master is the only son of the ancient pagoda city lord, Moledo," Adriana said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "so it's young Master Kenta. I am the Talon caravan. If something happens to me in the ancient pagoda city, I will have to pay for it. Then our Talon caravan will view the ancient pagoda city as our enemy and will no longer travel to the ancient pagoda city. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear such a loss, young Master Kenta. Why don't I give you 1,000 magic stones and we can forget about this matter?" A ruthless glint flashed across Kenta's eyes. His face was as hideous as a ghost's as he roared furiously. "Are you threatening me? You bitch, how dare you threaten me? You lowly livestock, you're obviously livestock to please us upper-class people. How dare you threaten me? Go. Capture her alive. After I play with her, I will break every single bone in her body inch by inch. We'll use her screams to accompany the wine. Young Master Kenta, her eyeballs are not bad. I want them as decorations. Her hands are very beautiful. I want to chop off her hands for my collection. The aristocratic youngsters following behind Kenta exuded a chaotic and wicked aura and uttered cruel words. Kenta's words had just fallen, when the 30 soldiers with numb faces and a wicked rune engraved on their foreheads erupted with Sky Knight rank chi, blurred into motion, and pounced on Adriana like 30 ferocious tigers. Adriana's pretty face suddenly changed dramatically, and her eyes shimmered with despair. If she was captured alive by Kenta and the other aristocratic youngsters, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Feng glanced at the 30 soldiers with wicked runes on their foreheads and said, "What a bunch of scum. Kill these scumbags." A tyrannical spirit fluctuation came from Yang Feng's sea of knowledge and entered the evil runes on the foreheads of the 30 soldiers. The evil runes twisted and turned into control brands, and he took over the control of the 30 soldiers. The figures of the 30 incantation warriors flashed, and they suddenly pounced towards the aristocratic youths. The dragon spears in their hands stabbed towards the youths, piercing them one by one. "No. Don't. You lowly livestock, how dare you attack me? Dad, save me. My dad is Earl Dandon of the Stupa City." Under the threat of death, the aristocratic youngsters screamed miserably, wailed miserably, and some even begged for Yang Feng's forgiveness. But under Yang Feng's order, the 30 soldiers mercilessly stabbed the aristocratic youngsters to death, and then threw them aside like garbage. Kenta's eyes flickered with fear as he roared madly, "You lowly peasant, you damned livestock, how dare you kill my friend? My father Morlado will definitely kill you, pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and torture you to death. However, if you side with me and capture that woman and offer her to me, I'll spare your dog life and let you be my dog. You can enjoy the women I have left behind. Don't worry, I'll send you down first, and then send your father to accompany you." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind swept towards Kenta. Kenta radiated 3 magic lights, and the 3 secret treasures Morlado left for his son activated in an instant. But in the next moment, Kenta, along with the 3 secret treasures, turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. The street was filled with a strong smell of blood, making it look like hell. Yang Feng, like a demon walking in hell, judged the wicked sinners. "Who's there? How dare you kill my son? I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and tear you to pieces." An extremely ferocious roar came from a castle, and a short man covered in a layer of bloody mist, exuding great warlock rank might, exuding a fearsome great warlock rank might, flew over. Adriana's pretty face flickered, a look of despair streaked past her beautiful eyes, and she muttered, "Great warlock. He actually practiced cultivation to the great warlock rank." The strongest expert of the Sword of Light only had junior great warlock rank cultivation base. If Morlado promoted to a great warlock, then the strongest expert of the Sword of Light may not be his opponent. "Die." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind swept out. Morlado, who was flying over from afar, was torn apart and turned into countless bloody fragments that scattered on the ground. Adriana's cherry lips opened slightly. Her beautiful eyes were dull and flashing with disbelief. She reached out to rub her eyes, looked at Morlado's corpse that had turned into a pile of broken pieces, and murmured, "Dead. Morlado died just like that." Morlado was the overlord of this area, and his ferocity was awe-inspiring. God knows how many warlocks wanted to kill this beast, only to be killed by him instead. Originally, Adriana thought that Yang Feng and Morlado would have a fierce battle, and that even if the unfathomable Yang Feng won, he would still be heavily injured. When necessary, she would even have to fight to the death. But now, Yang Feng casually pointed with a finger, and the seemingly powerful Morlado died just like that. This made her worldview collapse. Adriana looked at Yang Feng with surprise and delight, and mused, "Legend has it that there is a higher realm above the great warlock realm. Those warlocks are comparable to gods. He must be a warlock comparable to gods." As soon as Morlado was killed, more than 20 rays of light flew out from the castle and fled in different directions. These are the warlocks recruited by Morlado to serve as his minions. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and spatial mirrors appeared in front of him. The spatial mirrors set off ripples, and 23 warlocks with different appearances flew out. "Sir, spare me. Sir, spare my lowly life. I'm willing to serve you, sir. Sir, please spare my life. I'm willing to do anything for you." When the 23 warlocks with different appearances saw this scene, their faces turned ashen, and they pleaded frantically. Yang Feng uttered coldly with an indifferent look in his eyes, "When those ordinary people were tortured and killed by you beasts, they must have begged bitterly like this. But you beasts never let them off. Since you beasts have no humanity, then go to hell." Yang Feng has always believed in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. These scum had no humanity, tortured and killed ordinary people in pursuit of power. He hated such beasts the most. Naturally, he wouldn't give them a chance to live. A female warlock with long blue hair, a sexy figure, and an ordinary appearance shouted, "I am a spy sent by the Sword of Light to infiltrate this place. I have never tortured and killed an innocent mortal. Sir, please spare my life." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a lie detection spell fell on the female warlock. According to the lie detection spell, she didn't lie. "I am also a spy of the Sword of Light. I am a spy of the Tower of Darkness." The 22 warlocks with different appearances struggled and screamed. Lie detection spells fell on them and revealed red lights of lies. Once a warlock was detected to have lied, the incomparably violent hurricane would immediately shred them into countless pieces, turning them into countless corpses that scattered on the ground. When the female warlock with long blue hair saw this scene, her tender body trembled slightly, and a look of fear streaked past her beautiful eyes. Generally speaking, after the other warlocks killed the mastermind, they would let the other warlocks live. But Yang Feng was completely different. Not only did he kill the mastermind, but he also killed the warlocks who were his minions. He showed no mercy. When she thought that she was on the verge of death, the female warlock with long blue hair felt a lingering fear. If she had spoken a step slower, she would have become a corpse by now. Chapter 520. The long-haired blue-haired female warlock took out a bottle of potion and drank it. Her face was full of pockmarks and even had burn marks. She looked like an old witch who had gone through countless evil experiments. Her face trembled slightly, then quickly squirmed and turned into a pretty face with regular facial features, exuding the aura of a mature woman. When Adriana saw the pretty face of the female warlock, she immediately stepped forward and saluted respectfully, "Lady Ellie." Ellie glanced at Adriana, and a look of doubt streaked past her beautiful eyes. "You are?" Adriana was just a mere level 3 apprentice warlock. In Ellie's eyes, she was just a minor character. Ellie didn't remember knowing this person. Adriana replied respectfully, "I am Adriana, a level 3 apprentice warlock of the Sword of Light." Ellie was a very powerful level 3 warlock and a powerhouse with a very high status in the Sword of Light. She was the idol that Adriana worshipped. "So it's you." Ellie showed a look of realization, nodded to Adriana, strode to Yang Feng, and bowed respectfully. "Ellie greets you, sir. How do I address you, sir?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "My name is Ian." With that, Yang Feng strode towards Moledo's villa. He could vaguely feel that there seemed to be something calling him from inside the villa. Seeing Yang Feng leave, Ellie hesitated for a moment, and then gritted her teeth and was about to follow him, when she heard a voice in her ear, "Since you are a spy, you should have some understanding of the Stupor City. Come and rectify the Stupor City. Kill all those who have committed crimes deserving of death." Ellie replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." The warlock powerhouses in the Stupor City have already been killed by Yang Feng. Ellie, a level 3 warlock, coupled with Adriana, a level 3 apprentice warlock, and the guards of the caravan, can take control of the Stupor City. In the Stupor City, there is no force that can resist a level 3 warlock. Yang Feng came to the villa where Moledo lived. After passing through several winding corridors, he came to a secret room. Pushing open the door of the secret chamber, one could see a blood-colored altar filled with an evil aura. At the center of the blood-colored altar was a strange statue of a handsome humanoid being with 3 vertical eyes, a pitch-black body, and a powerful appearance. Next to the bloody altar, there is a pool of blood. The blood in the pool churned and exuded a nauseating fishy smell. In the center of the pool of blood, There is a black plate with an ordinary-looking left hand. This is the left hand of the brilliant sage. That damn beast wants to use the negative energy of humans to erode that left hand and transform it into an evil artifact. When Yang Feng saw the left hand in the center of the blood pool, he suddenly understood that it is the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy. Human warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank were terrifying existences comparable to transcendence. Their bodies, like the corpses of extraordinary life forms, were top-notch refining materials. The corpses of Holy Spirit Warlocks are top-notch secret treasure materials. Holy Spirit Warlocks are the strongest existences at the pinnacle of human warlocks. Since ancient times, no matter what era, they have been the most powerful group of people. Reportedly, many of the 12 Holy Spirit Warlocks who followed the Time Lord are only slightly weaker than the Time Lord. The Brilliant Sage is one of the most powerful Holy Spirit Warlocks. At the time, he was even an opponent of the Time Lord. In the end, he was defeated by the Time Lord and became a follower of the Time Lord. In the First Warlock Dynasty era, the 12 Holy Spirit Warlocks who followed the Time Lord were the most powerful human Holy Spirit Warlocks of that era. Each of the 12 human Great Sages has slain many other race Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Even though hundreds of thousands of years have passed, but the left hand of the Brilliant Sage still shows no signs of decay. His fleshly body has taken on a trace of immortality, which is a characteristic that only Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses possess. At the time, the Brilliant Sage was a peerless genius who was only a step away from becoming a Warlock Emperor. But in the end, he was born in the wrong era and was no match for the Time Lord. Otherwise, he is likely to be the founder of a human Warlock dynasty. Every Warlock Emperor has practiced cultivation to the point where their fleshly body is immortal. If they are not refined or destroyed, then no matter how many years pass, their fleshly body will not decay. The fleshly body is easy to cultivate, but the soul is difficult to refine. No matter how powerful an existence is, the soul will eventually decay and perish. Once the soul perishes, even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse will find it hard to escape death. The reason why gods were able to live for so long was because gods used the spiritual faith of countless people to create a world with special laws. They absorbed the power of faith that contained a trace of the soul power of intelligent creatures and stayed in their divine kingdom to live for more than millions of years. The left hand of the Brilliant Sage with immortality is definitely a top-secret treasure refining material. The statue of the evil existence manipulated Moledo to commit all kinds of cruel and tyrannical acts. It used human despair, jealousy, cruelty, and other evil forces to corrode the Brilliant Sage's left hand. It wanted to corrode the Brilliant Sage's left hand and turn it into an evil treasure. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a fire dragon that pounced towards the evil statue. The evil statue absorbed the negative force of countless humans in the surroundings, and then suddenly erupted with starry sky warlock rank evil aura. As if it came to life, it threatened coldly in a voice that was neither male nor female. "Lowly human, you dare to blaspheme a true god. I will curse you, curse your children and grandchildren. The men will be slaves for generations and the women will be prostitutes for generations." A ray of black cursed light suddenly shot out from the 3 vertical eyes of the evil statue. 7-color skyfire swept out and devoured the black light of curse together with the evil statue. The face of the evil statue twisted, and it screamed in horror, "Impossible. You're a starry sky warlock? No, a moonlight warlock. How can there be a moonlight warlock here?" In a place like the Stupa City, where life magic energy was scarce, a great warlock rank powerhouse was enough to dominate a region. If there was no special reason, moonlight warlocks, who were comparable to gods and demons, would not stay in a small place like the Stupa City. "This is an avatar. You fool, you sent an avatar here. It just so happens that I can experiment with the secret methods recorded in the transcendent texts." Yang Feng's eyes lit up. Recognizing the true face of the evil statue, he revealed a smile and pointed with a finger, and an imprint engraved with countless runes and exuding a profound and overbearing aura suddenly appeared and pressed towards the evil statue. The Transcendent Empyrean imprint is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure refined by the Transcendent Lord of the Third Warlock Dynasty. The Transcendent Empyrean imprint suppresses 108 Holy Spirit Warlock rank, 1865 Warlock Monarch rank, and 108,000 Infinity Warlock rank Transcendent rank. Once the Transcendent Empyrean imprint appears, it will extract the transcendent force suppressed by the imprint. Wherever the Transcendent Empyrean imprint passes, any powerful existence will be easily crushed to death or absorbed into the imprint and become food for the Transcendent. The Transcendent Empyrean imprint is a powerful secret method recorded in the Transcendent text. With this secret method, it can suppress many powerful Transcendent. Once a Transcendent is suppressed in the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, they will never be able to rise again. In the Third Warlock Dynasty era, wherever the Transcendent Lord passed, tens of thousands of Transcendent opened the way. Wherever the Demon God Master went, all the demon gods and powerful existences would hide and flee in all directions. They didn't dare to show themselves, for fear of being caught by the Demon God Master and being suppressed in the Demon God Empyrean imprint. It was precisely because the Transcendent Lord was too overbearing that after his death, countless powerful existences spared no expense and descended to the Tsangji plane to fight against human warlocks, which eventually led to the collapse of the Third Warlock Dynasty. The Transcendent text was also scattered in the war. If the Fuso Divine Tree hadn't lived long enough and didn't participate in any of the Tsangji plane's battles, it would be impossible to preserve the complete version of the Transcendent text to this day. When the evil statue saw the imprint, its face twisted, its mind shook, and it screamed, "Transcendent Empyrean imprint. This is the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. You actually know this secret method." Chaotic and queer auras spread from the evil statue. It wants to detonate this Starry Sky Warlock rank avatar. When the Transcendent Empyrean imprint landed on the evil statue, countless chains formed from runes shot out from the Transcendent Empyrean imprint and bound the evil statue. At the same time, the chains extended along the connection between the avatar's soul and the true body's soul into the void. In a palace on the evil god plane, the void distorted, and black chains extended out of the void and shot towards an evil god with 3 vertical eyes who had a dozen beautiful women in his arms. "Damn it, break for me." A chill in his heart, the evil god exerted his power to the limit, and the 3 vertical eyes released 3 black beams barreling towards the black chains. When the 3 black beams slammed into the black chains, they easily passed through them. The chains formed from runes stabbed into the evil god, passed through his fleshly body, and wrapped around his soul. "True name. Say your true name. True name." Strange thoughts reverberated in the soul of the evil god's avatar and true body, and raging flames erupted from the black chains and burned the evil god's soul. Chapter 521. In front of the strange flames, the evil god issued anguished wails. The flames burning the soul was 10 times more painful than being burned by an ordinary person. Even though evil gods have a firm will, but they cannot resist the pain of their soul being burned. "My true name is Shatu Beluo Anta," the Moonlight Warlock rank evil god uttered a string of thousands of characters long. When he uttered the last word of his true name, he felt countless chains wrap around his soul and bind him, making him unable to budge. Once intelligent life forms promote to the Moonlight Warlock rank or above, they will obtain a true name at the same time. Every powerful existence has a different true name. By mastering the true name of a powerful existence, you can directly command them, or curse them to death through the true name. Many people don't even know their true name after advancing to the Moonlight Warlock rank. The true name is a manifestation of the laws of the universe. Even if you interrogate them, there is no result. The Demon God Empyrean seal was a peerless secret technique that, through pain and all kinds of mysterious laws, allowed the victim to observe their own soul and say the true name that was engraved in the deepest part of their soul. Then, through the true name, they could control those powerful existences that were comparable to fiend gods. Even a powerful warlock emperor like the Time Lord would never tell his true name to a second person. Otherwise, even a Holy Spirit warlock can inflict heavy damage to a warlock emperor by using their true name. From now on, I am your master. Do you understand? When the evil god's eyes regained clarity, a thought reverberated in his sea of knowledge. The Moonlight Warlock rank evil god widened his eyes and roared furiously, "No, I, Shatuor, will never yield." Strange soul flames burned the evil god's soul, causing it to howl in pain, roll on the ground, and scream miserably. At the time, the Freak Empyrean imprint suppressed 108 Holy Spirit Warlock rank gods in the hands of the Freak Lord. Holy Spirit Warlock rank transcendents cannot contend against the power of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. Although Yang Feng only had a Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, but as a mere Moonlight Warlock rank evil god, he still couldn't compete with the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. 5 minutes later, Shi Tuor was rolling on the ground and wailing miserably. I submit, I'm willing to submit to you, don't burn me. Please, don't burn it. I think it's very interesting to see you in pain. Let's burn for another 10 minutes. Aren't your bones very hard? Just hold on for another 10 minutes. Yang Feng's cold and emotionless voice came from Stonewall's soul. These evil gods toyed with the souls of humans, feeding on their pain, despair, and other negative energy. Yang Feng wouldn't go easy on these evil gods. Shi Tuor struggled in the pain of his soul burning for 10 minutes before he collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. His eyes were filled with pain and anguish. From now on, I am your master. Do you understand? Yang Feng's voice once again reverberated in the depths of Stonewall's soul. Shi Tuor replied respectfully, Yes, I understand, master. How do I address you, master? Yang Feng replied flatly, When you see me, you will understand that I am your master. As long as Yang Feng's demonic divine Empyrean imprint secret method wasn't broken, he could freely manipulate the Moonlight Warlock rank evil god Stonewall. As soon as the two sides met, Shi Tuor would understand that Yang Feng was his master. Shi Tuor replied respectfully, Yes, master. In the secret room, Yang Feng looked at the demonic divine Empyrean imprint in his hand and saw a pitch-black true name brand, which looks like it's formed from countless runes, revolving inside the illusory demonic divine Empyrean imprint. Yang Feng operated a secret method, and a resplendent black light shone, and he extracted the mysteries of the evil god Stonewall's cultivation base from the true name brand. An enigmatic ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he exclaimed in admiration, The demonic divine Empyrean imprint is indeed an Empyrean-grade secret method created by a warlock emperor. Every time you suppress a demonic god, you can extract the cultivation secret method of that demonic god and obtain a lot of knowledge. No wonder the demonic lord suppressed demonic gods everywhere. At the time, the demonic lord was a warlock emperor, an invincible existence. However, after he ascended to the throne, he still went on expeditions to suppress and hunt demonic gods. In order to obtain more knowledge, he longed to break through the limits of the warlock emperor realm and become an eternal existence. In the vast universe, there are countless races. Although many races aren't strong, but their racial aptitudes are very strange. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are invincible in battle prowess. They can destroy a plane with a wave of their hand and pluck the stars and the moon as if it were a walk in the park. However, even they can't use spells to imitate the racial aptitudes of some strange races. The racial aptitudes of these strange races may have a great connection with the law of eternal immortality. Therefore, when establishing a warlock dynasty, every human warlock emperor will choose to expand, explore other planes, and look for ways to become an eternal existence. Once the Transcendent Empyrean imprint suppresses a Transcendent rank powerhouse, it can trace the source of the Transcendent rank powerhouse's power through the true name of the Transcendent rank powerhouse. It can be rated as a heaven-defying secret method, not losing out to the Time Lord, the Taboo Lord, and other warlock emperors. Yang Feng entered all the knowledge grasped by the evil god Shito into the optical computer's database, and then threw the Transcendent Empyrean imprint into the semiplane inside him. His gaze fell on the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy, and a complicated shade flashed in his eyes. Yang Feng frowned slightly. I just promised to help the brilliant Great Holy resurrect, and then his left hand appeared in front of me. These old freaks are really fearsome. The timing of the brilliant Great Holy's left hand's appearance was too subtle. Even though he was strong, Yang Feng couldn't help but feel that his fate was being manipulated. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and detection spells fell on the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy, yet there was no reaction. The left hand of the brilliant Great Holy looks like the left hand of an ordinary human. Filled with holy force, there was no reaction from the detection spells. If Yang Feng hadn't understood that this is the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy, it would be difficult for him to detect that this is the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy who shook the world in the First Warlock Dynasty era. If the corpse of an ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock isn't sealed by a secret method, it will emit powerful fluctuations of holy force at all times. At the same time, due to the erosion of time, the holy force will dissipate, and the corpse will gradually exhaust its power and eventually decay. Only a great Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock like the brilliant Great Holy, who has comprehended a trace of the concept of immortality and possesses a trace of immortality in their fleshly body, can restrain their holy force completely and not decay even after 1 million years. When Yang Feng saw that there was no reaction from the detection spells, he frowned slightly. It seems that with my current strength and knowledge, even if the brilliant Great Holy did something, I can't understand what he's doing. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a decision. What should I do with the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy? I can't carry this thing with me. However, since I promised to help him resurrect, I can't discard this left hand at will. I'll seal it in this stronghold for the time being. If the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy and other holy grade materials are given to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank alchemist to refine, the alchemist may be able to refine a holy grade secret treasure that can suppress the fate of a force on the level of the 10 great sects. If Yang Feng had encountered the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy before he promised to help him resurrect, he would have found a way to refine it into a secret treasure. However, since Yang Feng has promised to help the brilliant Great Holy resurrect, he can no longer use his remains. Otherwise, it may invite disaster. Any trump card of a Holy Spirit Warlock is enough to turn the current Yang Feng into ashes. As for the brilliant Great Holy, a supreme holy step existence among Holy Spirit Warlocks, he is only slightly inferior to a Warlock Emperor. The trump card of such a great holy step powerhouse is not something Yang Feng can contend against. Yang Feng grabbed the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy and put it in a jade box, and then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. With a flash of black light, strange seals appeared on the surface of the jade box, formed a strange pattern, and sealed the jade box. Just as Yang Feng was about to seal the jade box in the secret room, he suddenly had a thought, and he threw the jade box into his storage ring. Even without refining the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy, it is still a powerful treasure. Perhaps it can save my life in times of need. It's better to carry this kind of treasure with me. Yang Feng quickly arranged the secret room, took out an advanced warp gate, placed it in the secret room, and activated the warp gate. Soon after, Yang Feng appeared in a secret room of a castle he has already bought in the Battle Demon province. After leaving the secret room of the castle, Yang Feng changed his identity, went through teleportation arrays, and finally returned to the Battle Demon sect. Warp gates are heaven-defying technology, especially top-grade warp gates, which can freely travel between two planes. They are even more heaven-defying than planar passageways. Yang Feng doesn't want to easily expose that he has a top-grade warp gate. As soon as he returned to the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng entered his dwelling, drank the tea refined from the Mist Hollow God tree leaves, and improved his soul aptitude. Chapter 522. The tea made from the leaves of the Mist Hollow Divine Tree is really miraculous. My soul aptitude has finally promoted to superior level 7. In a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and he revealed a smile. Soul aptitude is extremely important for warlock cultivation. The fleshly body is easy to cultivate, but the soul is difficult to temper. Warlocks can strengthen their fleshly body through various secret methods, but the cultivation of the soul is extremely difficult. It is very difficult for warlocks with low soul aptitude to condense a soul seed and a soul core. Apprentice warlocks with soul aptitude below level 3 have no hope of condensing a soul seed. Warlocks with soul aptitude below level 4 have no hope of evolving a soul seed into a soul core. Warlocks with soul aptitude below level 5 have no hope of promoting to a Bright World Warlock. Warlocks with soul aptitude below level 6 have no hope of promoting to an Infinity Warlock. In order to break through the shackles of soul aptitude, human warlocks have developed countless precious elixirs that can improve soul aptitude. However, the further one goes, the more difficult it becomes to improve soul aptitude. Therefore, many human warlocks have to implant the bloodline of a powerful existence and use the power of the bloodline to break through the shackles of soul aptitude. At the time, because of the shackles of soul aptitude, the Taboo Lord massacred the Aurum race and used the blood essence of the Aurum race to improve his soul aptitude. The Apple of Wisdom has greatly improved Yang Feng's wisdom, allowing him to easily comprehend all kinds of knowledge and learn all kinds of secret methods. But it can't improve his soul aptitude. However, superior level 6 soul aptitude is enough for Yang Feng to practice cultivation until the Warlock Monarch realm. Originally, Yang Feng planned to look for elixirs that can improve his soul aptitude after becoming an Infinity Warlock. He didn't expect to get a gift from the Fuso God Tree in the Fuso subcontinent. Next is the real deal. With a flick of his wrist, a scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed appeared in Yang Feng's hand. He stared at the lotus seed with a scorching shade in his eyes. After experiencing the 8 warlock dynasties, the human warlock civilization has been progressing, and various powerful elixirs have been developed. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, as long as one had enough magic crystals, one could buy potions that could upgrade one's soul aptitude from inferior level 1 to superior level 7. Of course, elixirs that can promote superior level 6 soul aptitude to superior level 7 soul aptitude are extremely expensive. Even Infinity Warlocks will feel very distressed when buying these elixirs. They will have to spend all of their wealth to buy them. However, a treasure that could help a soul aptitude break through from a high grade 7 to a low grade 8 soul aptitude was a peerless treasure that could only be found by luck. Even for Infinity Warlocks, it is very difficult for them to get their hands on one. They can only rely on luck. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Battle Demonic Sect controls one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces and has a population of more than 100 billion people. However, the sect doesn't have a treasure that can allow a warlock's level 7 soul aptitude to break through to inferior level 8 soul aptitude. That was why the seed of the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus was so precious. Once it appeared, countless people would fight for it. It was because of this that when Shushue was discovered to have superior level 8 soul aptitude, it caused a commotion in the Battle Demonic Sect. Even the great elder Yu Wuxian took the initiative to accept her as a disciple. Yang Feng picked up the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seed and swallowed it. When the seed entered his mouth, it turned into a black mist that entered his soul. A feeling of floating welled up from the depths of Yang Feng's soul, and then in the next moment, it turned into bursts of intense pain, as if wanting to tear him to pieces. The distance between level 7 soul aptitude and level 8 soul aptitude is called the celestial boundary by warlocks. Even in the most prosperous eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, warlocks with level 8 soul aptitude were peerless geniuses. Many warlock monarchs and Holy Spirit warlocks were geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude. There were also human warlocks who cultivated to the Holy Spirit warlock realm with level 7 soul aptitude, but they were very rare. Although not every warlock with level 8 soul aptitude could become a warlock monarch rank existence, but as long as a warlock with level 8 soul aptitude didn't die, they could easily become a glorious sun warlock or a bright world warlock. Their odds of becoming an infinity warlock were much higher than those of other warlocks. As for the rest of the warlocks, even if they were warlock geniuses with superior level 7 soul aptitude, it would be very difficult for them to become glorious sun warlocks. If they were careless, they would be trapped in the quasi-glorious sun warlock realm, unable to break through forever. A violent pillar of magic energy rose into the sky from Yang Feng's secret room, entered the clouds, and, like a huge black hole, frantically extracted the life magic energy of the immortal Huang Palace and the Battle Demon Sect. What happened? In a magic energy pool in the immortal Huang Palace, Huang Iha opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the magic energy pool. What's going on? What happened? When the Battle Demonic Sect's powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank sensed the change in the Battle Demonic Sect's life magic energy, they were alarmed, and came out of their dwellings. It's the immortal Huang Palace. Could it be that great elder Huang Iha is experimenting with a newly created secret method? The Battle Demonic Sect's powerhouses looked at the black pillar that extracted the life magic energy of the Battle Demonic Sect with curiosity in their eyes. The leaders of the battle demonic sect's branches turned into streams of light and flew towards the immortal Huang Palace, wanting to figure out what was going on. With flashes of light, 3 figures appeared in the immortal Huang Palace virtually in the blink of an eye. One of them was Yu Wuxian, one of the battle demonic sect's 4 great elders. Of the other 2, one was a burly man in his 40s who looked like a man-bear. He was He Lianyu, one of the battle demonic sect's 4 great elders. The other was a handsome young man with a medium build dressed in a white warlock robe. He had an extraordinary temperament, and he was Yu Jinggang, one of the battle demonic sect's 4 great elders. Yu Wuxian looked at the huge black pillar, where all kinds of strange seals that contained all kinds of laws were constantly appearing, and a complicated look flashed past her eyes. She slowly said, "This is a phenomenon caused by someone's soul aptitude breaking through the boundary of heaven and man. Old geezer Huang, who lives in that cave abode. Heaven-man boundary." Sure enough. The hearts of He Lianyu and Yu Jinggang shook slightly. Looking at the huge black pillar, their eyes revealed a complicated look. Huang Yihe's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly. "That's Yang Feng's dwelling. I didn't expect that his soul aptitude could break through the heaven-man boundary and reach this point. Haha. I've really picked up a treasure." When Huang Yihe casually agreed to accept Yang Feng as a personal disciple, he just wanted to form a good relationship with Shishui. After all, with her heaven-defying aptitude, it wouldn't be a problem for Shishui to become a Bright World Warlock in the future, and she might even become an Infinity Warlock. He never expected that Yang Feng, whose aptitude in his eyes wasn't good, could even be said to be inferior, could climb to this position step by step. Yu Wuxian's beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated glint, and she finally revealed a smile. Both brother and sister are peerless geniuses. It seems that the battle demonic sect has hope for prosperity. Shishui and Yang Feng had a close relationship. The stronger Yang Feng was, the more beneficial it would be for Yu Wuxian's branch. He Lianyu sighed regretfully. "It's a pity. If only I had accepted such a disciple." Yu Jinggang nodded slightly, and his eyes shimmered with regret. At that time, when Shishui caused a sensation in the demonic fighting sect, He Lianyu and Yu Jinggang had traveled to other places and weren't in the sect. Otherwise, Shishui wouldn't have one, and Yang Feng might have been taken in by them. Huang Yihe was even happier when he saw this, and he burst into laughter. "Haha." Standing aside, the battle demonic sect's sect master Lu Wuchen looked at the black pillar of light and listened to the discussion of the 4 great elders. He was suddenly startled, and a complicated look streaked past his eyes. He broke the heaven-man boundary. Yang Feng is really amazing. In the battle demonic sect, there were still quite a few geniuses with superior level 7 soul aptitude accumulated over thousands of years. However, there wasn't a single one with inferior level 8 soul aptitude. Yang Feng's soul aptitude broke the heaven-man boundary, and his future prospects were bright. This made Lu Wuchen a little jealous. "This is a phenomenon of breaking the heaven-man boundary. Amazing. Who is that? He can actually break the heaven-man boundary?" The heads of the battle demonic sect's branches came to the immortal Huang Palace. Looking at the black pillar of light, their eyes flashed with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Wang Zhilan looked up at the black pillar of light in the sky with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she sighed slightly. To break the heaven-man boundary, senior disciple brother Yang Feng is really amazing. Wu Ziming looked at the black pillar of light with a bitter expression on his face, and a sense of dejection welled up inside him. He broke the heaven-man boundary. "I'm afraid that I'll never be able to catch up to him." Wu Ziming was also a genius with a firm will. He had always set Yang Feng as his goal, trying to surpass him and become a personal disciple of Huang Yihe. But now he truly despaired, no longer having the intention to challenge the position of Yang Feng's personal disciple. The black pillar of light that contained countless materialized runes of the laws gradually disappeared. Huang Yihe scanned the area with his Infinity Warlock rank spirit force, and then revealed a smile. "It's a success. He has completely broken through the heaven-man boundary." Yu Wuxian said lightly, "Congratulations, old Huang. Congratulations on getting such a disciple. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become a glorious Dawn Warlock in the future. Besides, his potential is much greater than that of Yuan Yi's." Congratulations on picking up a treasure. Huang Yihe beamed and said, haha, luck, it's all luck. Chapter 523. Not long after the black pillar of light dissipated, a scarlet pillar of light rose from Yang Feng's dwelling and rose into the sky. A tremendous amount of life magic energy was attracted, and countless runes appeared under the power of the law of heaven and earth. When He Lianyu saw this scene, his eyes shimmered with incredulity, and he blurted out, his soul aptitude has broken through again? Yu Jingang's eyes flashed with envy and jealousy, and he sighed faintly. Once the soul aptitude breaks through to level 8, every increase in level will cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Yang Feng's soul aptitude has broken through again. Huang Yihe's eyes shimmered with delight, and he laughed loudly. Haha, it seems that the little fellow has gained a lot in the brilliant ancient capital. Yu Wuxian was also a little speechless. She quietly looked at the scarlet pillar of light, and a complicated look flashed through her beautiful eyes. At the time, Shui begged her to accept Yang Feng as a personal disciple, but she didn't think much of him, so she ignored her. She didn't expect that Yang Feng, whom she disdained at the time, would become a freakish genius with intermediate level 8 soul aptitude, only slightly inferior to Shui. Yu Wuxian looked at the crimson pillar of light, and a hint of regret flashed past her beautiful eyes. If she had accepted Yang Feng and Shui at the time, the entire Battle Demon sect would have been under her control in the future. He broke through again. Amazing. He can continue to break through. His soul aptitude is really amazing. When the Battle Demon sect's warlocks saw the scarlet pillar of light, their countenances surged, and they commented with envy and jealousy in their eyes. After the scarlet pillar of light lasted for a while, it slowly disappeared. This time, no one left. Everyone looked expectantly at Yang Feng's dwelling. They guessed that Yang Feng must have obtained some heaven-defying treasure, which allowed his soul aptitude to transform continuously. Before long, a white pillar of light rose from Yang Feng's dwelling, absorbed life magic energy from the surroundings, and formed countless mysterious runes. A complicated look in his eyes, He Lianyu sighed faintly. Superior level 8. His soul aptitude is already comparable to Shui's. Yu Jingang's eyes shone brightly. Maybe Yang Feng also has hopes of becoming a Holy Spirit Warlock. Holy Spirit Warlock. The bodies of Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian trembled slightly, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. Holy Spirit Warlocks are the most powerful existences in heaven and earth. Every Holy Spirit Warlock can kill an Infinity Warlock with a casual strike. In front of a Holy Spirit Warlock, picking the stars and the moon is just a piece of cake. Even with the help of their divine countries and the countless divine weapons in their divine countries, the strong divine force rank powerhouses of the many planes can't withstand a single blow from a Holy Spirit Warlock. Upper Class 8. His soul aptitude has evolved to the upper 8th rank. Amazing. With superior level 8 soul aptitude coupled with the virtual world, if he doesn't die, he will advance to a Bright World Warlock without a doubt. Moreover, they are Bright World Warlocks who can contend against Infinity Warlocks. The Battle Demon sect's warlocks around the immortal Huang Palace looked at the white beam of light with envy in their eyes. Superior level 8 soul aptitude is simply heaven-defying. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, only Yang Feng and Shui have this kind of soul aptitude. Of course, soul aptitude doesn't represent everything. In history, there have been many freakish geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude who died before they grew up. However, the higher the soul aptitude, the greater the potential of the warlock. After the white beam of light slowly disappeared, the first seats of the Battle Demon sect's branches dispersed with complicated thoughts in their minds. Yu Wuxian and the other 2 Bright World Warlocks lingered in the immortal Huang Palace for a long time before finally leaving. 7 days later, Yang Feng, who was inside the dwelling, slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light diffused from his eyes. Inside the dwelling, there is a lot of dust, which is the wreckage of high-grade magic energy released by high-grade magic crystals. After Yang Feng's soul aptitude evolved to superior level 8, his cultivation base naturally broke through to the advanced Starry Sky Warlock realm from the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock realm, and his strength skyrocketed again. Yang Feng grabbed a high-grade magic crystal and inhaled. He clearly sensed that the life magic energy inside the high-grade magic crystal was quickly extracted by him, and 80% of the life magic energy was quickly transformed into his life energy. In a breath of time, the high-grade magic crystal was drained of its life force and turned into dust. The higher the soul aptitude, the greater the advantage in cultivation. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he showed a smile. Before his transformation, it would take him 5 minutes to completely absorb the life magic energy inside the high-grade magic crystal and transform it into his life energy. But now, he only needs a breath of time to transform the life magic energy inside the high-grade magic crystal into his life energy. This is the heaven-defying aspect of superior level 8 soul aptitude. With a flick of his wrist, the holy grade secret treasure world ring appeared in Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng looked at the world ring with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. The arrangements of an existence like the brilliant Great Holy seemed to have a profound meaning. The desert of wind, the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity respectively hide 4 origin crystals, which can help warlocks evolve their semiplane into a small world. The sacred grade secret treasure, the world ring, was an existence that could stabilize small worlds, making them more solid and difficult to destroy. At this point, a glorious dawn warlock can smash the semiplane inside Yang Feng with a powerful spell. But once it is transformed into a small world and placed in the world ring, even a bright world warlock rank powerhouse won't be able to destroy it with one blow. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the wind, fire, water, and earth origin crystals fell into the semiplane in his sea of knowledge. At the same time, he quickly operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body. As soon as the 4 origin crystals fell into Yang Feng's semiplane, primal chaos aura swept out, and the 4 origin crystals exploded and turned into wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles. Gales rose, flames rose, floods filled the sky, and the earth shook. Under the effect of the 4 origin crystals, Yang Feng's semiplane shook, crumbled, disintegrated, and reformed. The entire half-plane was collapsing and reforming, evolving into a small world. Yang Feng operated a secret method, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes and turned into the primal chaos magic pupil, and he looked at the collapsing semiplane. In the vision of the primal chaos magic eyes, while the demiplane was evolving into a small world, countless mysterious natural runes kept appearing and evolving into a scene of creation. The scene of the end of the world in the semiplane lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, the semiplane has completely transformed into a small world. A small sun constructed from pure fire elemental particles appeared in the sky. A majestic wind blew in the small world, and the land stretched as far as the eye could see. There were mountains, hills, plains, and other terrains. A boundless sea also appeared in the small world. After this transformation, the small world inside Yang Feng has become a small world with a radius of more than 3,000 kilometers and an area of more than 9 million square kilometers. The small world is full of vitality and can already accommodate intelligent life forms. With a thought from Yang Feng, the world ring appeared in the small world. As soon as the world ring appeared, countless runes flew out from the world ring and merged with the world origin of the small world. After merging with the holy grade secret treasure world ring, no matter what strong enemies Yang Feng encounters, he can extract the power of the small world through the world ring. Even if he is blasted by a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse, it won't damage the small world inside him. The world ring isn't an offensive secret treasure, but a precious secret treasure that can maintain and protect the small world inside him. This kind of secret treasure is very rare and precious. Even if it is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse who has formed a virtual world inside them, they will desperately fight over this secret treasure. After the semiplane inside Yang Feng evolved into a small world, his cultivation base advanced from the advanced Starry Sky Warlock realm to the pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock realm. After the small world stabilized, Yang Feng took out the 2 secret treasures Shoot the Heavens Bow and Heavy Mountain Shield. Yang Feng can't see through the quality of these 2 secret treasures. Although he refined them, but he can't use them. The higher the grade of the secret treasure, the more life force it needs to consume. With Yang Feng's current strength, using level 7 secret treasures is already his limit. He can't use secret treasures above level 7. After putting the Shoot the Heavens Bow and the Heavy Mountain Shield into the small world, Yang Feng began to refine the Lightning All secret treasure. It took Yang Feng a full 10 days to completely refine the lightning, all according to the secret method recorded in the time text. The immortal Huang Palace, outside a reception hall. Yang Feng said, "Yang Feng requests an audience with teacher." Huang Yiha's voice came from inside the reception hall. "Come in." When Yang Feng entered the reception hall, he saw Huang Yiha sitting on a soft sofa with an ancient book in his hand. Yang Feng took out a jade box and handed Huang Yiha the scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed inside. "Teacher, disciple obtained a scarlet immortal black mist lotus when he entered the brilliant ancient capital. It was by refining the scarlet immortal black mist lotus that disciple broke through the heaven-man boundary and advanced to superior level 8 soul aptitude. This is a scarlet immortal black mist lotus seed. Please accept it, teacher." Chapter 524. The fact that Yang Feng obtained the scarlet immortal black mist lotus couldn't be concealed from those with ulterior motives. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus was a treasure that could even tempt infinity warlocks. If it wasn't for Huang Yiha's protection, Yang Feng would definitely die once he left the battle demon sect. Huang Yiha's eyes lit up, and he showed a satisfied smile and accepted the jade box. "Scarlet immortal black mist lotus. It's your luck to be able to obtain such a treasure. As your master, I shouldn't have accepted such a precious treasure from you. But I really want to break through the heaven-man boundary, so I won't stand on ceremony." Huang Yiha asked, "How many scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds did you use to promote your soul aptitude to superior level 8? Yang Feng answered calmly, "My aptitude is poor. I used a total of 6 scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds to promote my soul aptitude to superior level 8. I still have 3 scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds left. I plan to give Shui 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds to upgrade her soul aptitude." Yang Feng used 1 scarlet immortal black mist lotus to break through the heaven-man boundary, used 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus to promote his soul aptitude from inferior level 8 to intermediate level 8. And used 3 scarlet immortal black mist lotus to promote his soul aptitude from intermediate level 8 to superior level 8. Huang Yiha was an existence comparable to an infinity warlock and Yang Feng's master. If he wanted to attack Yang Feng wouldn't be able to resist, so he might as well be frank. In any case, Yang Feng's soul aptitude has reached superior level 8. Even if Huang Yiha wanted to rob him of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, Yang Feng wouldn't resist. Of course, if he did that, he would be completely disappointed in the battle demon sect. Once he made some achievements in the future, he would definitely retaliate. Shi Shui's soul aptitude is superior level 8, which is already perfect. There's no use in taking the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. With your strength, you can't keep the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. I suggest that you give one to Great Elder Yu Wuxian and ask her to take care of you. Yu Wuxian and I have been stuck in the quasi-infinity warlock realm for hundreds of years. Once we take the scarlet immortal black mist lotus and break through the heaven-man boundary, we should be able to promote to infinity warlocks. With the 2 of us supporting you, you will be able to protect the last scarlet immortal black mist lotus," Huang Yiha said calmly. Huang Yiha and Yu Wuxian are peerless powerhouses of the battle demon sect who have already formed a virtual world. With their strength, they can contend against ordinary junior infinity warlocks. With the help of the battle demon sect's underlying strength, they can even kill advanced infinity warlocks. It is because Huang Yiha and Yu Wuxian are so powerful that they don't dare to take the step to advance to the infinity warlock realm rashly. The stronger they are, the more difficult it is for them to advance to the infinity warlock rank. If they are not careful, they may be in danger of dying. As one of the 10 great sects, only Huang Yiha and Yu Wuxian can contend against infinity warlock rank experts. He Lianyu and Yu Jinggang are also bright world warlocks. If they were to face an infinity warlock, they would have no chance of winning. In order to protect the battle demon sect, Huang Yiha and Yu Wuxian can't risk dying and advance to the infinity warlock rank. But now, once they take the 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus, they can break through the heaven-man boundary and advance to the infinity warlock rank by as much as 80%. Naturally, they can attack the bottleneck and advance to the infinity warlock rank. After all, the scarlet immortal black mist lotus is only a holy grade treasure of heaven and earth. At most, it can only make a warlock's soul aptitude reach superior level 8. But to break through from superior level 8 to inferior level 9, an even more heaven-defying Empyrean grade treasure of heaven and earth is needed. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then handed the 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus seeds to Huang Yihe. Then I'll give one of these 2 scarlet immortal black mist lotus to Great Elder Yu Wuxian and ask teacher to keep the other for me. When I have the strength, I'll come and get it back. If Huang Yihe snatches Yang Feng's treasure, Yang Feng will naturally be unwilling. But after Huang Yihe analyzed the pros and cons, Yang Feng naturally won't be stupid enough to refuse Huang Yihe's good intentions. A treasure like the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus isn't something that a mere Starry Sky warlock like Yang Feng can keep. Only an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse like Huang Yihe can keep it. Huang Yihe uttered with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll let everyone know that the last Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus is in my hands. This way, you won't be in danger." Yang Feng ate 6 of the 9 Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds, Huang Yihe had 2, and Yu Wuxian used 1. In this way, the whereabouts of the 9 Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds are clear. Those Infinity Warlocks can only look for Huang Yihe, not Yang Feng. After all, even if they kill Yang Feng, they won't be able to get the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds. On the contrary, they will offend Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Thank you, teacher. However, I don't think we should keep the last Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus. It's best to use it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it may bring danger to the Battle Demon sect." Huang Yihe uttered with a smile, "Feng you underestimate the Battle Demon sect too much. After I promote to an Infinity Warlock, those guys won't be anything to fear." With a flick of Huang Yihe's wrist, a yellow crystal flew into Yang Feng's hand. This is a disposable secret treasure light crystal. It can block a full strength strike of a Bright World Warlock. When you crush this light crystal, I know that you're in danger. As long as you're in most places on the Tsangji Plain, I can sense you. Huang Yihe pondered for a while, and then with a flick of his wrist, 2 secret treasures flew out and fell into Yang Feng's hand. This is a level 7 secret treasure Myriad Bone Shield and a level 7 secret treasure Imperial Sword. The Myriad Bone Shield can defend against most physical and magical attacks, while the Imperial Sword can strengthen your manipulation of the law of space. Besides, studying the Imperial Sword will be of great benefit to the improvement of your understanding of the law of space. Yang Feng was overjoyed. "Thank you, teacher." One of the 2 level 7 secret treasures specializes in offense and defense. After Feng obtained the 2 level 7 secret treasures, his combat power increased greatly. Without using the power of a small world, he can slay a junior Moonlight Warlock with his own strength. Level 7 secret treasures are extremely precious secret treasures that can only be fully exerted by Glorious Dawn Warlocks. Only the 10 great sects, the 7 great families, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court, and the Magic Note and True God Hall can take them out. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, many rogue Glorious Dawn Warlocks don't have level 7 secret treasures. This is also the reason why rogue cultivators are much weaker than warlocks from major forces. Huang Yihe sighed slightly. "What are you thanking me for? Compared to the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus, these 2 level 7 secret treasures are not worth mentioning. Feng if you exchange a Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seed, those Infinity Warlocks will even be willing to exchange a Monarch grade secret treasure for it." Secret treasures are divided into 9 grades. Above level 9 are Monarch grade secret treasures, above Monarch grade secret treasures are Holy grade secret treasures, and above Holy grade secret treasures are Empyrean grade secret treasures. Monarch grade secret treasures are treasures used by Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. They are one of the trump cards of many powerful forces. The Battle Demon sect has a heritage of more than 10,000 years, yet it has no more than 10 Monarch grade secret treasures. With the deterrence of Monarch grade secret treasures, the Battle Demon sect can become one of the 10 great sects without the protection of an Infinity Warlock. Otherwise, the Battle Demon sect would have been breached long ago, all its resources would have been looted, and the territory occupied would have been carved up. Of course, only Infinity Warlocks can exchange the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Seed for a Monarch grade secret treasure. If Yang Feng dares to trade the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus with other Infinity Warlocks, it will be very dangerous. Only some principled Infinity Warlocks will trade with him fairly. Huang Yihe pointed out some of the problems Yang Feng encountered in his cultivation. Under his guidance, the various problems Yang Feng encountered in his cultivation were immediately solved. After Yang Feng left Huang Yihe's place, he immediately returned to his dwelling and began to study the secret methods recorded in the transcendent text. The Time Lord's time text is all-encompassing, and the time secret methods containing the Time Lord's path are even more profound and mysterious. Once you cultivate them to a certain level, you will be able to manipulate time with infinite power. After Yang Feng took a look at the time secret method, he realized that even if he ate the apple of wisdom and his wisdom sword, it would still be extremely difficult for him to study the time secret method. It is a secret method that can only be mastered by a heaven-defying powerhouse with a special talent and bloodline. The 7 Warlock Emperors created the 7 Empyrean grade secret methods that humans could cultivate. However, no one has ever cultivated the 7 Empyrean grade secret methods step by step and reached their heights because of different physiques, bloodlines, and fortuitous encounters. There is no way to walk the same path and reach the supreme position. The Transcendent Text is a secret method created by the 3rd Warlock Emperor, the Transcendent Lord. It mainly uses the Transcendent Empyrean imprint to suppress countless Transcendent and use the power of various Transcendent to develop all kinds of strange abilities. The Taboo Lord uses the bloodline of countless powerful beings to strengthen himself, and then purifies the bloodline to give birth to a unique, perfect, and powerful taboo force. Among them, the Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist uses pure power to crush everything. The Transcendent Lord uses the Transcendent Empyrean imprint as a secret treasure and secret method to suppress countless Transcendent and use the power of countless Transcendent to fight in all kinds of strange and almost omnipotent ways. By using the power of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, the weak can defeat the strong. As they have never fought each other, there is no way to know who is stronger between the Taboo Lord and the Transcendent Lord. However, the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body and the Transcendent Empyrean Imprint are the quintessence of the 2 Warlock Emperor secret methods. Yang Feng's Primal Chaos Imperishable Body has been cultivated to the minor completion realm, and his physique is comparable to that of a junior Glorious Sun Warlock. It is very difficult for him to make further progress. He can only study the Transcendent Empyrean imprint and improve his fighting ability. Yang Feng has eaten an apple of wisdom, and his wisdom is extraordinary. In terms of wisdom alone, he is not inferior to an Infinity Warlock. He quickly studied the Transcendent Empyrean imprint thoroughly. The core of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint is to suppress various Transcendent. The more Transcendent is suppressed, the greater the power of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. When the Transcendent reaches the Infinity Warlock rank, a secret treasure must be refined to bear the existence of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. Otherwise, the Transcendent Empyrean imprint cannot be maintained. Chapter 525. The Demonic Divine Lord is really a dangerous guy. If someone refines the Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint, then as long as the Empyrean grade Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint isn't destroyed, then once the Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint is successfully refined, it will be controlled by the Empyrean grade Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint and become a child imprint. No wonder after the 3rd Warlock dynasty, there was no one else who cultivated this secret method. After carefully studying the Demonic Divine text, Yang Feng entered the Battle Demon Sect's database and quickly found records about the Demonic Divine text, the Time text, and the Taboo text. The Demonic Divine text is broad, profound, and mysterious. The Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint is a peerless secret method that allows the weak to defeat the strong. However, except for the first Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint, other people who cultivate the Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint can only cultivate a child imprint and be controlled by the first Demonic Divine Empyrean imprint. Therefore, after the 3rd Warlock dynasty, very few people cultivated the secret methods recorded in the Demonic Divine text. Many supreme geniuses among human warlocks have studied the Demonic Divine text and developed countless secret methods by drawing on the essence of the Demonic Divine text. Reportedly, The 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem Lord created his own golem text based on the demonic divine text and became invincible in the world. After Yang Feng obtained the demonic divine text, he naturally didn't want the demonic divine Empyrean imprint he painstakingly cultivated to become a child imprint of the first demonic divine Empyrean imprint, so he began to search for information to find a solution. The demonic God Master was indeed the proud son of heaven of an era. He suppressed the world and was invincible. In his era, he was invincible. The demonic divine text was one of the most powerful secret methods. However, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and countless human warlocks have studied the demonic divine text. In the process, countless supreme geniuses have cracked the demonic divine text. As a core secret method of the demonic divine text, the demonic divine Empyrean imprint has been studied countless times. After a little search, Yang Feng found dozens of secret methods to crack the demonic divine Empyrean imprint. If the demonic divine Empyrean imprint was refined into an Empyrean grade secret treasure, then even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse wouldn't be able to reverse the process. However, since Yang Feng only suppressed an evil god, it was easy for him to separate the evil god's true name from the transcendent Empyrean imprint. Now that I know the principle behind the transcendent Empyrean imprint, I can use Shizu technology and modern Warlock secret methods to create a true god Empyrean imprint that belongs to me. With a thought, Yang Feng plunged into the laboratory. Using the high-grade soulstones and a large number of precious ores he obtained from the Fuso subcontinent as the core, and using the transcendent text and the various alchemy materials in the Battle Demon sect, he began to research and develop the true god Empyrean imprint. Originally, the alchemy materials in the demon fighting sect were extremely precious. Even though Yang Feng was a personal disciple of Huang Yihe, he still couldn't browse them at will. However, the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus Yang Feng gave to Huang Yihe was extremely precious and of great significance. All the information in the Battle Demonic sect has been completely opened to Yang Feng, allowing him to use the Battle Demonic sect's tremendous underlying strength to advance his research by leaps and bounds. The Apple of Wisdom opened the Gate of Wisdom for Yang Feng, making his wisdom comparable to that of peerless human warlock geniuses. During the constant research, he made progress at every moment. He had enough wisdom to deduce and analyze the whimsical ideas that suddenly emerged. Yang Feng's god clone in the Feisuor plane also used the power of the godhead to deduce all kinds of changes and mysteries. Every god's divinity was comparable to a superintelligent optical computer. It could perform countless calculations, absorb all kinds of faith power, distribute faith power, cast divine spells, and so on. If a god lost their godhead, they would be unable to contact their believers, nor would they be able to respond to the prayers of their believers and release divine spells. Nor would they be able to absorb faith force through the godhead to maintain their existence. Therefore, even if a god didn't die when they lost their godhead, but they would weaken over time and eventually die. It took Yang Feng 3 months to finish developing the true god Empyrean imprint. It's finally done. This is the crystallization of Warlock alchemy and Shizu technology. In a laboratory in the Turandot subcontinent, Yang Feng grasped a golden imprint and showed a smile. The golden imprint was the true god Empyrean imprint. It had all the power of the transcendent Empyrean imprint, but it wasn't controlled by the first transcendent Empyrean imprint. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, the materials for this true god Empyrean imprint are limited, and my refining methods are limited. It's just a level 7 secret treasure, which can only suppress Bright World Warlock rank gods at most. But for me, it's enough for now. After the level 2 stronghold was established, various munitions factories and research institutes took root in the Turandot subcontinent. However, with the technology unlocked in the level 2 stronghold, refining level 7 secret treasures was already the limit. With Yang Feng's current technology, he couldn't refine level 8 secret treasures. Yang Feng smiled and willed, and mechanical insects with a pitch-black carapace flew into his hand. However, these 3 months of research weren't in vain. A simplified version of the devourer that can evolve has been manufactured. The mechanical insects that look like black beetles are the simplified version of the insect-type mechanical devourer that Yang Feng made using the Empyrean grade secret treasure material Mysterious Gold God Iron. Devourers are the crystallization of Shizu wisdom and one of the most powerful battle robots. Devourers can devour energy and divide it in battle. No matter what kind of energy it devours, they can break through almost all energy shields. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, if they let the Devourer attack, they will have all their energy devoured by the Devourer and die. Of course, the Devourer is a top-notch battle robot of the Shizu. Even with the top-notch material Mysterious Gold God Iron, Yang Feng can only make a simplified version of the Devourer. After all, Mysterious Gold God Iron isn't the only material that can make a Devourer. However, the simplified version of the Devourer is still very powerful and can devour energy of various properties. Originally, Yang Feng had no way to deal with the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy. After all, he is one of the 12 Holy Spirit Warlocks of the 36 Holy Spirit Warlocks who followed the Time Lord, an existence closest to the Warlock Emperor rank. However, as soon as the simplified version of the Devourer was made, Yang Feng can let the Devourer devour the left hand of the brilliant Great Holy. With a thought from Yang Feng, the 1800 simplified version Devourers flew into his small world. With the 1800 simplified version Devourers, Yang Feng can absorb all kinds of energy unscrupulously and let the Devourers devour them. With this powerful means to fight the enemy, the combat power of his true body has skyrocketed by several times. After developing the true God Empyrean imprint and creating the simplified version of the Devourers, Yang Feng began to practice cultivation in seclusion and improve his cultivation base. After obtaining the support of the Fuso subcontinent's huge amount of resources, Yang Feng no longer lacks cultivation resources for a short period of time. As such, he has been practicing cultivation in seclusion and improving his strength. After an unknown amount of time, in the secret chamber, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with divine light and exuded formidable self-confidence. With a flash of light, he disappeared from the secret chamber. In the Battle Demon Sect's flying boat hall, there are huge flying boats engraved with countless mysterious runes anchored. Each of these huge flying boats can easily fly more than 100,000 kilometers in a day. On a huge flying boat, there are dozens of young warlocks, each of whom exudes starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power. Among the dozens of warlocks, 3 warlocks stand out and form a small circle. As if lofty emperors, they exude an unapproachable aura. The 3 warlocks are Zhong Hanshan, Zhuo Yifan, and Zhu Feng, personal disciples of the 3 great elders. They are all talented people, each of whom has practiced cultivation until the quasi-moonlight warlock realm. Besides, they have astonishing means, and can defeat some weak rogue moonlight warlocks. The rest of the warlocks are led by Zhong Sun, Wang Zhilan, Wu Ziming, and other warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon Sect are among them. Zhong Hanshan frowned slightly and said, "Junior disciple brother Yang Feng hasn't arrived yet." Zhuo Yifan's eyes shimmered with jealousy, and he uttered full of complicated emotions, "He should be here soon. After not seeing him for a few years, I wonder how strong junior disciple brother Yang Feng has become. Superior level 8 soul aptitude, I'm really looking forward to it." With the help of the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus, Yang Feng broke through the Heavenman boundary in one fell swoop and reached superior level 8 soul aptitude. This matter was no longer a secret in the Battle Demon Sect. When Yang Feng defeated the Tai Yi Sect's Holy Son Yi Yuanyang, it caused a sensation in the Battle Demon Sect. But now that his soul aptitude broke through to superior level 8, he became a freakish genius like Shishue in one fell swoop. This made the Battle Demon Sect look forward to his future. At the same time, there were many people full of jealousy towards Yang Feng, and Zhuo Yifan was no exception. Zhu Feng's eyes flashed with determination, and he said solemnly, "The Time Sky City is a great secret realm left by the Time Lord. There is an original time text in the Time Sky City. If we can obtain treasures in the Time Sky City, we may be able to surpass junior disciple brother Yang Feng in the future." 3 years ago, in the eyes of Zhu Feng and the other 2, Yang Feng was just a rising star in the sect. Although they were optimistic about Yang Feng's future, but they didn't think that the great warlock Yang Feng could surpass them in a short time. But 3 years later, Yang Feng has become the target they need to catch up with and surpass. When they thought of this, the 3 of them had complicated feelings. Chapter 526. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng is here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Excited, the warlocks of the Battle Demon sect's younger generation stared at Yang Feng walking over from afar. Yang Feng came from humble origins. The Turandot subcontinent is a barbarian land in the eyes of many people from the Great Cloud Dynasty, and his aptitude was ordinary. Yet step by step, from a level 2 warlock, he not only promoted to a Starry Sky warlock, but with the help of the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus, his soul aptitude broke through the Heaven-Man boundary in one fell swoop and reached superior level 8. He became a freakish genius with a bright future. If Yang Feng doesn't die during his growth, he has a 90% chance of promoting to a Bright World Warlock, and his chances of promoting to an Infinity Warlock are far higher than those of other geniuses in the Battle Demon sect except Shishui. At this time, Yang Feng has become the target of all geniuses in the Battle Demon sect. Every warlock genius regards Yang Feng as their target and object of worship, wanting to become the second Yang Feng. Junior Starry Sky Warlock, his cultivation speed is so fast. In such a short time, he has already formed a Starry Sky core and become a Starry Sky Warlock. Zhong Sun stared at Yang Feng with a complicated gleam in his eyes. At the time of the Great Sect competition, Zhong Sun was defeated by Yang Feng. He still hasn't given up on chasing Yang Feng. After the fight between Yang Feng and Yi Yuanyang, Zhong Sun understood that it would be difficult for him to catch up with Yang Feng. Zhong Sun cultivated bitterly after that, and his combat strength increased greatly. However, he was well aware that he was still not Yi Yuanyang's opponent, and couldn't even withstand a full strength strike from Yi Yuanyang. Yang Feng, on the other hand, has advanced from a Great Warlock to a Starry Sky Warlock, and his strength has increased by several times. He can now contend against a Moonlight Warlock. Zhong Sun didn't even have the heart to challenge such a powerful existence. When Zhong Hanshan and the other two saw Yang Feng, their eyes lit up, and they went to greet him. Zhong Hanshan glanced at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam. She exclaimed in admiration, "Starry Sky Warlock. Junior disciple brother, your cultivation speed is really amazing. Since Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang, Zhong Hanshan and the other two haven't seen him again." This was the first time the four of them met. When she saw that Yang Feng had Junior Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, Yang Feng concealed his cultivation base. Even Zhong Hanshan couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Because of the astronomical amount of resources required for a virtual world, experts who have formed a virtual world generally have much slower progress in their cultivation than other warlocks. If Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian hadn't cultivated a virtual world, the two great elders of the Great War Demonic sect would have already promoted to Infinity Warlocks. When Yang Feng was able to defeat Yi Yuanyang, who cultivated a virtual world, everyone believed that he should have cultivated a virtual world. According to common sense, Yang Feng should still be a great warlock at this time, and it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Being trapped in the Great Warlock realm for decades or even over a century wasn't anything strange. In fact, if Yang Feng hadn't obtained the support of the Fuso subcontinent's tremendous resources, it would have taken him at least 300 years to break through on his own. Zhui Yifan's eyes also flashed with a strange light. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, you're really amazing. With you here, the Battle Demon sect will definitely become famous in the world." There was a complicated look in Zhu Feng's eyes, and then he finally smiled and said, "That's right. With you here, the Battle Demon sect will definitely become famous in the world. Junior brother, you must sweep away the geniuses of the Time Sky City and show them the power of the Battle Demon sect." Yang Feng smiled and replied full of confidence, "I understand. The Time Sky City Competition Assembly is a feast for the entire world. In the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, countless geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Western World's 3 dynasties, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kardrid Dynasty will gather to compete for the 108 Keys of Time. In the continent, all the geniuses who desire to obtain the treasures left behind by the Time Lord and comprehend various secret methods and mysteries under the Time Sky Pillar will gather in the Time Sky City to compete for the Keys of Time. The Time Sky City is an arena for countless geniuses and a place to display the underlying strength of the major forces. Every time, countless monstrous starry sky warlocks will emerge. As long as they don't die, they will create a legend. If the Battle Demon sect can perform well in the Time Sky City competition assembly, it will gain a great reputation and attract more geniuses to join the Battle Demon sect, forming a virtuous cycle. Therefore, the Time Sky City competition assembly is extremely important for any major force. Yang Feng said with a smile, however, with my strength alone, I'm still a bit weak. Senior disciple brothers and senior disciple sisters, please lend me a hand. With the Battle Demon sect united, we will be able to achieve the best results. When Zhong Han's Han and the other two heard this, they showed smiles and felt even more comfortable. The three of them are aware that with Yang Feng's monstrous strength, even if they join forces, they may not be his opponent. Now that Yang Feng was so modest, it made them admire Yang Feng even more. Elder Zhao Hong, one of the three glorious Sun Warlocks responsible for guarding the Battle Demon sect's geniuses, took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a satisfied smile. Neither arrogant nor rash, what a rare genius. There is hope for the Battle Demon sect to prosper. The geniuses going to the Time Sky City are the next generation of the Battle Demon sect's powerhouses. The Battle Demon sect attaches great importance to them, and sent three glorious Sun Warlocks to guard them. Along with flashes of light, the huge flying vessel carrying the countless geniuses of the Battle Demon sect set off and turned into a stream of light flying towards the Time City. The Time City is one of the most ancient human holy cities. At the time, the Time Lord led countless human warlocks to establish the first human city in the Time City, setting off a wave of human resistance against the archgods. The Time City has left many traces of the Time Lord. Even after countless years, they haven't been erased by time. There are many strange phenomena that human warlocks haven't been able to successfully analyze to this day. Above the Time City, there is a holy city hidden in the river of time called the Time Sky City. The Time Sky City is a treasure city built by the Time Lord in order to cultivate human warlock geniuses, and it contains countless treasures. The Time Sky City is said to be a small world that the Time Lord refined from a plane using a peerless spell before he implanted a semiplane into it. The small world contains countless mysteries and treasures of heaven and earth. In particular, the Time Sky Pillar contains the mysteries of the time text. Although the Time Lord wrote the time text, which records the secret methods he cultivates. However, the most profound lore of time cannot be passed on through words. Although many warlocks have studied the Time Lord's time text, but the number of people who can truly understand its mysteries can be counted on one hand. Even the peerless geniuses of the 7 warlock emperors were unable to benefit too much from the secret methods of time recorded in the original version of the time text. But the Time Sky Pillar is different. The Time Sky Pillar is a treasure that the Time Lord cut off from the river of time using a peerless spell that ordinary people can't understand, and then refined with the Empyrean-grade treasure Time Sky Crystal. The Time Sky Pillar carries the Time Lord's secret methods as well as all kinds of powerful secret methods. Even if you don't have a special physique like the Time Lord, but by using the Time Sky Pillar, you can still comprehend the lore of time. Apart from that, there were also countless mysterious and peerless secret techniques sealed within the Time Sky Pillar. They were peerless secret techniques that could only be comprehended through the Time Sky Pillar. Except for the Time Lord, the other 7 Warlock Emperors have entered the Time Sky City. The Dawn Lord, the Warlock Emperor of the 8th Warlock dynasty, comprehended his own path and peerless secret method in front of the Time Sky Pillar, and finally rose from among countless geniuses, becoming unparalleled in the world. In the history of human warlocks, many Warlock monarchs and Holy Spirit warlocks have come to the Time Sky City to comprehend various secret methods under the Time Sky Pillar. Therefore, every time the Time Sky City opens, countless geniuses will come to compete for the time key and the opportunity to enter the Time Sky City. At this time, there are people coming and going in the Time Sky City. Blonde warlock geniuses from the Western world can be seen everywhere. The Secret Dragon Temple is located in the center of the Time City. The Secret Dragon Temple covers an area of hundreds of thousands of hectares and is equipped with all kinds of buildings. It is a place specially used to entertain the geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's top forces and the Western world's 3 dynasties. Those who can enter the secret dragon temple are starry sky warlock geniuses of the great cloud dynasty's top sects and families. Only starry sky warlock geniuses who are famous and recognized may get an invitation to enter here. The secret dragon temple's top hotel, the Secret Dragon Hotel, in the lobby on the first floor, an extraordinarily handsome warlock in green quietly enjoys a variety of top delicacies while listening to the discussions of warlock geniuses from the Eastern and Western worlds. When it comes to the most outrageous geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty in recent years, I have to mention the Saint Lotus sect's Holy Daughter by Elian. Half a year ago, the pinnacle junior moonlight warlock Old Monster Kai Feng died at her hands. In this time's Time Sky City competition assembly, she will definitely be able to suppress everyone. Hehe, the Saint Lotus sect's Holy Daughter by Elian is indeed very strong, far stronger than ordinary warlocks. However, she is too young after all, having promoted to a starry sky warlock less than 30 years ago. I think that the Golem sect's genius Zhongji Kue will be the overlord of this time's Time Sky City competition assembly. 100 years ago, he was already an outrageous genius who could kill junior moonlight warlocks. After 100 years of accumulation, his strength will only become more terrifying. Chapter 527. That's right. If it's Zhongji Kue, then Bai Elian shouldn't be his opponent. After all, he's a powerhouse of the older generation who has been in the quasi-moonlight warlock realm for more than 100 years. The Time Sky City's Time Sky Pillar contains endless mysteries. You can use the Time Sky Pillar to comprehend secret methods and illuminate your future path. Therefore, many starry sky warlocks will stop after practicing cultivation to the quasi-moonlight warlock realm, polish their combat strength, and prepare to compete for the 108 keys of time and get the opportunity to enter the Time Sky City. Hehe, who does Zhongji Kue think he is? The strongest is naturally the Tai Yi sect's current holy son Yi Yuanyang. He's a freakish genius who formed a virtual world. Half a year ago, the intermediate moonlight warlock rank Old Demon Turtle Mountain died at his hands. That's an intermediate moonlight warlock rank Old Monster. Yi Yuanyang, he's really strong. This is the 6th moonlight warlock to die at his hands. Upon hearing Yi Yuanyang's name, there was a burst of approval in the surroundings. Moonlight warlock rank old deities are extremely cunning and have mastered life-saving spells. Even if they aren't a match for moonlight warlock rank true disciples of top sects, but they can often escape from them. For Yi Yuanyang to be able to slay 6 moonlight warlock rank old monsters, his strength is simply appalling. In particular, the intermediate moonlight warlock rank Old Demon Turtle Mountain was 2 or 3 times stronger than a junior moonlight warlock rank powerhouse. For such a powerhouse to die at his hands, even if many people didn't have a good impression of Yi Yuanyang, they had to admit that he was indeed very strong. Yi Yuanyang, who does he think he is? The Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng defeated him with his great warlock rank cultivation base. Now that Yang Feng has broken through the Heavenman boundary, his soul aptitude has reached superior level 8. In the starry sky warlock realm, who can be his opponent? A voice sounded in the lobby, and the rest of the warlocks fell into silence. Indeed, Yang Feng has defeated Yi Yuanyang before. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the strongest this time. No, although Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang, but he may not be a match for quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. After all, he formed a virtual world, so his cultivation speed is bound to be much slower than others. The warlocks continued to argue. But no matter how they argued, they didn't deny that Yang Feng is already among the strongest starry sky warlocks in the starry sky. The azure-clothed warlock Kongfang Ao, who was tasting the fine wine and delicacies, listened to the discussions of the many warlock geniuses, and his heart was filled with complicated emotions. He sighed lightly. After not seeing him for a few years, I didn't expect Yang Feng to actually reach this step. At that time, when Kongfang Ao traveled to the Turandot subcontinent, it was only because he found Yang Feng pleasing to the eye that he befriended Yang Feng and helped him a little. But as a child of an aristocratic family, he naturally carries a trace of the arrogance of the Great Cloud Dynasty. He didn't expect that after Yang Feng joined the Battle Demon sect, in just a few decades, he has become the strongest genius of the Battle Demon sect's younger generation, and can even contend against the Tai Yi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang. Yi Yuan Yang, Yang Feng, and Bai Elian, in front of me, they're nothing but clay chickens and pottery dog. An unruly voice sounded in the lobby. Gazes followed the direction of the voice and saw hundreds of blonde warlock geniuses from the Western world's 3 dynasties slowly enter the lobby. Curious gazes focused on the warlock geniuses from the Western world's 3 dynasties. The continent is divided into the Eastern world and the Western world. Of the 8 warlock emperors, 7 came from the Eastern world. Therefore, the warlock civilization of the Eastern world was extremely developed. If the Western world hadn't given birth to Holy Spirit warlocks and followed the 7 warlock emperors and made countless contributions, there wouldn't be a unique warlock civilization of the Western world. In the Tsangji Plain, the warlock civilization of the Eastern world had an overwhelming upper hand. The major subcontinents and countless plains were proud of the Eastern world civilization. The warlocks of the Eastern world regarded human warlocks of other worlds and subcontinents as barbarians. The 8th warlock emperor from the Western world, the Dawn Lord, emerged and defeated countless supreme geniuses of his generation, and finally ascended to the throne and founded the 8th warlock dynasty. After the establishment of the Dawn dynasty, the Western world ushered in great development, and gradually developed into a behemoth capable of contending with the Eastern world's human warlocks. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the continent was divided into 4 dynasties. Due to the distance between the 4 dynasties, powerhouses below the glorious Dawn warlock rank rarely crossed the boundaries of the 4 dynasties to travel to other dynasties. For many people, this is the first time they've seen the warlock geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties. The warlock geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties who entered the lobby are in high spirits, their eyes shining brightly, and their bearing extraordinary. More than half of them are quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. These hundreds of people are peerless geniuses selected from the trillions of people in the Western world. Among the hundreds of warlock geniuses from the Western world, they are clearly divided into 3 groups. The 3 groups are clearly from the 3 dynasties. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are countless forces fighting both openly and covertly. On the surface, although there are only the 10 great sects, the 8 great families, and the imperial court, these 19 superforces. But in private, there are countless hidden families and powerful hidden sects. In order to compete for resources, they fight each other endlessly. The Western world's 3 dynasties also fight each other endlessly for the sake of their own interests. If it wasn't for the Great Cloud Dynasty eyeing them covetously from the sidelines, an endless war might break out between them. In this foreign land, the genius warlocks from the Western world's 3 dynasties faintly joined forces to contend against the warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, there are still many contradictions between them, and they can't trust each other, which is why they are divided into 3 groups. Among the 3 groups of people, 3 small circles are clearly divided. As if leading sheep, they lead the warlock geniuses from the Western world. There were 4 people in each of the 3 small circles. One of them was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was tall and handsome, and he exuded a sacred aura. One is a beautiful Western woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, a hot and sexy figure, and snow-white skin. One is a young man with short blonde hair and a smile on his face. One is a blonde man with hawk-like eyes and a hooked nose, and a gloomy aura between his eyebrows. In each small circle, there are 3 people. Among the 3, one of them was tall and slender like a human bear. His face was covered with a beard, making him look like a savage. One is a tall, bare-chested man with strange runes engraved all over his body. One has blue hair and blue eyes, a handsome appearance, and an elegant temperament, looking like a born king. The last small circle also has 4 people. One has long crimson hair, a handsome appearance, and an unyielding expression. One has a medium build, black skin, an unruly expression, and eyes flashing with fierce fighting spirit. He is a very rare black man. One of them was a tall and slender woman with black hair and blue eyes. She was a stunning beauty that was a mixture of Eastern purity and Western sexiness. One of them was a handsome man with long, silver hair. He gave off the aura of a king, and he was quite extraordinary. When Kongfang Ao saw the 11 people in the 3 small circles, his pupils constricted slightly, and alarms went off in his heart. He understood that the 11 people are terrifying existences that he can't defeat. What strong fellows. These 11 people aren't simple. As soon as the 11 freakish geniuses from the Western world stepped into the lobby, they suppressed the more than 1,000 warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty inside the lobby into silence. When the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty saw the 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world who didn't hide their cultivation base, alarms went off in their hearts, and their eyes filled with vigilance and shock. I, Achilles, the king of spades of the Order of Bones from the Bajor dynasty, challenge you weaklings from the Eastern world. Who dares to fight me? A tall man with purple hair and regular facial features, but an unruly and overbearing expression stepped out from the crowd and issued a challenge to the more than 1,000 warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty in the lobby. Arrogant. Reckless fool. Barbarians are barbarians, they don't understand etiquette. Enraged, the eyes of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty shimmered with fury. I, true cave sect's Ju Quan, will fight you. A handsome young man dressed in black exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank life force stood up, his eyes radiating resplendent light, and he walked towards Achilles step by step. There's an arena over there, let's fight there. Achilles swept the lobby with his gaze and saw the arena in the center of the lobby. He showed an excited and ferocious smile, blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the arena. Ju Quan's eyes shimmered coldly, and he blurred into motion and flew into the arena. In the hidden dragon temple, peerless geniuses from the Western world gathered. These geniuses are extremely proud and full of confidence. From time to time, they will fight due to quarrels. Therefore, in the hidden dragon temple, there are arenas everywhere for warlock geniuses to fight. Chapter 528. The true cave sect is a first-rate sect second only to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. As the eldest senior disciple brother of the true cave sect, Ju Quan possesses a quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base. I must let that barbarian Achilles have a taste of the power of our Great Cloud Dynasty's warlock geniuses. Come on, senior disciple brother Ju Quan, kill him. Let him experience the wonders of our Great Cloud Dynasty's spells. Cheers rang in the lobby. Most of the young warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty were cheering for Ju Quan. The warlocks from the Western world sneered and watched indifferently from the sidelines, all of them silent. When Achilles came to the arena, he silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and an immemorial gold dragon imprint suddenly appeared. Gold light flew out of the immemorial gold dragon imprint and formed a 100-meter-tall immemorial gold dragon exuding moonlight warlock rank might. The arena in the lobby of the hidden dragon temple was enchanted with spatial spells, and there were spatial runes everywhere. From the outside, it only looked like a stage. But the inner force formed a space of its own. It was a vast space with a radius of 100 kilometers, enough to accommodate a fight between 2 glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouses. When Ju Quan saw the immemorial gold dragon, his face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Immemorial gold dragon. Dragons were terrifying existences at the pinnacle of extraordinary life forms. Among dragons, apart from some supreme geniuses with special bloodlines or primordial dragon bloodlines, gold dragons and silver dragons were the strongest. If it was a living junior moonlight warlock rank immemorial gold dragon, it would be stronger than 95% of the human warlock geniuses present. Immemorial gold dragon, he can actually control an immemorial gold dragon. No wonder he's so arrogant. With this ability alone, he can contend against moonlight warlocks. This guy really has some skill. When they saw the immemorial gold dragon, the warlocks from all over the Great Cloud Dynasty revealed dignified looks in their eyes. Achilles glanced at Ju Quan and laughed arrogantly. Ju Quan, you can still make it if you scram now. The primordial golden dragon is not an existence that a weakling like you can contend against. If it was a living moonlight warlock rank immemorial gold dragon, then I wouldn't be its opponent. However, this primordial golden dragon is just a manifestation of your secret treasure. The primordial golden dragon clan's various secret techniques and powerful physical strength cannot be used at all. Watch how I defeat you. After all, Ju Quan was the eldest senior brother of this batch of disciples from the true cave sect, so he was extremely determined. He silently chanted an incantation and stretched out a finger. A ray of green light flashed, and in an instant, it turned into a primordial green mysterious condor that was 50 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in green feathers, and there was a hurricane rune between its brows. Immemorial green condors were extraordinary life forms that grew in the immemorial era. Every adult immemorial green condor was a tyrannical moonlight warlock rank life form that fed on flood dragons and dragons. They were born with the ability to control the law of wind, and their speed could be ranked in the top 20 among extraordinary life forms of the same rank. As soon as Ju Quan transformed into an immemorial green mysterious condor, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. The hurricane rune between his eyebrows flashed, and the entire arena was filled with strong winds. A violent hurricane enveloped the entire arena, and countless wind blades slashed towards the primordial gold dragon and Achilles. Achilles sneered, and with a sway of his body, he jumped behind the body of the primordial golden dragon. Countless wind blades slashed at the body of the primordial gold dragon, but they were all shattered into pieces. They couldn't even break through the scales of the primordial gold dragon. Among extraordinary life forms of the same rank, the primordial golden dragon was one of the strongest in terms of defense. The might of its dragon scales was above that of a quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank human warlock's life force field. Only the continuous bombardment of some top-level 5 single-target offensive spells might be able to shred its dragon scales. The might of the violent wind blades covering the arena was equivalent to that of single-target level 3 offensive spells, which couldn't cause any harm to the primordial golden dragon. In the midst of the gale, the immemorial green mysterious condor, as if an embodiment of the wind, shone brightly, and flew wildly into the sky. A very strange scene suddenly appeared. Behind the primordial gold dragon, the law of wind surged. The primordial cyan condor that should have appeared 1,000 meters in the air unexpectedly used the hurricane as a bridge. Operating the law of wind, it strangely crossed the distance of 1,000 meters, appeared behind the primordial gold dragon, and clawed at Achilles' head. In the sky, the primordial green mysterious condor was still flying higher and higher into the sky. Countless runes evolved into green runes that reverberated around its body, as if it was brewing a world-shaking great spell. Amazing! What spell is this? Is this one of the true cave sect's trump cards, the void and reality contrast secret method? As expected of a rare genius of the true cave sect. If I were to face this move, I wouldn't be able to resist it. When the spectating warlock geniuses saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes revealed a trace of excitement. Only when they were outside the battlefield could they clearly see the primordial green mysterious condor that had appeared behind the primordial golden dragon using the law of wind. However, it was unlikely for Achilles to discover the primordial green mysterious condor. Idiot, how can a trifling condor compare to my immemorial gold dragon? Scram! Achilles smiled ferociously, and the huge tail of the primordial golden dragon crazily lashed out. Like a living primordial golden dragon attacking with all its strength, it exhausted the law of force and dispersed the law of wind around the primordial green mysterious condor, making it unable to use the law of wind to transform into wind and escape. Then, it heavily slammed into the body of the primordial green mysterious condor, sending the primordial green mysterious condor flying. After being struck by the primordial golden dragon's attack, the primordial green mysterious condor fiercely collided with the barrier at the edge of the arena like a shooting star, before falling limply onto the ground. Senior disciple Brother Ju Quan, we concede. When the warlocks of the true cave sect saw this scene, their countenances changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light, entered the arena, and rescued the seriously injured Ju Quan. This was just a spar between warlock geniuses. It wasn't a duel to the death, nor was it a fight to the death. Achilles sneered as he watched the warlocks of the true cave sect rescue Ju Quan from the arena, and didn't continue to attack. The true cave sect is one of the top forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty, second only to the 10 great sects. It has a junior infinity warlock and 2 bright world warlocks. Its strength shouldn't be underestimated. Since Achilles defeated Ju Quan fair and square, the true cave sect can't do anything to him. However, if Achilles were to kill Ju Quan after he was defeated, Ju Quan would definitely die. The true cave sect will definitely send out all its experts to make sure that he can't leave the Great Cloud dynasty alive. Although Achilles is arrogant, but he is no fool. He naturally won't touch the bottom line of the true cave sect. Standing in the center of the arena, a violent expression on his face, Achilles said arrogantly while riding an immemorial gold dragon, "Who else dares to fight me?" Looking at Achilles standing proudly in the center of the arena, the eyes of the warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty flashed with apprehension, and they looked at each other. For a while, no one dared to challenge him. Ju Quan is the eldest senior disciple brother of the true cave sect, a quasi-moonlight warlock rank expert. Yet such a powerhouse was instackled by Achilles. From this, it can be seen how strong Achilles is. Among the more than 1,000 warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty here, there aren't many who can defeat Ju Quan. As for the geniuses who are sure that they can defeat Achilles, they have their own ulterior motives and have no intention of stepping forward to show off. A sexy blonde woman from the Western world, with wavy hair, a sexy figure, and a large area of snow-white skin exposed, sneered and said, "These are the warlock geniuses of the Great Cloud dynasty? To be known as the strongest warlock dynasty in the human world, what a joke. There are more than 2,000 people here, yet there isn't a single person who dares to challenge him. You're not even men." Another handsome man with blue hair and blue eyes said with a look of contempt, "Barbarians, barbarians, yet you don't even have the courage to challenge him." But he doesn't even have the courage to challenge. Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks are only SOSO, disappointing. You're even worse than women. Anger brewed in the hearts of the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty at once, and they glared at the warlocks from the Western world. A warlock in green clothes with quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base blurred into motion, jumped into the arena, and said solemnly, "I am the rogue cultivator Liu He, I came to fight you." Achilles sneered, "Enough nonsense, let's do it." There was a flash of anger in Liu He's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation, and a Chiline projection suddenly appeared. His body fluttered, and he turned into a 50-meter-tall scarlet fire Chiline stepping on Chiline flames. Chiline, that's a scarlet fire Chiline. Amazing, Chilins are extraordinary life forms not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. Although Liu He is a rogue cultivator, but his strength is extraordinary, how amazing. When the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty saw this scene, they showed looks of excitement. Chilins were extraordinary life forms not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. In the Archgod era, Chilins once dominated the world, and even gave birth to the Chiline Great Emperor who was comparable to a warlock emperor. After the Chiline Great Emperor died and disappeared, the Chiline race declined. But even so, the Chiline race was definitely a top race. After the rise of human warlocks, most Chilins left the Tsangji Plain to avoid the humans. Now there are very few Chilins left in the Tsangji Plain. Only some extraordinary life forms with Chiline bloodline remain. Chapter 529. After Liu He transformed into a Scarlet Fire Chiline, he controlled the Scarlet Fire Chiline Fire to rush towards the immemorial Gold Dragon. Chilins were top extraordinary life forms that could fight dragons. In the fight between the Scarlet Fire Chiline and the immemorial Gold Dragon, the outcome was 50-50. Exuding a fierce aura, the immemorial Gold Dragon soared into the sky and clashed with the Scarlet Fire Chiline that Liu He transformed into. The violent Scarlet Fire Chiline Fire burned the space, and the dragon breath in the arena flickered. The Crimson Fire Chiline Flame and the Primordial Golden Dragon, these two supreme extraordinary life forms, fought crazily, setting off countless violent energy fluctuations in the arena. Amazing. So this is a fight between top warlock geniuses. Whether it is the Scarlet Fire Chiline or the immemorial Gold Dragon, both are far stronger than ordinary Moonlight Warlock. These freaks are really scary. This is a top-notch warlock genius, I'm not his opponent. Although the arena blocked the aftermath of the fight between the two extraordinary life forms, but the terrifying fluctuations of life force from the two extraordinary life forms still made the complexions of most of the warlocks present change greatly, and their eyes flashed with graveness. More than 95% of the warlock geniuses present couldn't compete with Liu He and Achilles. Liu He and Achilles were already transcendent rank experts who could contend against and even defeat junior Moonlight Warlocks. Even if it was a rogue junior Moonlight Warlock, they were still terrifying existences. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, even in the Battle Demon Sect, only Ju Feng, Zhui Yifan, and Zhong Hanshan could barely defeat the weakest rogue Moonlight Warlock with Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base and secret treasures. Even if it was a warlock genius like Zhong Sun, before he reached the Quasi-Moonlight Warlock realm, he couldn't contend against the weakest junior Moonlight Warlock. However, even a genius like Ju Feng may not be the opponent of the two warlock geniuses in the arena. More than 95% of the other warlock geniuses in the lobby were not the opponents of the two. You have some skill. I'll show you what I've got. Human-dragon fusion. Achilles' eyes flashed, and he silently chanted an incantation. Countless golden runes enveloped him and pulled him into the body of the immemorial gold dragon. The eyes of the immemorial gold dragon burst out with golden light, and vast immemorial gold dragon might spread and even diffused from the arena and spread throughout the lobby. More than 90% of the warlocks in the lobby suddenly felt tremendous pressure, and unconsciously stimulated their life force to resist the immemorial gold dragon's dragon might. The immemorial gold dragon seemed to have come to life, and its every movement was no longer lifeless and dull. He slashed out with his claw and tore off a large piece of flesh from the Scarlet Fire Chiline's body. Before the Scarlet Fire Chiline could react, a golden dragon swings its tail whipped the Scarlet Fire Chiline in an agile manner. An incomparably violent giant dragon power erupted in an instant, and the Scarlet Fire Chiline was sent flying with a single strike. I concede. The Scarlet Fire Chiline slammed into the protective wall at the edge of the arena, spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and struggled to shout. With a flash of light, the Scarlet Fire Chiline turned into a pale-faced Liu He, who coughed up blood. He took a deep look at Achilles, and then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the arena. In the lobby, the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty remained silent, their expressions unsightly. With a flash of gold light, Achilles flew out of the immemorial gold dragon, looked at the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty domineeringly, and sneered, "Who else dares to fight me? Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty, don't be a coward. Come and fight me. Or, is there no one in the Great Cloud Dynasty's younger generation who dares to fight me? If that's the case, then go home and don't make a fool of yourself in the Time Sky City competition assembly." A warlock from the Great Cloud Dynasty couldn't help but say, "What are you so arrogant about? The Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families are filled with geniuses and experts. If they come, they can easily defeat you." Achilles uttered with a haughty smile, "In my eyes, the geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families are just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Achilles, the Order of Bones is one of the top warlock groups in the Bajor dynasty. As the King of Spades of the Order of Bones, your status is second only to the Ace of Spades. You're equivalent to the top geniuses of the 10 great sects. You just defeated some trash, yet you're so arrogant. That's really disappointing. You better scram down from the arena and let your Skull Party's Ace of Spades fight me." Accompanied by an equally arrogant voice, a young man dressed in a black warlock robe, with an ordinary appearance, but a pair of star-like eyes brimming with the radiance of wisdom, that pair of eyes made his ordinary face appear extraordinary. A peerless and elegant young man walked into the lobby. "People from the Saint Demon Sect. They're from the Saint Demon Sect. This person should be this generation's holy son of the Saint Demon Sect." When they saw the young man with an extraordinary temperament, the faces of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty changed dramatically, and they quickly dispersed to make way. Among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect have a bad reputation. But they are extremely powerful and domineering. Once you provoke them, your fate will be very bad. The Saint Demon Sect's demonic slaves and the Corpse Demon Sect's corpse demons were transformed from the enemies of these two sects. Behind the Saint Demon Sect's holy son are dozens of warlock geniuses from the Saint Demon Sect. But the warlock geniuses follow behind the Saint Demon Sect's holy son like servants, highlighting his extraordinary status. There was a flash of excitement in Achilles' eyes, and he said loudly, "The Saint Demon Sect's holy son? Interesting, come over. As long as you can defeat me, the Ace of Spades will naturally defeat you." "Saint Demon Sect's holy son, wait a minute. Achilles said that I'm a clay chicken that can't withstand a single blow. Now that I'm a clay chicken, let me experience the ability of the Bajor dynasty's Order of Spades King of Spade. A voice sounded in the reception hall, attracting everyone's attention. Yi Yuanyang and Bai Elian led the warlocks of the Taiyi sect and the Saint Lotus sect into the reception hall. Bai Elian still looked like a plain white immortal lotus, with an extraordinary temperament, ethereal, and peerless beauty. Even though there were countless beautiful women in the reception hall, but she still stood out like a crane among chickens. Yi Yuanyang, who was still dressed in black, exuded a domineering aura. But compared to before he was defeated by Yang Feng, there was now a trace of gloom on his face. Yi Yuanyang. It's him, Yi Yuanyang. He's here. As soon as Yi Yuanyang appeared, all the gazes in the hall were focused on him, and they were filled with complicated emotions. Before Yi Yuanyang was defeated by Yang Feng, he was the most outstanding peerless genius of this session. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, only some peerless geniuses of the previous generation could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. After Yi Yuanyang was defeated by Yang Feng, all the glory faded and fell on Yang Feng's head. Although he was still one of the strongest geniuses of the younger generation, but he was no longer an invincible overlord of the younger generation of the Great Cloud Dynasty. After the geniuses of the Taiyi sect and the Saint Lotus sect entered the reception hall, in addition to the geniuses of the Battle Demon sect, the geniuses of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families also entered the reception hall. The peerless geniuses of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families faintly clashed with the warlocks from the Western world. Eyes intertwined and carefully sized each other up, and finally their gazes fell on Yi Yuanyang and Achilles. The eyes of the Saint Demon sect's holy son flickered, and he said with a gentle smile, "Since you've spoken, then I'll let you have Achilles." Yi Yuanyang took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. In an instant, he appeared in the arena facing Achilles. Achilles sneered, "Tai Yi Yuanyang, you're the Yi Yuanyang who was defeated by Yang Feng? I heard that when Yang Feng defeated you, he was just a great warlock, is this true?" Yi Yuanyang replied calmly, "Yes, when he defeated me, he was a great warlock. So it's true. When Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang, he was indeed a great warlock. I thought it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yang Feng is too strong. No, it's not that Yang Feng is too strong, but that Yi Yuanyang is too weak." The warlock geniuses were shocked by this fact, and comments sounded one after another. If Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang with a Starry Sky warlock rank cultivation base, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But for a great warlock to defeat Yi Yuanyang, that would be too shocking. In the battle with the Battle Demon sect, the Taiyi sect has been very silent, not saying a word. Many people didn't believe that Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang as a great warlock. But now Yi Yuanyang personally admitted that he was defeated by Yang Feng, which filled many people with shock. Achilles sneered and ridiculed, "To be defeated by a great warlock, it seems that you don't deserve the title of Taiyi sect's holy son." The Taiyi sect is known as the leader of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, yet it chose a waste like you as its holy son. It seems that the Taiyi sect has begun to decline. Chapter 530. For insulting my Taiyi sect, you deserve to be slapped. Yi Yuanyang's eyes flickered with the indifferent light of a god overlooking mortals, and he strangely appeared in front of Achilles. Following a series of after-images, Achilles was slapped 10 times by Yi Yuanyang in the blink of an eye, and his teeth mixed with blood were sent flying. With a flash of gold light, the immemorial gold dragon slapped Yi Yuanyang with its huge tail and smashed him to pieces. The originally blurry after-image of Yi Yuanyang became clear again, but his true body returned to its original place in an instant. Amazing. So this is the strength of the Taiyi sect's holy son. So strong. This is Yi Yuanyang. Sure enough, he's a freak-level powerhouse. In the lobby, the warlocks of the continent's younger generation stared at Yi Yuanyang and inhaled a breath of cold air. For the first time, the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world's 3 dynasties revealed a dignified look in their eyes. In the Western world, the Order of Bones was a force on the same level as the Battle Demon sect and the Taiyi sect. In terms of underlying strength, the Order of Bones was even stronger than the Battle Demon sect. After all, the 8th Warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord was a peerless genius from the Western world. When he ruled the Tsangji Plain, although he didn't deliberately suppress the Eastern world, but he secretly took care of the Western world. When the Dawn Lord suppressed the Western world, the number of planes controlled by the Western world increased exponentially. This allowed the Western world to develop and become not the slightest bit inferior to the Eastern world. Achilles was the Order of Bones King of Spades, which meant that he was the Order of Bones number 2 Starry Sky Warlock rank genius. With his tyrannical strength, he could suppress more than 1,000 warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty by himself. But now Achilles was slapped 10 times by Yi Yuanyang in public. Yi Yuanyang's strength was far beyond their imagination. Among the 4 people leading the Brest dynasty's warlock geniuses, the young man exuding a sacred aura said with a smile, "Interesting. This Yi Yuanyang should be an expert on the same level as us." The young warlock with a gloomy aura between his eyebrows uttered coldly, "Achilles is the weakest among us. I can easily slap him 10 times. However, this Yi Yuanyang does have some ability." At this moment, the 11 peerless geniuses from the Western world admitted that Yi Yuanyang was qualified to be on the same level as them. This was a kind of confidence and arrogance that only belonged to the geniuses of the Eastern world. But since the birth of the Dawn Lord, the warlocks of the Western world have developed rapidly, and their influence has spread to countless planes. They can already compete with the human warlocks of the Eastern world. The human warlock civilizations in the Turandot subcontinent and many other subcontinents were similar to the Western world because the Western world gave birth to the Dawn Lord. In the arena, Achilles took a few steps back and stared at Yi Yuanyang with bloodshot eyes that flickered with madness and resentment. In front of the warlock geniuses of the Eastern world's younger generation, he, Achilles, was slapped 10 times by Yi Yuanyang. For a proud and arrogant peerless genius like him, this is a great humiliation. You dare to hit me. You dare to slap me. You're dead. I'm going to kill you." Eyes shot with blood, Achilles roared and silently recited an incantation. His body radiated golden light, and his figure blurred, and he entered the immemorial gold dragon. The immemorial gold dragon opened its eyes, and tyrannical dragon might diffused from its body. Suddenly, it shot out, appeared in front of Yi Yuanyang at lightning speed, and sent a claw barreling towards Yi Yuanyang. After casting the human dragon fusion technique, everything of Achilles was transformed into the primordial golden dragon. It was equivalent to the combination of 2 powerful existences comparable to the early moonlight level, and it completely stimulated the vitality of the primordial golden dragon. Even if the real immemorial gold dragon is resurrected, it may not be a match for Achilles after casting Man-Dragon Unite. "Trash. Is this all you've got? You're far worse than Yang Feng from a few years ago, you piece of trash." Standing still, Yi Yuanyang's pupils revolved slightly, and countless tiny runes condensed in his pupils and formed a strange golden double pupil. He extended his hand, and the 4 elemental particles of wind, fire, water, and earth revolved in his right hand. Vast world force gushed out, and he grabbed the claw of the immemorial gold dragon, which has the strongest fleshly body in the same rank. There was a flash of madness in Yi Yuanyang's eyes, and he flung the 100-meter-long immemorial gold dragon to the ground. A violent force erupted in an instant, and the immemorial gold dragon was seriously injured and forced it to spit out a large mouthful of blood. "Trash. Trash. 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 Trash." As if the embodiment of a powerful and ferocious transcendent, Yi Yuanyang, who has lost to Yang Feng in the past few years, roared wildly, grabbed the immemorial gold dragon Achilles has transformed into, and slammed it into the ground of the arena. Every time he smashed it, the immemorial gold dragon spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Strange chains tightly wrapped around the body of the ancient golden dragon that Achilles had transformed into. All of Achilles' life force was sealed within his body, making him unable to use any spells. Achilles, who easily defeated the 2 warlock geniuses Ju Quan and Liu He, is like a toy in Yi Yuanyang's hands. "Stop. Achilles has been defeated. Do you want to kill him?" Following a roar, the bear-like warlock genius of the Bajor dynasty roared, took out a wolf tooth club engraved with countless runes, stepped into the arena, and slammed the wolf tooth club towards Yi Yuanyang. "Go to hell." Yi Yuanyang's eyes were burning with rage. He grabbed Achilles and brandished it like a weapon towards one of the supreme geniuses from the Western world. The bear-like warlock genius didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and he slammed the wolf tooth club in his hand into the immemorial gold dragon. Astrology, seal removal. When the huge mace smashed into the immemorial golden dragon, it instantly collapsed and turned into countless tiny runes condensed from star force. The runes landed on the countless chains on the immemorial golden dragon's body and melted them into fragments. As soon as the countless sealing chains collapsed and disappeared, the immemorial golden dragon flashed with golden light and turned into Achilles, who was riddled with wounds and had countless broken bones. He was covered in blood. If the chains are not removed, then even if Achilles dies, he will die as an immemorial gold dragon, not as a human. Astrology, starlight teleportation. The bear-like warlock silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and dazzling starlight shone, enveloped Achilles, and pulled him into his hand. Go to hell! Eyes shot with blood, Yi Yuanyang took a step and, as if he turned into a streak of fire that traversed the void, world force surged, wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles rotated, and the 9 brilliant suns' secret method operated. Golden sun flames wrapped around his palms, and he slammed his palms towards Achilles. With Achilles' current state, if he is hit by the golden sun flames, he will be burned to ashes. Astrology, starlight 6 defense shield. The bear-like warlock pointed with a finger, and endless starlight suddenly gathered in front of Achilles and formed a 6-point star shield with a sphere formed from starlight at each corner. Starlight 6 Defense Shield is a powerful defensive spell in astrology that can increase in power as the life force of a warlock increases. With the bear-like warlock's strength, even a glorious dawn warlock cannot destroy the Starlight 6 Defense Shield with a single blow. You bastard, lose for me. A queer afterimage scattered, and Yi Yuanyang appeared behind the bear-like warlock and slammed a palm covered in golden sun flames into the bear-like warlock's life force field and into the bear-like warlock's back. Astrology, starlight imperishable body. The bear-like warlock's face fell, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood and threw Achilles out of the arena. In an instant, his body disintegrated, turned into specks of starlight, flew towards a corner of the arena, and quickly formed back into his true body. Countless specks of starlight scattered and suppressed the golden sun flames that have broken out of his body. Yi Yuanyang looked at the bear-like warlock with an indifferent look in his eyes and said loftily, "Are you the Order of Bones Ace of Spades?" The bear-like warlock operated a secret method, and countless specks of starlight purified the golden sun flames. His eyes flickered coldly, and he asked frigidly, "Yes, I am the Order of Bones Ace of Spades, Cornell." Yi Yuanyang, don't you think it's despicable to sneak attack me? Yi Yuanyang sneered, "Despicable? I was having a fair battle with Achilles, and he hadn't even admitted defeat, yet you had already attacked me. You still have the nerve to say the word despicable? That's right, a duel between warlocks is sacred and inviolable. Achilles hasn't admitted defeat, yet Cornell attacked. That's despicable. A thief crying thief, and speaking with justice, the Order of Bones geniuses are really shameless." Outside the arena, the ridicule of countless warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty rang. Chapter 531. In a spar between warlocks, generally, as long as one side doesn't admit defeat, the rest can't intervene. Before the spar between Yi Yuanyang and Achilles was decided, Cornell attacked. No matter how you argue, he is in the wrong. The warlocks from the Western world also had unsightly expressions when they heard the ridicule of the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, they aren't ordinary people, so they didn't retort. "I'm sorry, I was too worried about Achilles' safety, so I couldn't help but intervene. It's all my fault." Cornell's face flickered, and he took out a vial of elixir and drank it. Then, he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and his body split open. Flesh wrapped in golden sun flames flew out of his body, and then was burned to ashes by the golden sun flames before they fell to the ground. When the golden sun flames were forced out of his body, Cornell's complexion turned pale, and his aura gradually recovered. The golden sun flames are extremely powerful. Even if it is a moonlight warlock, they will be seriously injured. If the golden sun flames can't be dispelled, they will even be burned to death. Yi Yuanyang quietly watched Cornell dispel the golden sun flames with an indifferent look in his eyes. If it was a life-and-death battle, Yi Yuanyang would definitely take advantage of the time when Cornell dispelled the golden sun flames. He wouldn't give Cornell any chance to kill him. But in a spa, Yi Yuanyang absolutely can't do that. Otherwise, the Infinity Warlocks from the Western world hiding outside the secret Dragon Temple will personally take action to kill him. Cornell and the hundreds of warlocks who came to the City of Time are the most outstanding geniuses of the Western world in the past century. If they die here, many powerful forces in the Western world will be hit hard. The Great Cloud Dynasty isn't very friendly with the Western world's 3 dynasties, and they have plans to annex each other. Therefore, the hundreds of geniuses from the Western world are guarded by 6 Infinity Warlocks from the Western world. The 6 Infinity Warlocks from the Western world are enough to destroy any warlock group other than the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families. Because of this, whether it is the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty or the warlocks of the Western world, they must follow the rules of the game. Achilles could taunt, provoke, and heavily injure Ju Quan and Liu He, but he couldn't kill them. After Cornell completely eliminated the golden sun flames in his body, his eyes flashed with a cold light and he said in a deep voice, "Yi Yuanyang, do you dare to fight me?" Yi Yuanyang said coldly, "Come on, I hope you won't be like that trash who can't even withstand 30% of my strength." Astrology, world of stars. Cornell's eyes flashed coldly, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. Outside the Tsangji plain, dazzling stars poured down star force and, in accordance with the laws of the unseen world, evolved into a star world formed by countless stars around Cornell. Cornell was in the center of the countless stars. The 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth surged, and a vast and boundless world force spread out in an instant, as if turning into a main star that ruled over countless stars, blooming with dazzling starlight. Virtual world. He's a peerless expert who formed a virtual world. This is world force. He's also an expert who formed a virtual world. The faces of the many warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty changed dramatically, their eyes shimmered with graveness and envy, and they commented spiritedly. Warlock geniuses who can form a virtual world are very rare. In the Battle Demon sect, among the younger generation, only Yang Feng is known to have formed a virtual world. Even in the 10 great sects, experts who can form a virtual world in the Starry Sky Warlock realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Each of them is the most powerful genius in their sect. The blue-haired, blue-eyed young warlock in the same circle as Cornell looked at the world of stars and said lightly, "Cornell's Bajor astrology is stronger than before." Bajor astrology is one of the most powerful secret methods of the Western world's Bajor dynasty. Based on the star text created by the 4th Warlock dynasty's Star Lord, it is a top-secret method created by countless peerless geniuses from the Western world. Once the Bajor astrology is cultivated, the caster can use Star Force to peek into the past and deduce the future. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, the one with the strongest fleshly body is the Taboo Lord, and the one with the highest wisdom is the Star Lord. The half-naked warlock with countless runes engraved all over his body, giving off a strange feeling, took a deep look at his companion next to him. A peculiar gleam flashed in his unyielding eyes, and he said unhurriedly, "No matter how strong Cornell's Bajor astrology is, he's still far from being able to compare to you, Angelico." Angelico smiled faintly, showing the demeanor of a king, like an incomparably noble king. He calmly looked at the arena, as if nothing could set off a ripple in his heart. Astrology, Star Lock. Sitting among the countless stars, Cornell seemed to have become the most dazzling main star. The stars in the star world shone brightly, and starlight condensed into star locks that shot out from the star world and swept towards Yi Yuanyang. The astral lock formed from the Bajor family's astrology art contained boundless might. Once one was locked, one's physical body, spirit, and soul would be sealed by the starlight, and one's soul and sea of consciousness would be sealed, turning one into a mortal. Good. Bajor astrology is indeed one of the strongest secret methods of the Bajor dynasty. It's worth it for me to go all out. I'll let you have a taste of the Tai Yi sect's 9 brilliant sons' secret method. Yi Yuanyang's eyes flashed coldly, and he silently recited an incantation. Vast world force revolved around him, and wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles revolved around him. Finally, the 4 elemental particles merged into one and transformed into fire elemental particles. Golden sun flames, which even glorious dawn warlocks feared, suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuanyang, making him look like the incarnation of a peerless monarch controlling golden sun flames. As soon as the countless starlocks approached Yi Yuanyang, they were burned by the golden sun flames and collapsed inch by inch, making sizzling sounds. Yi Yuanyang pointed with a finger, and countless golden sun flames suddenly condensed. According to the abstruse laws, they turned into a 3-finger-thick and dazzling golden sun flame divine light. With the terrifying power to shatter stars and incinerate everything, it blasted towards Cornell's star world. Golden sun flame god ray. Astrology, 9-star alignment, star shield. Cornell's face flickered, and he operated a secret method, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. The bright stars in the star world moved slightly, as if rotating according to the trajectory contained in the universe. With a slight shake, the 9 stars lined up and blocked in front of Cornell. 9-star alignment, star shield is one of the strongest defensive spells in astrology. If Cornell had an infinity warlock rank cultivation base, he could condense 9 stars formed from star force and form a star shield. At that time, virtually no one in the same rank could break it. When the golden sun flame god ray slammed into the first star, it was directly pierced through. The second, the third, and the fourth stars exploded, unable to resist the golden sun flame god ray. After the 9th star shattered, the golden sun flame god ray hit Cornell and turned into raging flames that engulfed him. Amazing, Yi Yuanyang, the 9 brilliant suns secret method is really amazing. This time, it's my loss. Cornell's calm voice came from the golden sun flames, and dazzling starlight shone, fell on the golden sun flames, and dispelled them one by one. By relying on the deduction power of Bajor astrology, Cornell has already deduced that if he doesn't use his life-saving trump card and fights with Yi Yuanyang, he will be defeated by Yi Yuanyang after 3 hours of fierce fighting. After the deduction came to a conclusion, Cornell wasn't willing to continue fighting. Being terrifyingly calm is a common characteristic of every warlock genius who cultivates Bajor astrology. Any irritable, impulsive, and easily angered warlock will find it difficult to cultivate Bajor astrology. In the world of warlocks, there were countless resplendent secret methods because different people were suited to cultivate different warlock secret methods. When human warlocks cultivate secret methods, their personalities will be affected by them. Similarly, human warlocks with different personalities can cultivate different top-notch warlock secret methods. Eldest senior disciple brother is invincible. A trifling Bajor warlock isn't worth mentioning. The Order of Bones Ace of Spades is just SOSO. He can't even resist a move from my eldest senior disciple brother. He's really weak. When the Taiyi sect's warlock geniuses saw this scene, they burst into laughter and ridiculed. Cornell lost. He was defeated by Yi Yuanyang. It seems that Yi Yuanyang is really extraordinary. Seeing Cornell concede, the 10 outrageous geniuses from the Western world's 3 dynasties finally showed dignified expressions, and they took a serious look at Yi Yuanyang. Well done, Yi Yuanyang. As expected of the Taiyi sect's holy son, his reputation is well deserved. The geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty were extremely excited, and their cheers resounded in the lobby. The warlocks from the Western world frowned, and their eyes filled with anticipation focused on the 10 outrageous geniuses from the Western world. Chapter 532. In the Western world, apart from some warlock geniuses cultivated by hidden sects hidden in the darkness of history, these 11 people are the top warlock geniuses of the Western world's 3 warlock dynasties. Cornell has been defeated. Among the geniuses from the Western world who came this time, only the 10 freakish geniuses can defeat Yi Yuanyang. Amidst the jeers, Cornell calmly walked back to the side of the other 2 freakish geniuses from the Bajor dynasty. Angelico's eyes shone brightly, and he asked slowly, "How strong is he?" Cornell replied calmly, "He's very strong. Even if I use my strongest secret treasures and secret methods to fight him to the death, at most, both sides will suffer. In the end, my chances of dying are above 70%. That's the Taiyi Holy Sun for you. However, he's not your opponent." Angelico suddenly smiled and said, Cornell, if it weren't for your weakness, Achilles, then you would be the most perfect and fearsome existence. Cornell, who cultivates Bajor astrology, can use Bajor astrology to peek into the past. As long as no one uses secret methods to conceal history, then almost nothing in history can be hidden from Cornell, who can use Bajor astrology. The Order of Bones also peeks into the past with Bajor astrology as its core. By finding the residences of some infinity warlocks, it was able to develop rapidly and become one of the most powerful warlock groups in the Bajor dynasty. The conditions to cultivate Bajor astrology are extremely harsh, and the life force required to operate this secret method is tremendous. In each era, there are no more than 3 people who can cultivate Bajor astrology, and among those 3 people, very few have formed a virtual world. Cornell is a powerhouse who formed a virtual world and cultivates Bajor astrology. Although he is slightly weak now, but in the Bajor dynasty, Angelico fears Cornell the most. If it wasn't for Achilles, who can trigger a change in Cornell's mood, Angelico would really want to strangle Cornell at all costs. Throughout history, the geniuses who practiced astrology were all extremely intelligent and difficult to kill. Before ascending to the Warlock Emperor realm, the Star Lord of the 4th Warlock dynasty was defeated dozens of times at the hands of peerless geniuses of the same realm. But although he was defeated, he didn't die. He forcefully relied on his unfathomable wisdom to seize opportunities one after another, and finally ascended to the throne, defeating all the experts in the world. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, the Star Lord has suffered the most defeats. Even in the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, he has been defeated by peerless geniuses of the same rank. The Taboo Lord lost the most before he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. But after he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, he has never been defeated in a fight of the same rank. Cornell's pupils shrank slightly. He stood quietly by the side and did not say a word. Angelico took a deep look at Cornell, smiled faintly, and strode towards the arena. Angelico, the devil god king of the Bajor dynasty. It's him, the demon god king Angelico. Now that he has made a move, the Saint of Tai has no chance of winning. When the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world saw Angelico, their eyes showed excitement, and they were in high spirits. In particular, the warlock geniuses of the Bajor dynasty revealed awe and admiration in their eyes. The warlock geniuses of the other 2 dynasties stared at Angelico with awe and apprehension in their eyes. One of the 4 supreme geniuses leading Kardrid's warlock geniuses, the silver-haired, pilously handsome young man with the temperament of a ruler, said with a slight smile, "Angelico, since he took action, then let's go. Then Yi Yuanyang will definitely lose." The 3 people beside the silver-haired man also nodded slightly. Angelico of the Bajor dynasty was a monster-level genius on the same level as the silver-haired man in front of them. The 3 of them knew how powerful the silver-haired man was. It was a strength that made people despair. Angelico was full of confidence. He smiled faintly and said, "Angelico of the Bajor dynasty's Hall of Truth is here to fight you. Yi Yuanyang, unleash your 9 brilliant sons' secret method. I've long wanted to come to the Great Cloud dynasty and meet your geniuses." Yi Yuanyang's pupils constricted, and his eyes shimmered with graveness. The Hall of Truth. The Hall of Truth, the Hall of Eternity, and the Hall of Immortality were the 3 holy lands of warlocks in the Western world. The Hall of Truth once gave birth to a truth sage who followed the 3rd Warlock dynasty's demonic divine lord on a campaign. The Hall of Eternity once gave birth to an eternal sage who followed the 5th Warlock dynasty's Warlock Emperor Death Lord on a campaign. The Hall of Immortality once gave birth to a peerless supreme genius that was the 8th Warlock dynasty's Warlock Emperor Dawn Lord. On the surface, the 3 halls were the 3 most powerful warlock groups in the Western world. The Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Kardrid dynasty were respectively supported by the Hall of Eternity, the Hall of Truth, and the Hall of Immortality. Compared to the 3 halls, the Order of Bones could only be regarded as a second-rate warlock group. Its foundation was far inferior to the 3 halls. His from the Hall of Truth. In that case, his a genius cultivated by the Hall of Truth. There's going to be a good show to watch. The warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty revealed looks of excitement. Even if these warlock geniuses didn't know the Order of Bones, but the illustrious reputation of the Western world's 3 halls reverberated like thunder. In the most glorious eras of human warlocks, the top supreme geniuses from the Western world came from the three warlock Holy Lands. At the time, the Dawn Lord from the Hall of Immortality even successively lost to the two freakish geniuses from the Hall of Truth and the Hall of Eternity. Yi Yuanyang's eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit, and he uttered indifferently, "The Hall of Truth. I originally planned to go to the Western world to challenge you. But since you're here, then take this opportunity to show me what you've got." Countless golden sun flames suddenly appeared around Yi Yuanyang, and his eyes radiated light that didn't belong to humans, as if he had become the incarnation of a god overlooking the secular world. Angelico silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and an imprint suddenly flew out and floated in the air. Countless mysterious divine runes and runes formed from runes shone brightly inside the imprint, as if there were countless gods roaring inside the imprint. With a flash of demonic light, the void distorted, and a 100-meter tall abyssal demonic dragon enveloped in abyssal demonic flames flew out of the imprint. An abyssal aura that could erode and destroy everything spread from the abyssal demonic dragon and enveloped the surroundings. Abyssal demonic dragon. It's an abyssal demonic dragon with intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. If this abyssal demonic dragon was in the abyss, then even quasi-glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouses wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Even in the Tsangji plane, it can contend against intermediate moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. For Angelico to be able to control such a demonic dragon, how fearsome. When they saw the abyssal demonic dragon, the surrounding warlock geniuses inhaled a breath of cold air. Dragons were powerful existences at the pinnacle of extraordinary life forms. The abyssal demonic dragon itself had the strength to contend against intermediate moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. If it was in the abyss, it would be boosted by the abyssal force of the abyss, and its battle prowess would be comparable to that of a quasi-glorious dawn warlock. Only the top genius disciples of forces like the Battle Demon Sect and the 10 Great Sects might be able to defeat a junior moonlight warlock rank powerhouse with the help of secret treasures. But against the abyssal demonic dragon with intermediate moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, not many people had the confidence to do so. With a flash of resplendent light, the void distorted, and a void evil ogre from the evil god plane flew out of the void. With a sinister expression and a ferocious glint in its eyes, it exuded intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. The imprint flashed, and a 100-meter tall evil ogre giant with a pair of horns on the head, a huge wolf tooth club in hand, a strange rune engraved on its forehead, and intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power walked out of the void. Abyssal demonic dragon, void evil ogre giant. To be able to control these three intermediate moonlight warlock rank freaks, his strength is really terrifying. Is that imprint the legendary Freak Empyrean imprint of the third warlock emperor Freak Lord? Freak Empyrean imprint, isn't this secret method lost? When the surrounding warlock geniuses saw the three intermediate moonlight warlock rank Freak Lords, they inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. When Yi Yuanyang saw the three freaks, his pupils constricted slightly, and he uttered solemnly, "Freak Empyrean imprint? You actually dare to cultivate this secret technique? Aren't you afraid that all the freaks inside the Freak Empyrean imprint will be devoured by the Empyrean grade Freak Empyrean imprint, and all your efforts will be for naught?" Angelico uttered with a faint smile, "This isn't the Freak Empyrean imprint, but the Truth Empyrean imprint. This is a spell I created by combining the Freak Empyrean imprint with various secret methods created by modern warlock. Truth Empyrean imprint. Very well, let me break your Truth Empyrean imprint." Yi Yuanyang smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand. The four elemental particles of wind, fire, water, and earth revolved wildly, and world force poured out of him and entered the golden sun flames. A copious amount of golden sun flames suddenly converged and turned into a golden sun flame god ray that could burn mountains and boil seas, and a few stars that could pierce through everything barreled towards Angelico. Even if it was an intermediate moonlight warlock rank expert, they would be seriously injured if hit by Yi Yuanyang's golden sun flame god ray. If careless, they would be turned into ashes. Chapter 533. Full of the demeanor of a king, Angelico smiled gracefully and pointed with a finger. The Truth Empyrean imprint devoured the abyssal demonic dragon, the void evil ogre, and the evil ogre giant, and then shot towards the golden sun flame god ray. A huge abyssal demonic dragon head formed from the power of a secret treasure opened its maw and swallowed the golden sun flame god ray. Countless wisps of golden sun flames erupted and burned the huge abyssal demonic dragon head. Endless demonic chi gushed out of the abyssal demonic dragon head, but it still couldn't extinguish the golden sun flame god ray. The law of space surged, and a void demonic claw suddenly emerged from the abyssal demonic dragon's head, grabbed clumps of golden sun flames, and threw them aside, forcibly breaking the golden sun flames that could burn anything. A spatial fluctuation surged, and the Truth Empyrean imprint traversed the void and slammed towards Yi Yuan Yang with overbearing power like Mount Tai. Golden sun flames. Yi Yuan Yang's eyes constricted, and he pointed with a finger, and countless wisps of golden sun flames suddenly erupted and turned into a torrent of flames that swept towards the Truth Empyrean imprint. An abyssal demon dragon head gushed out of the Truth Empyrean imprint. It opened its mouth and an abyssal dragon breath containing abyssal aura blasted the golden sun flames, forcefully blasting open a path. An evil ogre giant holding a wolf tooth club containing the law of force flew out of the Truth Empyrean imprint and slammed the club towards Yi Yuan Yang. Wind, fire, water, earth, fire god armor. Yi Yuan Yang shouted, and the wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles converged. Golden sun flames surged wildly, landed on him, and formed a set of fire god armor burning with flames. He waved his hand, and a copious amount of flames surged and formed a giant flame hand that slammed towards the sky. When the huge wolf tooth club slammed into the flame hand, it smashed the flame hand with a single strike. Countless pitch-black chains shot out from the Truth Empyrean imprint and pierced Yi Yuan Yang's body in an instant. The pitch-black chains were the demonic divine chains. They could penetrate the fleshly body and soul of a warlock and break countless spells. Even if it was a glorious dawn warlock, if they were pierced by the transcendent chains, they would be suppressed and their life force sealed. As soon as the countless pitch-black fiend god chains stabbed into Yi Yuan Yang's flame god armor, they emitted sizzling sounds and were burned to ashes. The Truth Empyrean imprint instantly blasted onto Yi Yuan Yang's body like a meteor. The flame god's armor that was protecting Yi Yuan Yang's body was instantly torn apart. Yi Yuan Yang spat out a large mouthful of blood and was pressed to the ground by the Truth Empyrean seal, unable to move. Countless black chains wrapped around Yi Yuan Yang's body, completely sealing all of his power. Yi Yuan Yang's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, "I lost." Angelico beckoned with a hand, and the Truth Empyrean imprint flew into his hand in an instant. He uttered with a faint smile, "Thanks for letting me win." As a top warlock genius from the Western world, Angelico has a deep understanding of the culture, etiquette, and customs of the Eastern world. He even understands the culture and etiquette of the Eastern world better than many human warlocks from the Eastern world. Like a monarch proficient in aristocratic etiquette of the Eastern and Western worlds, he has an extraordinary bearing. Yi Yuan Yang took a deep look at Angelico, got up from the ground, blurred into motion, and left the arena. "Angelico, you're the best. Angelico, I love you." The Tai Yi dynasty's holy son is only SOSO. But he still lost to our Bejor dynasty's Angelico. What other warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty do you have? Our Bejor dynasty's Angelico will defeat them all. Outside the arena, the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world issued loud cheers. Sarcasm and ridicule came from the Western world's warlock geniuses. With unsightly expressions, the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty focused their gazes on the Saint Demon sect's holy son, the Saint Lotus sect's holy daughter by Elian, the Golem sect's Zhong Jikue, the Beast God school's Mo Xiao, the Star River sect's Zhao Xingchen, the Bright Moon school's Zhong Jiqiao, the Corpse Demon sect's Jin Wu, the Myriad Snow Gate's Lung Yumai, as well as the Shangguan family's Shangguan Xing, the Nangong family's Nangong Wuhan, the Shintu family's Shintu Xiong, the Jiang family's Jiang Lai, the Wang family's Wang Zimo, the Zhao family's Zhao Mingfeng, the Song family's Song Zishi, the Jiang family's Jiangxin, and others. On the surface, these are the strongest Starry Sky warlock rank geniuses in the Great Cloud dynasty. Each of them can contend against a junior Moonlight warlock. But they all stared at Angelico in the arena with a dignified look in their eyes. None of them intend to enter the arena and fight Angelico. Standing in the center of the arena, Angelico smiled. Full of confidence and tyranny, his eyes shone like stars, he uttered, "I am Angelico, and I challenge the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty. Please make your move and grant me a defeat. The Saint Demon Sect's holy son, defeat him. Zhong kill that Angelico." Urging voices came from the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty. The warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty are eager for the top 16 warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty to defeat Angelico and win glory for the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although the relationship between the human warlocks from the Eastern world and the human warlocks from the Western world can't be said to be as incompatible as fire and water, but they compete in various aspects. Before the emergence of the Dawn Lord and the establishment of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, the human warlocks from the Eastern world were extremely arrogant, believing that apart from the human warlocks from the Eastern world, all other warlocks were barbarians. If it wasn't for the fact that the human warlocks from the Western world have produced several great holy step powerhouses, who have followed the previous warlock emperors and founded one brilliant warlock dynasty after another, the Western world would have lost its foothold a long time ago. After the emergence of the Dawn Lord, the center of the human warlock world slowly shifted from the Eastern world to the Western world. In the modern era, the warlock civilization of the Western world is no weaker than that of the Eastern world. Under such circumstances, the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty are naturally unwilling to be suppressed by the geniuses from the Western world. The 16 supreme geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty, who bear the hope of the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, are silent. They quietly watched Angelico in the arena with a dignified look in their eyes. The 16 supreme geniuses realized how powerful Angelico is in the arena. A warlock from the Saint Demon Sect secretly used a spell to transmit his voice. "Your Highness, why don't you make a move? If you can defeat Angelico, then your reputation in the Great Cloud Dynasty will reach a peak." The Saint Demon Sect's holy son snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he glanced coldly at the warlock from the Saint Demon Sect. "Shit, I'm afraid that the Saint Demon Sect's holy son isn't his opponent. My flattery has gone too far." The warlock from the Saint Demon Sect felt a chill in his heart, and then lowered his head and remained silent, his heart filled with fear. The majestic Great Cloud Dynasty has no one who dares to fight a genius from the Bajor Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families are said to have as many geniuses as the clouds and experts as the rain. Why is there no one who dares to fight our Hall of Truth's Angelico? Voices of ridicule came from the hundreds of warlocks from the Western world, provoking the warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty. Faced with the provocation of the warlocks from the Western world, the Saint Demon Sect's holy son and the other warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty remained silent, unwilling to step forward. This is a place where the supreme geniuses of the Tsangji Plains Eastern world and Western world gather. If they win, they will naturally become famous. But if they lose, it will be a huge blow to their sect's face. Among the 16 warlock supreme geniuses, only 2 or 3 people have the confidence to fight Yi Yuanyang. As for geniuses who can defeat Angelico, none have the confidence to do so. Standing in the center of the arena, the anticipation in Angelico's eyes eventually turned into disappointment, and he sighed. "The Great Cloud Dynasty claims to be the most powerful dynasty in the human world, yet there isn't a single person who dares to fight me. How disappointing." The warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud Dynasty were silent when they heard that. They looked at the 16 warlock supreme geniuses with disappointment in their eyes. Yang Feng. Yang Feng is here. Yang Feng? Is it the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng? Is he here as well? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone looked towards the entrance of the lobby. They saw Yang Feng and the Battle Demon Sect's warlocks step into the lobby and walk towards the Bright Moon School. Yang Feng, that's Yang Feng. He's here. If it's him, then he should be able to defeat Angelico. As soon as they heard Yang Feng's name, the gazes of the warlocks from the Western world and the Eastern world focused on him. Yi Yuanyang's strength was tyrannical. He even defeated the number 1 Starry Sky warlock genius Cornell of the Order of Bones. Yang Feng, who can defeat him as a great warlock, naturally aroused the curiosity and anticipation of countless warlocks. That's Yang Feng. The gazes of the 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world also focused on Yang Feng, and their eyes shimmered with curiosity and exploration. Chapter 534. Feeling the surrounding gazes, Zhu Feng uttered with a smile, "I feel like we're being looked forward to." Zhong Hanshan uttered with a smile, "Even if they're looking forward to it, it's not you, but Yang Feng." The gazes of the surrounding warlocks weren't concealed in the slightest. Zhong Hanshan and the other warlock geniuses could clearly perceive that their gazes were focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng came to Zhong Ziqiao's side and asked curiously, "Senior disciple Sister Zhong, what happened?" The more than 1,000 warlock geniuses gathered around the arena in the lobby looked very strange. Zhong Ziqiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified gleam, and she uttered unhurriedly, "The Western world's Bajor dynasty's Hall of Truth's Angelico just defeated Yi Yuanyang and is challenging the warlock geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty. So far, no one is willing to step forward and fight him." Yang Feng's eyes showed a look of understanding. He defeated Yi Yuanyang? No wonder. Yi Yuanyang was a freakish genius who formed a virtual world and mastered one of the Tai Yi sect's strongest offensive secret methods, the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. Among the Great Cloud Dynasty's younger generation Starry Sky Warlocks, there were no more than 10 people who formed a virtual world. That was the number of reclusive sects, reclusive families, and rogue warlock geniuses who had countless fortuitous encounters. The battle demon sects Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian barely formed a virtual world in the Moonlight Warlock realm and the Glorious Sun Warlock realm respectively. Their aptitude was far from being comparable to that of freakish geniuses like Yi Yuanyang, which was why they were stuck in the quasi-infinity Warlock realm, unable to break through. For Angelico to defeat Yi Yuanyang, he was definitely a peerless genius of the Zhangji Plains younger generation. Inside the arena, Angelico's eyes shone brightly. Filled with the confidence of a ruler, he uttered in a clear voice, "Yang Feng, I am Angelico of the Bajor dynasty's Hall of Truth. I challenge you. I hope you can accept my challenge and exchange pointers with me." In the lobby, all eyes focused on Yang Feng, wanting to see if he would accept Angelico's challenge. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Full of confidence, he strode towards the arena. "Interesting. I also want to see what kind of ability an expert who can defeat Yi Yuanyang has. I accept your challenge." Angelico and Yang Feng, these two peerless geniuses, are finally going to fight. Both of them are peerless geniuses who once defeated Yi Yuanyang. The battle between them was bound to be a fierce one. I wonder who the true king is. The warlocks in the lobby were very excited. They discussed animatedly and focused their gazes on Angelico and Yang Feng. A gloomy expression on his face, Yi Yuanyang stared at Yang Feng and Angelico. Both of them defeated him and smashed the halo of a peerless genius around him, making him furious. He wished he could tear Yang Feng and Angelico to pieces. Angelico pointed with a finger, and the Truth Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless runes flashed on the Truth Empyrean imprint, and wisps of transcendent aura diffused from the imprint. 3 intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank existences, an abyssal demonic dragon, a void evil ogre, and an evil ogre giant, flew out of the Truth Empyrean imprint and landed on the arena, exuding fearsome auras. Yang Feng looked at the Truth Empyrean imprint with a dignified look in his eyes, and he said solemnly, "The Transcendent Empyrean imprint? No, compared with the complete version of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, this spell is fundamentally different." Angelico smiled and said, "This is the Truth Empyrean imprint I created by combining the core secret method Transcendent Empyrean imprint from the Transcendent text with the essence of countless spells from the Hall of Truth. Just now, I used this spell to defeat Yi Yuanyang." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he exclaimed in admiration, "A self-created spell. Amazing." By studying all kinds of extraordinary life forms, extraordinary plants, and other strange phenomena, human Starry Sky Warlocks could research many strange level 3 and below spell models, thereby deducing many new spells. However, even with the data, it was extremely difficult for a Starry Sky Warlock to deduce a Warlock secret method comparable to an Empyrean grade secret method. Although Angelico deduced the peerless secret method Truth Empyrean imprint with the help of the transcendent text and the countless spell data from the Hall of Truth, his talent was simply outrageous. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon secret method, and a black Battle Demon armor suddenly appeared and covered him. The Battle Demon armor formed from the Battle Demon secret method could resist any kind of spell attack, and could also enhance a warlock's battle prowess. No matter what kind of expert he fought, it would be of great use. Battle Demon secret method. Is this one of the fundamental secret methods of the Battle Demon sect, the Battle Demon secret method? Sure enough, it's an amazing secret method. Yang Feng, be careful, I'm going to attack. Angelico smiled and pointed with a finger, and the three freaks instantly entered the Truth Empyrean imprint. The Truth Empyrean imprint blurred, then crossed the void and appeared above Yang Feng. Countless transcendent chains shot out from the Truth Empyrean imprint and swept towards Yang Feng. 7-color Skyfire. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a dark blue 7-color Skyfire suddenly flew out, absorbed the surrounding fire elemental particles, and turned into a blue pillar of fire that swept towards the transcendent chains. As the blue pillar of fire swept forward, the demon god chains emitted sizzling sounds and were burned to ashes by the blue pillar of fire. Yang Feng extended his hand and looked at Angelico, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and shrouded Angelico. The law of space, amazing. That's Yang Feng for you to comprehend the law of space to this extent. However, although my comprehension of the law of space isn't as profound as yours, but it's enough to protect myself. Angelico smiled and pointed with a finger, and the law of space surged. The space around him became chaotic, and the spatial mirrors shattered one after another. The law of space is the most powerful and esoteric law. Unless your comprehension of the law of space has reached the pinnacle, using spatial chaos spells to crack spatial spells is the strongest method. The space behind Yang Feng rippled, and a void evil ogre's claw silently extended from the void and grabbed towards his heart. Void evil ogres can freely shuttle through various spaces, and can even jump into the human body via the law of space and launch attacks from inside. However, Yang Feng has a world of its own inside him, which contains terrifying power and is proficient in the law of space. The void evil ogre keenly felt the danger of death, which is why it didn't enter his body. 9 revolutions divine wind. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and violent gusts of 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly erupted and slashed at the right hand of the void evil ogre in an instant. When the gusts of 9 revolutions divine wind slashed at the right hand of the void evil ogre, they easily chopped it off, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of the right hand and scattered on the ground. The void evil ogre screamed in pain and shrank back into the void. Since you're here, then don't leave. Yang Feng said flatly, then reached into the void with his right hand, and his right hand stabbed into the void and forcibly pulled the void evil ogre out of the void. 9 revolutions divine wind formed wind blades and slashed towards the void evil ogre. Layers of strange void boundaries had just formed on the void evil ogre's body when they collapsed due to a strange spatial fluctuation. The pitilessly terrifying 9 revolutions divine wind slashed the body of the void evil ogre. The void evil ogre's flesh and blood splattered everywhere, revealing eerie white bones. What a terrifying guy. He can actually pull the void evil ghost out of the void. This guy is really terrifying. To make it so that the void evil ogre can't even form a void barrier, how fearsome. Outside the arena, the warlock geniuses inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. The void evil ogre was born with the innate ability to travel freely in the void. Once the void evil ogre enters the void, if they aren't proficient in the law of space, then even a bright world warlock won't be able to do anything to a moonlight warlock rank void evil ogre. They can only kill the void evil ogre in an instant when they take action. To be able to pull the void evil ogre out of the void, Yang Feng's understanding of the law of space is far beyond the imagination of these warlock geniuses. Just before the void evil ogre was about to be cut into pieces by the countless 9 revolutions divine wind, an abyssal demonic dragon's head extended from the Truth Empyrean imprint. The abyssal demonic dragon's head opened its bloody maw and belched a pitch-black abyssal dragon breath containing abyssal force barreling towards Yang Feng. Come. I can test out my new secret method. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge black vortex suddenly appeared, devoured the abyssal dragon breath, and sent it into the small world inside him. The countless devourers pounced on the abyssal dragon breath and frantically devoured it, easily devouring it cleanly. Even the abyssal power within was devoured cleanly and transformed into the purest energy crystals. Angelico's eyes shimmered with admiration, and he spoke genteelly in the tone of an ancient aristocrat from the Eastern world. To be able to devour the dragon breath of an abyssal demonic dragon, what an amazing secret method. Can you tell me the name of this secret method? Chapter 535. Although Angelico appears to be a pure warlock from the Western world, but he is more proficient in the culture of the Eastern world than many warlocks from the Eastern world. Yang Feng responded with a smile. This is the Devour the Heavens art I created. Devour the Heavens art, what a good name. Let my truth Empyrean imprint break your Devour the Heavens art. Angelico's eyes constricted, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. The truth Empyrean imprint radiated bright light, and the abyssal demonic dragon head belched another abyssal dragon breath barreling towards Yang Feng. At the same time, a huge evil ogre giant hand holding a wolf tooth club extended from the truth Empyrean imprint and slammed towards Yang Feng while carrying the law of power. With a thought from Yang Feng, the 9 revolutions divine wind wrapped around the void evil ogre and flew out to meet the wolf tooth club. Just as the giant evil ogre's mace was about to smash into the void evil ogre, the void evil ogre instantly exploded and turned into rays of black light that entered the giant evil ogre's right hand. After devouring the power of the void evil ogre, the evil ogre suddenly exuded advanced moonlight warlock rank power and crushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he praised, "It turns out that the void evil ogre is no longer a living intelligent life form, but a dead golem. In other words, it has become a part of the truth Empyrean imprint. It can gather and disperse at will, and it can control the power of different freaks. This is a notch better than the transcendent Empyrean imprint. The transcendent Empyrean imprint can control the true names of countless freaks and use the power of different freaks. However, the countless freaks controlled by the transcendent Empyrean imprint are all living beings. The countless freaks controlled by the truth Empyrean imprint are already dead. The advantage of the transcendent Empyrean imprint is that the freaks controlled can continue to practice cultivation and evolve. Whenever a freak evolves, the transcendent Empyrean imprint will also evolve and become stronger. The truth Empyrean imprint created by Angelico refines the freaks and turns them into a part of the secret method. Although the dead freaks can no longer improve their strength, but at the same time, they can no longer be killed. They can gather and disperse at will, and possess all kinds of incredible power. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he wanted to avoid the evil ogre giant's world-shaking blow. The truth Empyrean imprint shone brightly, and the strange rune on the void evil ghost's forehead suddenly appeared on one side. Colorless and transparent chains hung down from the truth Empyrean imprint, enveloping the surroundings and completely sealing the void within a radius of a few hundred meters with the truth Empyrean imprint as the core. The evil ogre giant's wolf tooth club suddenly enlarged, shrouded the space within hundreds of meters in radius, and then slammed towards Yang Feng with the force of a mountain. The void evil ogre sealed the void, the abyssal demon dragon corroded all foreign powers, and the evil ogre giant used the opportunity to suppress all enemies with the law of power. The power of the 3 transcendent rank powerhouses merged into one and made up for their respective weaknesses, forcing Yang Feng to have no choice but to block the evil ogre giant's all-out strike. Zhong Hanshan's expression changed slightly, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Void evil ogre, abyssal demon dragon, and evil ogre giant. The innate abilities of the 3 demon gods are being used flawlessly. What a terrifying secret technique. There was a complicated look in the eyes of the Saint Demon sect's holy son, and he sighed. Evil ogre giants are naturally proficient in the law of power. They are one of the most powerful races. In the same rank, even dragons find it difficult to match the tremendous strength of the evil ogre giant. Its only weakness is that the evil ogre giant isn't proficient in other laws. Spatial spells, speed spells, illusions, poison spells, fire spells, and other elemental spells can be used to deal with them. Now that the void evil ogre sealed the space and the abyssal demon dragon breath broke all kinds of elemental spells, the power of the evil ogre giant was displayed to the limit. The Truth Empyrean Imprint secret method is really amazing. The Void Evil Ogre, the Abyssal Demon Dragon, and the Evil Ogre Giant all had weaknesses. If a human warlock faced them one-on-one, they could use their weaknesses to suppress or even kill them one by one. But under the command of the Truth Empyrean Imprint, the three transcendent gods could exert their full strength. Coupled with Angelico's manipulation, even a slightly weaker advanced Moonlight Warlock would be suppressed. Faced with the huge wolf tooth club falling from the sky, Yang Feng's eyes shone brightly, and formidable world force gushed out of the small world's world ring and entered his body. He extended a hand and slapped the huge wolf tooth club. Boom! An earth-shattering blare sounded in the arena, and everyone saw that Yang Feng was completely covered by the huge wolf tooth club. Has he been killed? What a disappointment! I thought he would use some secret method to avoid this blow, but he was killed just like that. It's a pity. The Evil Ogre Giant is a powerful existence that even dragons of the same rank cannot compare to. Few human advanced Moonlight Warlocks can withstand an all-out attack from an intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank Evil Ogre Giant. Is Yang Feng too weak? Or is Angelico just too strong? Voices of regret resounded in the lobby. Many warlocks weren't optimistic about Yang Feng's chances, believing that only death awaited him. 9 revolutions divine wind condensed into a huge wind blade that suddenly shot out and chopped at the Evil Ogre Giant's right claw, forcibly chopping it off. The right claw of the Evil Ogre Giant collapsed and turned into rays of light that entered the Truth Empyrean Imprint. The huge wolf tooth club bounced aside, revealing Yang Feng's figure. At this time, the battle demon armor on Yang Feng's right hand has been shattered, and drops of blood slowly dripped to the ground. Yi Yuan Yang inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity. He blocked it. How is that possible? He actually blocked an all-out attack from the Evil Ogre Giant. How did his strength become so terrifying? He blocked it. How is that possible? How is that possible? How can a human Starry Sky Warlock block an attack from the Evil Ogre Giant with the power of the fleshly body? All the warlocks present were dumbfounded. Whether it was the warlocks from the Eastern world or the Western world, they all looked at Yang Feng, unable to believe their eyes. Even if it was a Glorious Dawn warlock, without using spells, they would be seriously injured by the all-out attack of the Evil Ogre Giant with their fleshly body. Even though Yang Feng used the Battle Demon secret method and life force, but he actually blocked an attack from the Evil Ogre Giant with his fleshly body. This was simply appalling. If Yang Feng had used some defensive secret method or secret treasure to block the Evil Ogre Giant's all-out attack, then that would have been fine. But he actually blocked an attack from the Evil Ogre Giant with his fleshly body, which shocked all the warlocks present. Even the supreme geniuses of the Eastern world and the Western world were shocked. Kongfang Ao's eyes flashed with astonishment. So strong. Really strong. Is this the power of a monster-level genius? That's really strong. Yang Feng, he has actually grown to this point. Kongfang Ao was already mentally prepared for Yang Feng's strength, but he still didn't expect Yang Feng's strength to reach such a heaven-defying level. Angelico's eyes flashed with excitement, and he uttered, "Amazing. Yang Feng, your fleshly body is really powerful. Only such an opponent has the meaning to defeat you." Radiating resplendent light, a Truth Empyrean Imprint traversed the void, suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng, and suppressed him. Primal Chaos Finger. An enigmatic glint streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and surging world force gushed out of the world ring, interwove, and formed a finger ray containing primal chaos aura that slammed into the Truth Empyrean Imprint. Boom! Stabbed by the primal chaos finger, the Truth Empyrean Imprint in the sky split open, and the 3 runes that formed it collapsed and turned into 3 golden rays that flew towards Angelico. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared in a flash. Truth Empyrean Imprint, World Truth. Angelico's face flickered, and he silently recited an incantation and frantically extracted world force from the virtual world inside him. 6 golden runes flew out of his body and interwove with the 3 golden runes. 9 runes quickly formed an immemorial gold dragon, Feng Huang, Abyssal Demonic Dragon, Abyssal Fiend, Void Evil Ogre, Evil Ogre Giant, High Elf, Pure Blood Kindred, and Royal Hellion. A total of 9 Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms suddenly appeared and formed a Truth Empyrean imprint exuding boundless might. Angelico's limit was to control 9 Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. The Truth Empyrean imprint formed from 9 Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms possessed boundless might, and could even suppress quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses. When the Truth Empyrean imprint formed from 9 Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms appeared, it frantically extracted Angelico's life force. Even though he extracted world force from the virtual world, it was extremely difficult to maintain the Truth Empyrean imprint. Pillars of Truth, Eternal Existence. Angelico spread the fingers of a hand, and 9 gold pillars flew out and arranged themselves around him. Each pillar of truth was inlaid with a glorious dawn core. The 9 pillars of truth spewed out a copious amount of powerful force that entered Angelico and turned into a tremendous amount of life force that poured into the Truth Empyrean imprint. The Truth Empyrean imprint, which seemed to be on the verge of collapse, became clear and stable, released resplendent light, and pressed towards Yang Feng with the force of a mountain. Chapter 536. Secret treasures were the foundation for human warlocks to contend against powerful existences of other planes. Before using the Pillar of Truth, Angelico's limit was to manipulate 4 Moonlight Warlock rank existences. Furthermore, he had to constantly extract the power of the virtual world inside him to be able to manipulate 4 intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank transcendents. After using the Pillar of Truth, Angelico could manipulate 9 Moonlight Warlock rank existences at once. When the power of the 9 transcendents merged into one and strengthened the Truth Empyrean imprint, it could even easily suppress quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks. The power of the 9 transcendents merged into one. Interesting. Let me see just how strong you are. Yang Feng looked up at the Truth Empyrean imprint in the sky, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile of excitement. He operated the Battle Demon secret method, and white light intertwined and formed a white Battle Demon armor. Zhong Han's hand turned pale and uttered, "White Battle Demon, the highest realm of the Battle Demon secret method. The White Battle Demon that can increase one's power by 5 times. He actually succeeded." Zhu Feng's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he uttered solemnly, "White Battle Demon. This is the highest realm of the Battle Demon secret method. In the Battle Demon sect, apart from the 4 Great Elders, there is no one else who can practice the Battle Demon secret method to this realm. His talent is really terrifying." The Battle Demon secret method was a powerful offensive secret method. Once practiced to the White Battle Demon realm, it could increase the caster's fighting strength by 5 times. At the same time, it could weaken the power of most spells of the same rank by 90%. The highest realm of the Battle Demon secret method was extremely difficult to practice. In the entire Battle Demon sect, only Huang Yihe and the other 3 Great Elders succeeded in practicing it by relying on countless resources and a long period of time. For Yang Feng to succeed in practicing this secret method in the Starry Sky Warlock rank secret realm was simply heaven-defying. The 9 mysterious runes on the Truth Empyrean imprint emitted resplendent light and suppressed Yang Feng with the power to suppress everything. In the wake of the Truth Empyrean imprint, the space was suppressed and sealed. No void spells could be cast within the scope of the Truth Empyrean imprint. Yang Feng tapped his foot, turned into a stream of light, and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the Truth Empyrean imprint. Rumble. A vast and earth-shattering sound rang out, and 2 extremely violent energy shockwaves spread in all directions. The Truth Empyrean imprint was sent flying by dozens of meters. The White Battle Demon armor on Yang Feng's right fist was shattered, and his flesh was badly mutilated, exposing his bones. He fell to the ground and bled from his facial orifices. A look of shock flashed in Angelico's eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. He actually resisted the full blow of my Truth Empyrean seal without using any secret treasures. This guy was simply a monster. No wonder Yi Yuanyang was defeated by him. The might of the Truth Empyrean imprint formed from the power of 9 transcendents was infinite. Even quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks would find it difficult to resist the suppression of the Truth Empyrean imprint formed from the power of 9 transcendents. To be able to contend with the suppression of the Truth Empyrean imprint without using any secret treasures, this is simply heaven-defying. After the Truth Empyrean imprint was sent flying, it blurred, appeared above Yang Feng, and suppressed him again. Angelico had made up his mind to suppress Yang Feng in the arena, not giving him the chance to use any secret treasures. Amazing. The might of the Truth Empyrean imprint formed from the power of 9 transcendence is indeed infinite. Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration. With a flick of his wrist, he pressed the ruler's magic cube, and the ruler's magic cube quickly disintegrated and turned into a black armor that covered his whole body. As soon as the ruler covered Yang Feng, a vast power poured into him from the ruler. Faced with the Truth Empyrean imprint falling from the sky, Yang Feng slapped the Truth Empyrean imprint with his palm. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the Truth Empyrean imprint was smashed by Yang Feng's strike, and the 9 runes containing the power of 9 transcendence suddenly collapsed and turned into rays of light shooting towards Angelico. Yang Feng took a step forward, his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Angelico and slapped him with his palm. The light palm smashed Angelico's life force field and suppressed the void, rendering the spatial secret treasure protecting Angelico ineffective, and then slapped Angelico. Angelico, who controlled the 9 transcendence and easily suppressed Yi Yuan Yang, was sent flying like a broken rag doll. Spewing a large mouthful of blood, he slammed into the edge of the barrier like a meteor, and fell to the ground. I lost. Angelico coughed up a large mouthful of blood, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and said solemnly, "Lost, he lost just like that. What's going on? How could Angelico lose? Why?" The Truth Empyrean imprint formed from the 9 transcendence can even suppress quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses, so why was it smashed? What secret treasure is that? Why have I never heard of it? How could this be? Outside the arena, when they saw Angelico defeated by Yang Feng, everyone was dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. After Angelico used the secret treasure, he once suppressed a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse. That powerhouse was a peerless genius of the Western world, yet such a powerhouse was so easily defeated by Yang Feng. The geniuses of the Western world were taken aback, unable to believe this fact. "Sir Angelico." Anxious voices sounded, and 4 warlock geniuses from the Hall of Truth blurred into motion, entered the arena, formed a small circle in front of Angelico, and stared at Yang Feng with anger and vigilance. Yang Feng glanced at the 4 warlock geniuses from the Hall of Truth, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Amazing, these 4 warlock geniuses are quasi-moonlight warlocks. Their talent is comparable to that of Zhong Han's Han and them. If nothing unexpected happens, they will become 4 more moonlight warlocks in the future. Angelico took out a vial of gold elixir and swallowed it, and his pale complexion recovered a lot. Full of majesty, he ordered indifferently, "All of you stand down." "Yes, sir." The 4 warlock geniuses from the Hall of Truth saluted respectfully, then blurred into motion, turned into 4 streams of light, and disappeared from the arena. His face pale, Angelico smiled slightly and asked the ruler magic cube that has turned into a magic cube in Yang Feng's hand, "Yang Feng, I lost. What secret treasure is that?" Curious gazes focused on the ruler magic cube in Yang Feng's hand. The warlock geniuses could tell that if it weren't for the ruler magic cube, Yang Feng would have lost to Angelico. Of course, they didn't know that Yang Feng still had many powerful secret treasures. Yang Feng said with a smile, "The ruler magic cube secret treasure of the Magic Cube series." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "The ruler magic cube secret treasure of the Magic Cube series." Angelico was taken aback at once. "A secret treasure you developed? In other words, Yang Feng, you're also an alchemist." Alchemy, which could be used to refine secret treasures, was a broad, profound, and mysterious subject. Alchemy could be used to refine secret treasures. It was a broad, profound, and incomparably mysterious discipline. Many warlocks practiced alchemy on the side. There were 2 types of alchemists. One was alchemists who were obsessed with alchemy and practiced and studied alchemy from the beginning. The other was warlocks who practiced alchemy until a certain realm and couldn't break through would switch to alchemy. Every time a warlock broke through a realm, their physique, lifespan, and wisdom would increase geometrically. Because of this, powerful warlocks could master alchemy if they put their mind to it. However, most Grandmaster alchemists came from the first type. There were very few Grandmaster alchemists born from the second type. The representatives were powerful warlock emperors such as the Time Lord, the Taboo Lord, and the Transcendent Lord. To be able to develop such a powerful secret treasure as the ruler magic cube in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, Yang Feng was simply a peerless genius among alchemists. It was natural for Angelico to raise his eyebrows. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "That's right, I'm an alchemist." Angelico said with a smile, "I've done some research on alchemy. If there's a chance, let's have a good exchange." Yang Feng replied, "Okay." Angelico took a deep look at Yang Feng, smiled slightly, and blurred into motion. He flew out of the arena and returned to the warlock camp of the Bajor dynasty. Amazing, as expected of a genius who defeated Yi Yuanyang in the Great Warlock realm. Haha, Angelico was defeated. Who else do you have? Go. Angelico is only SOSO. He's far worse than our Great Cloud dynasty's Yang Feng. Seeing Angelico leave the arena, the countless warlock geniuses from the Great Cloud dynasty cheered and sneered at the warlocks from the Western world. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the geniuses from the Western world and he issued a challenge. "I, Great Cloud dynasty's battle demon sex Yang Feng, challenge the experts of Brest dynasty, Bajor dynasty, and Kardrid dynasty. Please come and fight me." The eyes of the warlock geniuses from the Western world focused on Angelico and the other 10 supreme geniuses. Angelico and the other 10 supreme geniuses are recognized as the strongest geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties. Each of them has defeated intermediate moonlight warlocks and is comparable to Transcendence in terms of strength. Although the other warlock geniuses are also very powerful, but they are well aware that they cannot compare to them. Chapter 537. One of Brest's 4 supreme geniuses, a young man with short blonde hair and a gentle smile on his face, blurred into motion and appeared in the center of the arena. A glint flashed across the young man's eyes. The gentleness on his body disappeared completely, replaced by confidence and dominance. "Almas of the Eye of the Dragon from the Brest dynasty of the Western world is here to fight you." The beautiful and sexy Katrina, one of Brest's 4 supreme geniuses, raised her slim eyebrows and asked the handsome young man Kresno, who exuded a sacred and powerful aura, "Almas, do you think he can win against Yang Feng?" Kresno was the strongest genius in the Starry Sky Warlock realm in the Hall of Eternity as well as the publicly recognized number 1 genius of Brest dynasty. His strength was unfathomable and extremely powerful. Kresno replied indifferently, "He has no chance of winning. Yang Feng was too strong. He defeated Angelico head-on. So Almas has no chance of winning against him. However, as long as he can force Yang Feng to use a few more trump cards, then I'll have a better chance of winning against Yang Feng." In a fight between warlocks, information was the most important thing. After hundreds of thousands of years of research, many spells that were almost unsolvable in the past were now nothing. If it was before the Third Warlock dynasty, human warlocks of the same realm would not be a match for extraordinary life forms proficient in manipulating spatial force. However, ever since spatial disorder spells were developed, extraordinary life forms proficient in spatial force were no longer the opponents of human warlocks. There was once a time when elemental warlocks relied on the destructive power of elemental spells to run amok, and were virtually invincible. But once the magic suppression array was developed, elemental warlocks were firmly restrained by the magic suppression array, and eventually became ordinary warlocks. "Interesting, let's go." Yang Feng showed a smile and operated the battle demon secret method, and a white battle demon armor instantly covered his whole body. At the same time, he pinched the ruler magic cube and equipped himself with the ruler armor. A solemn look flashed in Almas's eyes as he took out a level 6 artifact Thunder Dragon Pearl inscribed with countless dragon curse seals and swallowed it. Resplendent bolts of lightning flashed, and Alma's body twisted and contorted. Countless azure scales grew on his body, and 2 dragon horns grew on his head. His body swelled up, and his face contorted into that of a dinosaur. A azure dragon tail grew from his back, and a pair of azure dragon wings sprouted from his back. After the transformation, advanced Moonlight Warlock rank life force field spread from the Thunder Dragonborn Almas, and his eyes flickered with the light of wisdom of human warlocks. Lightning Dragon Men, They are the fiercest, evilest, and strongest dragon men who have grasped the law of lightning. Although his power is slightly weaker than the giant dragons of the same level, he is born with the ability to control lightning. He has the bloodline of the primordial dragon, the primordial thunder dragon. Even among the dragon species, he is the most terrifying existence. It's a thunder dragon man. It was a monster that possessed the initial bloodline of the thunder dragon. As expected of the strongest genius of the dragon's eye. After seeing Alma's transform into a thunder dragon man, the warlock geniuses present inhaled a breath of cold air. Whether it was the supreme geniuses from the Eastern world or the Western world, a dignified look streaked past their eyes as they stared at Alma's. Primordial dragons were terrifying existences that could contend against warlock emperors. They were also powerful warlock emperor rank existences. Extraordinary life forms with primordial dragon bloodline were despairingly powerful. Thunder dragon men were monsters with primordial dragon bloodline, and they were terrifyingly powerful. No one had expected Alma's to transform into such a terrifying being. If the ancient gold dragon that Achilles had transformed into were to fight against the thunder dragon man that Alma's had transformed into, he would be instantly killed by Alma's thunder dragon man. Yang Feng glanced at Alma's and felt a trace of world force, and then said, "Virtual world, Alma's, you formed a virtual world as well." That's right. Monsters like thunder dragon men consume a tremendous amount of life force for every breath of time they exist. If I hadn't formed a virtual world, I wouldn't have been able to transform into this strongest, fiercest, and most evil thunder dragon man. Yang Feng, I'm going to attack. Be careful, don't die. Alma's eyes shone with lightning, and countless bolts of lightning coiled around him and issued crackling sounds, making him look like a god of thunder controlling endless lightning. Along with flashes of lightning, Alma's instantly appeared in front of Yang Feng like a bolt of lightning and sent a fist covered in endless lightning and thunder barreling towards Yang Feng, as if the god of thunder had descended to the mortal world. Lightning flashed, and the air around Yang Feng distorted. Even if it was an advanced moonlight warlock, they would be electrocuted by lightning containing the law of lightning, and their fleshly body would collapse and their soul would tremble. Faced with the frightening strike of the god of thunder, Yang Feng's figure fluttered slightly, and his fist containing the law of power crushed everything and smashed the lightning into pieces, and then slammed into Alma's. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering noise, Alma's was sent flying like a broken rag doll and slammed into the protective wall of the arena. He spat out an arrow of blood mixed with internal organs, his bones shattered, and collapsed to the ground. Complete silence. Stunned, the warlocks from the Eastern world and the Western world almost couldn't believe their eyes. I admit, defeat. Cough, cough. With a flash of green light, Alma's changed back into his human form and spat out the dragon bead. Face pale, he coughed in pain. Every time he coughed up a large amount of internal organs containing a large amount of blood. He was defeated just like that. Impossible. Alma's, how could he be defeated just like that? Instackled. That's Alma's, the #1 starry sky warlock genius of the Eye of Dragon. How could the hope of the Eye of Dragon, a powerhouse who formed a virtual world, be defeated by a punch from Yang Feng? As if coming to life, the warlocks from the Western world around the grand arena discussed spiritedly, their words filled with incredulity. Alma's was the #1 starry sky warlock genius of the Eye of Dragon, a warlock group of the Brest dynasty that was several notches stronger than the Battle Demon sect. In the Western world, he was extremely famous, and countless supreme geniuses were defeated by him. The only person who defeated him was the #1 genius of the Brest dynasty's younger generation, Kresno. For such a peerless genius to be defeated by a punch from Yang Feng, it was natural that the warlocks from the Western world were unwilling to believe this fact. Staring at Yang Feng, Yi Yuanyang clenched his fists, and despair welled up inside him. So strong. He's much stronger than before. I've been making progress all these years, but his progress is much greater than mine. Since his defeat at Yang Feng's hands, Yi Yuanyang has devoted all his attention to cultivation. With his identity as the Taiyi sect's holy son, he can get countless resources from the Taiyi sect. Coupled with his freakish genius status, his cultivation speed has been astonishing in the past few years. Originally, Yi Yuanyang planned to defeat Yang Feng in one fell swoop in the Time Sky City competition assembly and regain all his glory. However, he was defeated by Angelico first, and then Alma's, whose strength was on par with his, was instackled by Yang Feng. This huge gap almost made him despair. Alma's took a deep look at Yang Feng dressed in the ruler armor, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and squeezed out a smile. What a powerful secret treasure. I've learned a lot. After he finished speaking, Alma's took out a vial of elixir and gulped it down. A trace of color welled up on his deathly pale face, and he walked out of the arena step by step, returning to the Brest dynasty's warlock geniuses. Who else dares to fight me? In the arena, Yang Feng swept the warlock geniuses of the Western world with his gaze and revealed a scorching fighting spirit. The 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world frowned slightly and fell into silence. The warlock geniuses from the Western world focused their attention on the 11 supreme geniuses, looking forward to them showing their might and defeating Yang Feng. Vaguely, the original contest of willpower has turned into a contest of strength between the warlocks from the Western world and the Eastern world. The warlocks from the Western world were originally fighting each other in secret, with no one willing to submit to the other. But under the strong pressure from Yang Feng, they vaguely came to a tacit understanding. Katrina's figure fluttered, and she appeared in the arena and said heroically, "The Western world's Brest dynasty's Hall of Eternity's holy daughter Katrina will fight you. Katrina, you can do it. Katrina, I love you." When the warlocks from the Western world saw Katrina, they burst into cheers at once. The pitilessly beautiful and heroic Katrina is a goddess in the minds of many warlock geniuses in the Western world. Even many female warlocks from the Western world who are full of jealousy of Katrina voiced heartfelt cheers. As soon as Katrina entered the arena, she waved her lily-white hand, and a magic mirror engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in her hand. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles diffused around her, and a trace of world force poured into the magic mirror in her hand. Chapter 538. Katrina pointed the magic mirror at Yang Feng, and a resplendent light gushed out of the magic mirror and enveloped the arena in an instant. A powerhouse who formed a virtual world. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and defensive magic shields instantly appeared around him. The defensive strength of the Battle Demon armor and the Ruler armor formed from the Battle Demon secret method was astonishing. No matter what kind of offensive spells it was, they could resist and weaken them. However, in the face of unknown spells, Yang Feng still followed the fighting style of warlocks, and first enchanted himself with various defensive spells. Katrina was a peerless powerhouse who formed a virtual world. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng didn't dare to be careless. Warlocks had a wide variety of methods of fighting, and there were many cases of the weak defeating the strong. When the resplendent light enveloped the arena, Yang Feng's vision blurred, and he appeared in a twisted and blurry world where he couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. In that strange world where one couldn't tell north from south, there were strange statues everywhere. These statues were engraved with angels, dragons, demons, vampires, demons, and other strange existences. Traces of distorted and strange auras permeated from these statues. Is this an illusion or a banishment to another plane? If it was a banishment to another plane, then there should have been spatial fluctuations just now. In that case, it should be an illusion, and a very fearsome high-level illusion at that. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and he looked at the strange world. Everywhere he looked, he could see strange, nauseating, and headache-inducing scenes. Every time a warlock advanced to a higher realm, their physique would continue to strengthen. After Yang Feng cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body, the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to that of a glorious dawn warlock. As if blessed with the spell eyes of truth, his eyes could see through all kinds of illusions. But in his eyes, the world seemed real. If it were an ordinary warlock, they would have fallen into chaos. The queer statues squirmed, and angels, dragons, fiends, kindred, hellions, and all kinds of extraordinary life forms exuding starry sky warlock rank auras crawled out of the statues. Ferocious and ruthless auras diffused from them, and fierce gazes locked on Yang Feng. When the queer extraordinary life forms crawled out of the statues, they immediately rushed towards Yang Feng with tyrannical auras. 7 absolute heavenly flames. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a blue 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a violent storm of fire that engulfed the strange extraordinary life forms. In that powerful illusion, if one was killed in the illusion, then the victim would think that they were already dead and would die in the illusion. Therefore, Yang Feng couldn't let those weird extraordinary life forms tear him apart. After the weird extraordinary life forms were burned to ashes by Yang Feng's 7 absolute heavenly flames, mysterious runes suddenly lit up in the remains of the extraordinary life forms. The weird extraordinary life forms were suddenly reborn in the 7 absolute heavenly flames. At the same time, they frantically absorbed the power of the 7 absolute heavenly flames and reconstructed their bodies. Yang Feng looked at the freaks reborn in the 7 absolute heavenly flames with a dignified look in his eyes. What an amazing illusion! If you haven't cultivated a spell that specifically restrains illusions, then once you are enveloped by this illusion, even quasi-glorious dawn warlocks will be exhausted to death. Even quasi-glorious dawn warlocks will be exhausted to death. This kind of highly targeted illusion may even have a great effect on glorious sun warlock rank freaks who have no resistance to illusions. If I hadn't learned a secret method to resist illusions, then I'm afraid that I would have been defeated by her. Transcendent pupils. Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and runes appeared in his pupils and formed 2 transcendent pupils made from gold runes and exuding an inhuman aura. As soon as the transcendent pupils took shape, a tremendous amount of life force inside Yang Feng poured into the transcendent pupils. A vast and boundless terrifying aura that seemed to be able to suppress the 4 corners of the world spread out from the eyes of the demon god. The extraordinary life forms rushing towards Yang Feng twisted, and then strangely shattered and decomposed into particles of light that collapsed inch by inch. Illuminated by the light of the transcendent pupils, the weird world collapsed inch by inch. I won't lose. In the arena, Katrina's beautiful eyes shimmered with an unyielding gleam. She silently recited an incantation, opened her mouth, and sprayed a stream of blood essence on the magic mirror in her hand. After the magic mirror in Katrina's hand absorbed her blood essence, it set off ripples, and released even more powerful light that enveloped Yang Feng. The weird world that trapped Yang Feng collapsed, and Yang Feng appeared in the arena and faced Katrina. Katrina smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming, beautiful beyond compare. I lost. Yang Feng, you're really amazing. Let's be friends. Yang Feng slowly retracted the transcendent pupils and uttered with a smile, okay. The showdown between the warlocks of the Eastern world and the Western world came to an end. Shortly after, the Time Sky City competition assembly officially began. Yang Feng, who was extremely dazzling in the Time Sky City competition assembly, joined forces with Katrina, experienced countless storms, and finally obtained several keys of time. After Yang Feng and Katrina entered the Time Sky City, they adventured together, experienced countless storms, and came to the Time Sky Pillar to comprehend secret methods. After the Time Sky City competition assembly ended, Yang Feng and Katrina traveled the world together, and the relationship between them grew stronger every day. With each passing day, Yang Feng's admiration for Katrina increased by a notch. Gradually, his rock-solid mind, which seems to be completely unshakable by external things, began to soften, and he immersed himself in Katrina's gentleness. Humph! No matter how strong you are, no matter how amazing your battle prowess is, in my goddess of love fantasy, you'll slowly sink. Everyone has the desire to pursue love and happiness in their hearts. You'll eventually become a slave of my love in the goddess of love fantasy. With such a top-notch slave of love, even Kresno won't be my opponent in the future. In the future, the entire Hall of Eternity will be in my pocket. In the arena, the corners of Katrina's mouth rose slightly, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of excitement. The goddess of love fantasy is a strange secret method Katrina obtained after exploring an ancient warlock relic site. Once the target is captured by the goddess of love fantasy, without casting a secret method to resist the illusion, they'll gradually sink into the beautiful fantasy, and eventually become a slave of the caster's love. Once the target becomes a slave of the caster's love, the target's body and mind will be lost, and they'll be unable to extricate themselves. Even if the target comes out of the fantasy, they'll love the caster wholeheartedly, dig out their heart for the caster, and never betray the caster. Even if the target's strength was much higher than the caster's by a few levels, the target would not be at a disadvantage to the caster. Because it's a love born from the depths of the target's heart that is distorted by the illusion. After the fantasy ends, the spell disappears. Without any traces of the spell, it naturally can't be broken. From the ancient Warlock relic site, Katrina learned that the master of the Warlock relic site once used the goddess of love fantasy to deal with a Warlock genius. That Warlock genius eventually became a Warlock monarch rank powerhouse, yet he still submitted to her. The master of the Warlock relic site, on the other hand, only had a glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. This was the terror of the goddess of love fantasy. Kresno has a special bloodline and a formidable mind. Besides, he cultivates a powerful secret method that can contend against the goddess of love fantasy. Katrina doesn't dare to cast this secret method on him, for fear of suffering a backlash. Yang Feng, on the other hand, is just an ordinary person, and is restrained by this spell. Coupled with Yang Feng's formidable strength and extraordinary talent, she chose to cast the goddess of love fantasy on Yang Feng. In the goddess of love fantasy, Yang Feng has already married Katrina. He has been completely captivated by Katrina's charm. He's only one step away from becoming a slave of her love. In the fantasy, Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, a fragrance wafting from her, and she asked tenderly, "Yang Feng, do you love me?" Yang Feng's tiger-like eyes blossomed with tenderness, and he replied resolutely, "I do." Katrina asked coquettishly as if she was his lover, "Can you die for me?" Yang Feng's heart trembled slightly, and he wanted to answer. But he vaguely felt a little uncomfortable, as if something bad will happen if he answers. Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she said coquettishly, "Answer me." Yang Feng hesitated for a while. Strange fluctuations came from afar. "Wake up. I am Yang Feng. Wake up. I am Yang Feng. I am Yang Feng." Voices that seemed to come from afar reverberated in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. On the Feisuor plain, within Yang Feng's divine country, Yang Feng's god clone is sitting upright in his divine country. His eyes shone with light, his godhead operated, and he frantically burned divine force crystals, and he roared through the laws of the nether. The goddess of love fantasy secret method was extremely strange. Yang Feng had never seen such a strange secret method. He almost fell into the trap of this secret method. However, Katrina missed one point, and that is, Yang Feng has a very powerful clone, which is a god with far more battle prowess than Moonlight Warlocks. Chapter 539. Gods possessed divinity that transcended mortals and were immune to many spells. Although the goddess of love fantasy has an effect on Yang Feng's true body, but it has no effect on his god clone. Listening to the continuously reverberating voices, Yang Feng, who was almost blinded by love, finally surged with a trace of clarity. His mind moved slightly, and he saw the countless messages sent by the optical computer that he had previously ignored. What a beautiful dream! However, it's over now. I am Yang Feng, this is a fantasy. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and the transcendent pupils radiated resplendent light that enveloped the fantasy world. 30 seconds later, the seemingly flawless illusory world began to slowly collapse. It collapsed. My goddess of love fantasy actually collapsed. How is this possible? How could this be? Katrina watched as the goddess of love fantasy collapsed inch by inch, and her beautiful eyes surged with horror. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence that entered the goddess of love magic mirror in her hand. The goddess of love fantasy is an extremely powerful and queer secret method. Once the target is completely immersed in it, in theory, even if they practice cultivation until the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, they will be completely devoted to the caster, unable to extricate themselves from love forever. However, once the goddess of love fantasy is broken, the caster will suffer a backlash and become a love slave of the target, unable to be dispelled forever. The goddess of love magic mirror burst out with queer light that enveloped the world that has begun to collapse. Yang Feng, I love you. Why do you do this to me? In the goddess of love fantasy, Katrina collapsed on the ground, looking pitifully at Yang Feng with grief. Blood dripped from her cherry lips, a heart-wrenching sight. When Yang Feng saw Katrina's pitiful and miserable figure, his heart ached, and he couldn't bear to see her like this. A strange light silently gushed out of the world, hit Yang Feng, and blinded his eyes, and the pair of transcendent pupils slowly disappeared. The eyes of the demon god was a secret technique that could destroy countless illusions. However, if one wanted to cultivate this secret technique to the grand completion realm, they would need to consume countless resources, suppress countless gods and devils, and extract their power. Only then would they be able to cultivate this secret technique to the point where they could destroy countless illusions with a single glance. If it was the great completion transcendent pupils, Yang Feng would have been able to break all illusions the moment he opened the transcendent pupils, and he wouldn't have fallen into the goddess of love fantasy. However, the demonic god's eye that had not reached the large success stage would still be confused by all kinds of top-notch illusions. The goddess of love fantasy was one of the top illusions, and its power was extraordinary. Even if a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence was confused by the goddess of love fantasy, they would be captured by the illusion, unable to break free from it. Although the transcendent pupils could restrain this top-notch illusion, but Yang Feng spent too little time on the transcendent pupils and didn't cultivate this secret method to the great completion realm. As such, it was naturally difficult for him to resist the goddess of love fantasy that Katrina exerted all her strength and cast with the help of the secret treasure goddess of love magic mirror. Wake up! At this moment, Yang Feng's god clone in the Feisuor plane burned divine force crystals and barked. The voice of Yang Feng's clone reverberated in the sea of knowledge of Yang Feng's true body and forcibly pulled Yang Feng, who was about to be pulled into the goddess of love fantasy. Transcendent pupils. As soon as Yang Feng regained consciousness, he frantically extracted a tremendous amount of world force from the small world inside him and poured it into the transcendent pupils. The transcendent pupils burst out with dazzling light and enveloped the goddess of love fantasy. No, don't. I beg you, stop. In the goddess of love fantasy, Katrina let out a series of heart-wrenching wails. Every part of her charming body burst open, and a copious amount of blood sprayed out, looking extremely miserable. Faced with Katrina's pleas, Yang Feng remained unmoved. With an indifferent look in his eyes, he urged the gold light to fall on the world, causing it to collapse. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the world of the goddess of love fantasy finally collapsed completely, revealing the arena. On the other side of the arena, Katrina's face was pale. Holding the goddess of love magic mirror, her delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with endless fear. In the next moment, a transparent and colorless rune flew out of the goddess of love magic mirror and landed on Katrina's forehead, causing her delicate body to sway slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a misty shade. After Yang Feng broke free from the goddess of love fantasy, he still operated the transcendent pupils, and queer light swept in all directions. The goddess of love fantasy was so queer that it made Yang Feng apprehensive. This queer power once again let Yang Feng experience how dangerous and frightening the various powerful spells of the world of warlocks were. I concede. Katrina's eyes were lifeless and empty, as if her soul was sucked away. Her delicate body fluttered, and she walked out of the arena practically step by step. Krezno frowned slightly and made a gesture. The figure of a beautiful warlock from the Hall of Eternity flickered, and she arrived beside Katrina. She took Katrina out of the arena and left the lobby. After Katrina left, Yang Feng released a dozen-plus detection spells on himself, operated the transcendent pupils to carefully scan his state, and looked at the information sent by the smart chip. Only then did he confirm that he was in the real world. He took a deep breath, took out a few precious elixirs, and downed them. In terms of strength alone, Katrina was far inferior to Alma's. However, the goddess of love fantasy was queer and extraordinary. In order to break this queer fantasy, Yang Feng consumed dozens of times more life force than he consumed to defeat Alma's. After Yang Feng drank the elixirs and recovered a little, his eyes shimmered brightly, and he looked at the warlocks from the Western world and asked calmly, "Who else dares to fight me?" The gazes of the warlocks from the Western world focused on the supreme geniuses who didn't fight Yang Feng. Krezno frowned slightly, and then, like a statue, remained silent. No matter how the gazes fell on him, he didn't have any intention of fighting. Hey! A bunch of cowards. They don't even have the courage to fight. What a bunch of trash. Among the 4 supreme geniuses of the Qadrid dynasty, the black man with an unruly expression smiled coldly, then blurred into motion, turned into a black ray, and entered the arena. The black man showed an unruly smile to Yang Feng and said, "Olay of the Qadrid dynasty's Dark Judgment is here to fight you." The Dark Judgment was one of the most powerful forces in the Qadrid dynasty. In the Qadrid dynasty, the Dark Judgment Warlock group has shown signs of slowly surpassing the Hall of Immortality in recent years. The Hall of Immortality once gave birth to the Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. At that time, when the Dawn Lord still dominated the world, the Hall of Immortality was one of the most powerful warlock groups in the world. After the fall of the King of Dawn, the Hall of Immortality started to decline from its peak. After several major disturbances, the Hall of Immortality began to decline even more, and gradually lost control of the Qadrid dynasty. The Dark Judgment and many other warlock groups in the Qadrid dynasty were originally controlled by the Hall of Immortality, and could only develop their strength in secret. But once the Hall of Immortality declined, they began to develop and grow. In the modern era, they have become a huge warlock group comparable to the Hall of Immortality. Olay's words have just fallen when he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a level 6 secret treasure ghost skull armor engraved with countless sinister heads suddenly flew out and enveloped him. After Olay put on the ghost skull armor, sharp bone spurs pierced into his body and extracted his blood and life force. Olay's body twisted, and he turned into a 3-meter-tall evil ogre covered in the ghost skull armor, with 2 horns on his head and a red horn on his forehead, and exuding advanced moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. That's a red-horned evil god ogre. One of the strongest ogre. Red-horned evil god ogre, a ferocious evil ogre that feeds on other ogre evil gods. Even the dragon species and ghost species were no match for him. It's a terrifying ogre that can even fight gods. Amazing, as expected of a super genius of the Dark Judgment, to be able to transform into such an ogre. The warlocks around the arena recognized at a glance how powerful the red-horned evil god ogre that Olay has transformed into is. With advanced moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, the red-horned evil god ogre can even suppress many feeble divine force rank gods. After Olay transformed into the red-horned evil god ogre, he issued a world-shaking howl, and tremendous sound waves converged and turned into a sound wave cannon barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed into the sound wave cannon like a meteor. With his tyrannical fleshly body, he forcibly penetrated the sound wave cannon, appeared in front of Olay, and slammed a fist into the abdomen of the red-horned evil god ogre that Olay has transformed into. The red-horned evil god ogre that Olay has transformed into suddenly spewed out a blood arrow, slammed into the edge of the barrier of the arena like a meteor, trembled slightly, and collapsed to the ground. I concede. After Olay spewed out a large mouthful of blood, he dispelled the red-horned evil god ogre, stared at Yang Feng with an incredulous look on his face, gnashed his teeth, and uttered, enunciating each syllable. Yang Feng's punch has shattered most of the bones of the red-horned evil god ogre that Olay has transformed into. Even though the red-horned evil god ogre's recovery ability is astonishing, but it cannot recover from its injuries and fight Yang Feng. Chapter 540. There was silence. The eyes of the warlock geniuses from the other world flickered with astonishment. The red-horned evil god ogre Olay has transformed into can suppress quasi-glorious dawn warlocks and fight gods of the same rank. Yet such a powerful existence was instackled by Yang Feng. Even though Alma's was instackled by Yang Feng, but the hearts of the warlocks were still filled with shock. So strong. He's really strong. The battle demon sect's Yang Feng is so strong. After today's fight, his name will surely shake the world. Amazing. Every time the Time Sky City competition assembly is held, several freakish powerhouses who formed a virtual world will be born. However, the gap between the freakish powerhouses in the previous Time Sky City competition assembly isn't that great. This time, the gap between the freakish Yang Feng and the other freakish monsters is really too big. So strong. If he doesn't die in the future, he may become a Holy Spirit warlock. After a while, a wave of discussion broke out around the arena. Whether it was the warlocks from the Eastern world or the Western world, they looked at Yang Feng standing in the center of the arena with awe in their eyes. The eyes of the warlocks from the Western world focused on Krezno and the other supreme geniuses. Krezno and the other supreme geniuses from the Western world are silent as they quietly watched Yang Feng in the arena. They have no intention of fighting him. Ole and Almaz are freakish geniuses who stood out from the trillions of people of the Western world's 3 warlock dynasties and have formed a virtual world in the starry sky warlock realm. With just quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, they can already display terrifying power to contend against advanced moonlight warlock rank powerhouses with the help of secret treasures. For Yang Feng to defeat these 2 freakish warlock geniuses with a single punch naturally left the supreme geniuses from the Western world apprehensive. Why isn't anyone going up? There are so many warlock geniuses from the Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Kardrid dynasty. Is there no one who has the courage to go up and fight our great Cloud dynasty's Yang Feng? Just now, all of you were flaunting your prowess here. I thought you were strong. It turns out that you're just a bunch of bullies. Do you see that? This is the strongest genius of our great Cloud dynasty. If you have the ability, go and defeat him. Just a moment ago, I don't know who said that in his eyes, Yang Feng was like a clay chicken or a pottery dog. Now that that useless person was in the arena, why didn't anyone dare to go up? The warlock geniuses of the 3 great dynasties only have good mouths. Mockery and ridicule came from the warlock geniuses of the great Cloud dynasty. Not long ago, after Angelico easily defeated Yi Yuanyang in the arena, the warlocks from the Western world ridiculed the warlocks from the great Cloud dynasty. Now that they have this opportunity, the warlocks from the great Cloud dynasty naturally won't miss it. The figure of a blonde warlock with a tall and sturdy figure shook slightly, and at once appeared in the center of the arena. The blonde, burly warlock shouted, "Western world's Brest dynasty's 5 Rings Red Tower's Culford is here to fight you." 5 Rings Red Tower was a powerful warlock group in the Brest dynasty that wasn't inferior to the Battle Demon sect. Culford was the number 1 starry sky warlock rank genius of 5 Rings Red Tower. Yang Feng said flatly, "Please." Culford silently chanted an incantation and pointed his finger. A level 6 secret treasure, the giant's skin, engraved with strange runes and made of the skin of an unknown extraordinary creature, suddenly flew out and covered his body. A queer light shone, and a 100-meter-tall giant engraved with queer runes and shrouded in a gale appeared in the arena and exuded junior moonlight warlock rank might. Wind giant. That's a wind giant that can manipulate wind elemental particles. Wind giants can manipulate wind elemental particles. They don't have the weakness of ordinary giants. But a mere junior moonlight warlock rank wind giant isn't Yang Feng's opponent. What the hell is Culford thinking? A trifling wind giant can't be that monster's opponent. When the warlocks around the arena saw Culford transform into a wind giant, they commented spiritedly. The wind giant Culford transformed into was a bit weaker than the ancient gold dragon transformed into by Achilles. Although this wind giant could defeat more than 90% of the warlock geniuses in the lobby, but compared to Yang Feng, it wasn't worth mentioning. When the wind giant completed its transformation, it was suddenly enveloped in a gale and rushed towards Yang Feng with a tyrannical aura. Too slow. The wind giant had just moved, when Yang Feng strangely appeared in front of it and slammed a fist into it. A vast and terrifying force slammed into the wind giant's abdomen in an instant, and the 100-meter-tall wind giant turned into a stream of light and slammed into the barrier of the arena. It spewed out an arrow of blood, slid down powerlessly, and collapsed on the ground, unable to budge. The wind giant dispelled its transformation and revealed Culford's human form. He coughed for a while and spewed out an arrow of blood, and then said with a pained expression, "I concede." Sure enough. He was instackled. It can't be helped, Yang Feng is too strong. One-on-one, apart from Almaz and them, no one can withstand a full blow from him using secret treasures. The warlocks around the arena showed an as-expected look in their eyes, and they commented spiritedly. They looked towards the 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world. For an expert who formed a virtual world like Yang Feng, taking turns to wear him down was meaningless. Unless it was an expert on par with Yang Feng, and they fought him with all their strength, Yang Feng would be injured and consume a great deal of power. Otherwise, after each battle, Yang Feng could absorb a trace of world force from the virtual world inside him and recover all his consumption. Krasno took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked towards the interior of the Hidden Dragon Hotel. Most of the warlocks from the Brest dynasty followed Krasno into the depths of the Hidden Dragon Hotel. No matter how the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty provoked them, they didn't reply. Angelico took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then silently led the warlocks from the Bajor dynasty into the Hidden Dragon Hotel. The geniuses of the Qadrid dynasty also silently followed the 4 supreme geniuses into the depths of the Hidden Dragon Hotel. After Yang Feng saw the top supreme geniuses of the 3 warlock dynasties leave, his figure shook slightly, and he also left the arena. Except for the top supreme geniuses of the 3 warlock dynasties, the ordinary warlocks from the Western world were not Yang Feng's opponents, and defeating them was meaningless. Yang Feng, do you still remember me? Yang Feng had just returned to the demonic fighting sect's camp, when a voice sounded. Yang Feng turned his head, showed a smile at once, and greeted the person enthusiastically. Kongfang Ao, it's you. Long time no see. At the time when Yang Feng dominated a part of the Turandot subcontinent, it was Kongfang Ao who guided him to the Great Cloud dynasty and gave him a lot of help. If Yang Feng had stayed in the Turandot subcontinent at that time, then his current strength would not be so formidable. Kongfang Ao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He followed Yang Feng to the demonic fighting sect and the Bright Moon School's camp, and was introduced to the disciples of the demonic fighting sect and the Bright Moon School by Yang Feng. After Yang Feng left, many warlock geniuses from the Western world and the Eastern world started fighting in the arena. Just now, when the geniuses ridiculed and provoked each other, the warlock geniuses were extremely arrogant. After a few words, they became even angrier, and then entered the arena to exchange pointers. Without the supreme geniuses like Yang Feng, Yi Yuanyang, and Almaz, the fights between the other warlocks did not attract much attention. In the lobby, everyone returned to their seats. The warlock geniuses of the Great Cloud dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families also sat in different places according to their relationship. Yang Feng, Zhong Hanshan, Zhui Yifan, Zhu Feng, Kongfang Ao, Wang Shulan, Zhong Zhiqiao, and Zhong Tiantian also sat around a big table. Wang Shulan, Zhong Zhiqiao, and Zhong Tiantian were personal disciples of the Bright Moon School's 3 great elders, and their status was the same as that of Yang Feng and the others. As for Kongfang Ao, he originally didn't have the qualifications to sit here. But since he was Yang Feng's friend, he also obtained the qualifications. A handsome young man dressed in a white scholarly attire with his hair tied up in a bun, exuding the temperament of a descendant of an aristocratic family, walked over with a gentle smile on his face and said courteously, "I am Song Zishi, and this is my good friend Jiang Xin. I wonder if I can make the acquaintance of senior disciple brothers and sisters from the demonic fighting sect and the Bright Moon School." Beside Song Zishi stood a peerless beauty with long black waterfall-like hair, a fiery and tender body comparable to that of Western warlocks, an extremely exquisite appearance, and the temperament of an iceberg. She was Jiang Xin, the daughter of one of the 8 great clans. Wang Shulan smiled slightly and said very enthusiastically, "So it's Song Zishi of the Song family and Jiang Xin of the Jiang family. I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. Please take a seat." As disciples of prestigious righteous sects, Wang Shulan and the others made friends. Song Zishi and Jiang Xin were peerless geniuses of the 8 great families, so they were qualified to become friends with them. Chapter 541. 2 days later, in the center of the Time City's Hidden Dragon Temple, in a huge square that can accommodate more than 100,000 people, warlocks from the Eastern world and the Western world gathered. On a dais in the huge square, there are 12 chairs, each of which is occupied by a Bright World warlock rank powerhouse. The Great Cloud dynasty, the Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Qadrid dynasty are powerful dynasties of the same rank. Even though the Great Cloud dynasty is much stronger than any of the other 3 dynasties, but it still only has 3 chairs. Above the dais, there is a palace that is difficult to see with the naked eye suspended in the air. That is the Time City's floating palace. Inside the floating palace, there are several infinity warlocks sitting. The warlock geniuses of countless forces from the Eastern world and the Western world are gathered in the Time City. If all the warlock geniuses here die, It will be a big blow to the warlock groups from the Eastern world and the Western world. It is for this reason that the Western world and the Eastern world have sent Infinity Warlocks to guard this place. The Infinity Warlocks won't bat an eye no matter how many ordinary warlock geniuses die. However, the death of outrageous geniuses like Kresno and Angelico is a huge loss to a major force. With their talent, as long as they don't die, they can grow into glorious Sun Warlocks or above in the future. For a force, every glorious Sun Warlock or above powerhouse is an extremely important and precious fighting force. Many places need to be guarded by enough people in order to be completely occupied and obtain a steady stream of resources. Although Infinity Warlocks are extremely powerful, but they also have their own things to do. If it's just them, they won't be able to take care of everything and control a huge force. At noon, a bright world warlock dressed in a green warlock robe holding a huge mirror-like secret treasure in his hand silently recited an incantation and pointed it at the sky. An incomparably resplendent black light shot out from the demonic mirror, transforming into a black pillar of light that soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. As soon as the black pillar of light entered the clouds, it immediately set off waves of strange ripples in the air. A huge star suddenly appeared in the void, completely blocking the sunlight and appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Yang Feng looked at the huge celestial body in the sky, and shock welled up in his heart. How extravagant, to refine a celestial body into a venue for the battle for the key of time. Sure enough, the most powerful warlocks can pluck the stars and the moon and refine a plane. The bright world warlock in a green warlock robe silently recited an incantation, and the magic mirror in his hand suddenly released brilliant light that enveloped Yang Feng and them. Illuminated by the resplendent light, Yang Feng and his party blurred and disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he found himself in a world with verdant hills and limpid waters. There were all kinds of precious extraordinary plants growing everywhere, and the air was rich in life magic energy. Yang Feng stepped on the ground and exerted a bit of force, leaving a footprint on the ground. The density of this world is the same as that of the Tsangji Plains continent. The density of a world is different, and so is the power that can bear a fight between powerhouses. A subcontinent like the Turandot subcontinent is the least densely populated part of the Tsangji Plains continent. A fight between Infinity Warlocks is enough to split the Turandot subcontinent into pieces and sink it. In low-grade plains such as Grade 9 plains, battles between glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses are enough to cause landslides, collapse continents, and sink continents of low-grade plains. It is because of this that the plane origin of low-level planes has restrictions on the strength of life forms of the plane, making it impossible for them to break through a certain limit. This is the self-protection mechanism of the plane origin at work. Only the Tsangji Plains main world can withstand a battle between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, so that the continent won't collapse from the fight between Warlock Emperor rank experts. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. It's a pity that we can't use assembly secret treasures. Otherwise, we would be able to gather everyone now. Assembly secret treasures are secret treasures that can gather everyone when exploring a secret realm where random teleportation will occur. Such secret treasures are forbidden to be used in secret realms. If such secret treasures can be used, then rogue cultivators will have almost no chance to make a name for themselves. Warlock geniuses backed by major forces are much stronger than rogue cultivators to begin with. If they gather together to form a force, rogue warlocks will have no chance. At the time, the Time Lord wanted to cultivate human warlock geniuses of the younger generation, not those from major warlock groups, which is why he set such a restriction. Yang Feng, that's Yang Feng. Run. When the warlocks who were randomly teleported to a place not far from Yang Feng saw him, their faces changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods to escape in different directions. Once you enter this secret realm, everyone is an enemy. Everyone is shrouded in a magic barrier. Once the magic barrier is broken, you will be teleported out of the secret realm immediately. The warlock geniuses who are eager to obtain the key of time are naturally unwilling to be sent out by Yang Feng at the beginning. Yang Feng smiled, looked up, and trod on air, step by step, towards the sky. This is the limit. After all, this isn't the real world. When Yang Feng flew to an altitude of 3,000 meters, he felt a powerful magic barrier in the sky, preventing him from continuing to fly higher. Although this world looks no different from an ordinary world, but after all, it is a celestial body that has been refined by alchemy. In this celestial body, many phenomena are different from the real world. Yang Feng opened his eyes and operated the transcendent pupils. Countless runes appeared in his eyes and formed a pair of heart-shaking gold pupils. Thanks to the gaze of the transcendent pupils, the scenes within 1,000 kilometers of Yang Feng's eyes were captured. Not long after, a beam of light rose into the sky. Within the beam of light, there is a resplendent brilliance suspended. Inside the brilliance, there is a secret treasure in the form of a key inscribed with runes containing the mysteries of time. The key of time. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward, entered space, and shuttled through one space after another towards the key of time. By shuttling through different spaces, Yang Feng crossed a distance of 10 kilometers every time he passed through a spatial gate. As if a god walking in space, he walked towards the key of time. With Yang Feng's current understanding of the law of space, a distance of 10 kilometers is already the limit for a spatial gate. After he promotes to an infinity warlock, he will be able to use the law of space to cross a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers through a spatial gate. Yang Feng. It's him. It's Yang Feng. When the warlocks around the key of time saw Yang Feng, their countenance changed dramatically. Many people clenched their teeth and fled into the distance. There are still some who are unwilling to give up and continued to fly towards the key of time. Spatial disorder. All of a sudden, streaks of space disruption spell flew into the sky from a hidden forest. Under the interference of the spatial disorder, the surrounding space became chaotic, the void distorted, and Yang Feng was forced to appear in the void. He glanced at the hidden forest below, and a cold ray streaked past his eyes. He spread the fingers of a hand, and wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine wind suddenly erupted and slashed towards the forest below. Stop! Yang Feng, I am Chen Yu of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Chen family. We are both warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You can't do this to me. A roar of shock and anger came from the forest below, and a quasi-moonlight warlock flew out of the forest. A level 5 secret treasure in the form of a gold shield floated above the quasi-moonlight warlock and resisted the violent 9 revolutions divine wind. There was a flash of indifference in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and the wind blades formed from the 9 revolutions divine wind instantly formed a large wind blade that slashed at the gold shield and cut it in two. Chen Yu issued a heart-wrenching scream. No, my gold glory shield. A level 5 secret treasure defensive shield is extremely important for Starry Sky warlocks. Yang Feng destroying Chen Yu's gold glory shield is equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. After the 9 revolutions divine wind cut through Chen Yu's golden glory shield, it took the opportunity to cut his body. A transparent membrane suddenly appeared and wrapped Chen Yu up, teleporting him out of the secret realm. Yang Feng grabbed the wreckage of the secret treasure gold glory shield, threw it into a storage ring, and flew towards the key of time. When the rest of the warlocks saw how fierce Yang Feng was, their faces changed dramatically, and they scattered, no longer daring to cast spells to stop Yang Feng. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and the 9 revolutions divine wind formed a pair of wings of wind behind him. With a flap of the wings of wind, a violent wind enveloped him, and he flew towards the key of time. At this moment, more than a dozen warlocks flew around the key of time and cast elemental spells, blood meridian metamorphosis, extraordinary plants, extraordinary life forms, and other spells. A dozen warlocks unleashed their own means and frantically fought over the key of time. Yang Feng is here. A voice suddenly sounded around the key of time, and the faces of the warlocks fighting suddenly flickered. They looked into the distance and saw Yang Feng riding a gust of wind flying towards them like a demon god. Chapter 542. Damn it, it's him. It's Yang Feng. The complexions of the dozen-plus warlocks changed dramatically, and their eyes filled with apprehension as they looked at Yang Feng flying over from afar. Without hesitation, 3 warlocks broke away from the battle and fled into the distance. A warlock suggested, let's first join forces to break the magic barrier of the key of time, and then compete for the key of time. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against Yang Feng. The key of time is shrouded in a magic barrier, which is comparable to a level 6 defensive spell. However, The magic barrier doesn't have a steady stream of life force provided by moonlight warlocks. Even starry sky warlocks can wear down the magic barrier through continuous attacks, and eventually break it. Okay, let's do that. The remaining dozen or so warlocks also nodded slightly, agreeing with this warlock's proposal. They are all very smart people. After thinking for a while, they realized that they can't compete with Yang Feng on their own. Only by joining forces will they have a chance of winning. It's a good plan, but unfortunately, you're too weak. Spatial ripples surged around the dozen-plus warlocks, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and easily pulled the dozen-plus warlocks into the spatial mirrors. The space around Yang Feng rippled, and more than a dozen warlocks flew out of spatial mirrors that strangely appeared around him. Berserk wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine wind swept towards the dozen-plus warlocks. Slashed by the berserk wind blades, the life force fields around the dozen-plus warlocks were shredded, and then they were teleported out of the secret realm. What a scary guy. Only when you really face him can you feel how scary he is. What a monster. When the warlocks peeking from the sidelines saw this scene, they felt a slight chill in their hearts, inhaled a mouthful of cold air, and fled in different directions. There are 108 keys of time. They don't want to be driven out of the secret realm by Yang Feng now. It feels good to be strong. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. If not for his tyrannical strength, he would have to deal with the continuous sneak attacks of the warlocks. But now, as long as he appeared, those warlocks would retreat, not daring to fight him. Yang Feng looked up at the key of time shrouded in a barrier of light and punched the barrier of light. The barrier of light shattered, and Yang Feng grabbed the key of time. This is the key of time. The key of time contains the mysteries of the laws of time. When Yang Feng grabbed the key of time, he immediately felt a trace of the law of time flowing inside the key of time. If he hadn't studied the time text for a period of time, he wouldn't have noticed that the key of time contains the mysteries of the law of time. Yang Feng's eyes blossomed with a scorching light. Getting more keys of time will be of great benefit to my comprehension of the time text. The law of time was the most profound and incomprehensible law in the world, and it was even far superior to the law of space. In the countless years of research of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks, only the Time Lord has mastered the strongest secret method of time. In the era of the First Warlock dynasty, there were countless human warlock supreme geniuses. Each of the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks was extremely powerful. Even the 8th Warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord may not be the opponent of the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks. Before the Time Lord became a Warlock Emperor, his physique, alchemy, spirit force, and life force didn't hold any advantage over the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks, and he was even at a disadvantage. However, the law of time was extremely mysterious. By relying on the mysteries of the time text, the Time Lord suppressed everyone and became the first human warlock emperor of the Tsangji Plain, becoming unparalleled in the world. After the death of the Time Lord, several human supreme geniuses of the Tsangji Plain comprehended the law of time from the time text and became almost invincible in the same rank. Yang Feng didn't comprehend the time text in order to fully master this secret method, but hoped to master a way to counter it by studying this secret method. If Yang Feng didn't know anything about the secret method of time, then he would be at a disadvantage against the user of this secret method in the future. Katrina was far weaker than Yang Feng, but she still almost defeated him because of the power and strangeness of the warlock secret method. Yang Feng flew into the sky with the key of time in his hand and unleashed the transcendent pupils to search for traces of the key of time. Suspended high in the sky, Cornell was surrounded by flickering stars that evolved into a world of stars, and boundless moonlight warlock rank might spread from him. Countless profound runes flashed in Cornell's eyes, and wisps of wisdom diffused from his eyes, making him look like an omnipotent transcendent full of wisdom. He stretched out his hand and pointed. Rays of starlight shot out in all directions. A ray of light shone, and Angelico flew over from afar following the guidance of the starlight. He came to Cornell's side, looked at the starry world, and exclaimed in admiration, "Bajor astrology is really one of the most wonderful and mysterious secret methods. It can even be used in such a secret realm." Not long after, the Bajor warlock with a bare upper body engraved with strange runes flew over from afar and landed beside Cornell. After a while, Krezno and the other 3 supreme geniuses from the Brest dynasty, as well as Olay and the other 3 supreme geniuses from the Kardrid dynasty, were drawn here by the starlight. Although Almaz, Olay, Angelico, and Katrina were seriously injured by Yang Feng at first, but within the past 2 days, they have recovered about 80% of their strength. After all, it wasn't a life and death battle in the arena, so Yang Feng didn't act ruthlessly. Otherwise, even if the 4 of them were lucky enough to escape, their soul origin would be damaged, and they wouldn't be able to recover in 2 days. The Kardrid dynasty's expert Breya, who had long silver hair and exuded a monarch's temperament, took a deep look at Cornell and said unhurriedly, "Bajor astrology is really extraordinary." A peculiar glint streaked past the eyes of the other supreme geniuses, and they took a deep look at Cornell as well. In fact, astrology was a branch of divination warlocks. Their battle prowess was very high, and the most frightening thing was that they could peer into the past and use countless materials to make predictions about the future. The past had already been determined and could not be changed. The future had countless branches. Some future branches could be changed, but the main branch of the river of the future was unshakable. Divination warlocks like astrology warlocks could peer into the future, which allowed them to seek good fortune and avoid calamity according to the evolution of the future. They were extremely difficult to kill, and at the same time, they reaped great benefits. Divination warlocks who practiced astrology had 2 weaknesses. The first was that they were a bit weaker than supreme geniuses of the same rank in terms of battle prowess. The second weakness was that whether it was peeking into the past or the future, it required a huge amount of resources and the lifespan of the caster. Therefore, these divination warlocks who practice astrology are basically short-lived ghosts. The 4th Warlock dynasty's Star Lord didn't break the destiny of divination warlocks. He only ruled the 4th Warlock dynasty for thousands of years before he died. He was the shortest-lived human warlock emperor. Even so, being enemies with a living divination warlock is also a very troublesome matter. Because as soon as a warlock with the prophecy system encountered danger, they would feel a sense of alarm. It was very difficult to force them into a situation of certain death. Krezno said solemnly, "Have you found Yang Feng's traces?" These supreme geniuses from the Western world were all proud and arrogant. Originally, they wouldn't act together. But in order to defeat Yang Feng, these supreme geniuses from the Western world finally put aside their pride and joined forces. Cornell's eyes flickered with runes formed from starlight, and he said indifferently, "I have found Yang Feng. He is in this direction, 9,000 kilometers away. I will be here, guiding you with the light of the stars." Breya's eyes shimmered with a gloomy gleam, and he uttered unhurriedly, "The 10 of us besieged Yang Feng. Even if we win, it will be a disgrace." Breya, Krezno, and the other 11 experts were peerless supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 warlock dynasties, who have formed a virtual world in the starry sky warlock realm. Each of them had their own pride, and they disdained to besiege others. But Yang Feng's strength was simply despair-inducing. Breya and the others had no choice but to abandon their pride and gather together to besiege Yang Feng. The Time Sky City was a place where the Time Lord cultivated the young generation of warlock geniuses. Every warlock genius who could enter the Time Sky City would obtain tremendous benefits. Yang Feng was already so strong that he was virtually invincible in the same rank. Breya and the other supreme geniuses didn't allow him to continue to grow. Otherwise, the gap in strength between them and Yang Feng would only widen in the future. Krezno's eyes flashed with determination, and he uttered, "There is a proverb in the Eastern world, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. As long as we win and enter the Time Sky City, the gap between us will only widen. Besides, we're doing this for the Western world. A monster like Yang Feng must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, the Western world will once again be shrouded in the shadow of the Eastern world." Under the leadership of the Dawn Lord, the Western world finally escaped from the shadow of the Eastern world. We must not return to the era when the Eastern world controlled everything.